What's the word? What we doing? Yeah. Look at the way that I'm moving. Off the down, reposado. Feeling like I hit the lotto. I'ma get money cause that is the motto. Anyone hating can catch all these hollows. You a baddie? Come and follow. All of my bitches get so on la mano. What's the word? What we doing? Yeah. Look at the way that I'm moving. Off the down, reposado. Feeling like I hit the lotto. I'ma get money cause that is the motto. Anyone hating can catch all these hollows. You a baddie? Come and follow. All of my bitches get so on la mano. Yeah, I'm driving these bitches insane over nothing. I'm just pushing the button. When I hop in the whip, it go 100 and something. I'm a way to the function. And your nigga, he don't even want you, he cuffing. When he the woman, I'm dubbing. Nigga suck on my pussy, he think that we fucking. It was all an assumption. What bitch gon' check my flow? I'm in this bitch like FIFA 4. Big girl, fucking nigga on the low. Play with him like G.I. Ho, talk daddy on the scene, I'ma do me. You gon' hit it when I put up in that new V. It's all good, watch it all on TV. Either way, you still gon' see me.
See this, I'm in all shade. In between a rock and a hard place. They talk about me like always, but these hands did like all state. I want a thorough nigga, not a girly nigga. Gotta fucking get it off the early nigga. If it came down to it, I'd murder with you. Don't play about mine, you heard me, nigga.
If I'm in your body, tell me why this bitch is mad, cause I'm out of your body. But this pussy in your face, and you dripping so sloppy. Make them wanna take the splash, just tsunami, punani.
What's the word? What we doing? Yeah. Look at the way that I'm moving. Off the down, reposado. Feeling like I hit the lotto. I'ma get money cause that is the motto. Anyone hating can catch all these hollows. You a baddie? Come and follow. All of my bitches get so on la mano. What's the word? What we doing? Yeah. Look at the way that I'm moving. Off the down, reposado. Feeling like I hit the lotto. I'ma get money cause that is the motto. Anyone hating can catch all these hollows. You a baddie? Come and follow. All of my bitches get so on la mano.
If I'm in your body, tell me why this bitch is mad, cause I'm out of your body. But this pussy in your face, and you dripping so sloppy. Make them wanna take a splash, just tsunami, punani.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform, girl. We have a panel and some interesting topics to get into that was inspired by someone who's not even here right now. But when you're not privileged like us and you're a working class person, okay, you don't always have the luxury of being on damn time. Okay, but hopefully Auto Magic will be jumping in sooner than later. So we're going to go ahead and proceed ahead of him. All right, but before we do so, please go ahead and give me a nasty piece of thumbs up on this video. You guys know that thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up a live stream, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their arses into the goddamn sanctuary. All right. Also, please make sure that you have all of your notification bells set to all. Shout out to all of the new subbies, and please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey y'all, I'm just getting my camera together, girl. She's giving lopsided tees, honey. You know, she built like some of these niggas' bussies. Okay, I think that's a better. It's this. Hold on. Just getting some camera settings together. I gotta get an actual tripod, girl. If y'all see the way that I got this thing nigga rigged, y'all will be like, why CTV? Why? Why you want to go and do that 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 and do that. All right. Okay, I think we are right. Hold on. It'd be so much going on, child. Live streaming is too much, child. It's just, she's so high maintenance, girl. Ugh. Okay. I think we go. I want to say we gooch. All right, there we go. All right, what's going on, you guys? Shout out to my boo. Hey, Coach Leslie. Hey, love. What's going on, Perp? Hey, St. Marquise. Hey, James Pollard. Outside the box. Doze I. Hey, Queen Kesh. Hey, Quantum Love. Hey, boo. Thank you, Corinthia. Hey, love. What's going on, Island Rose? What's going on, Sexy Nessa? Hey, my sin. What's going on, Witness? Hey, IG in the building, girl. What's going on, Marsha? Hey, boo. Hey, Sierra. There's a lot of good women, in which I'm one. Whoever that man is on Twitter, just not looking in the right place, period. We're going to get into it, okay? And we will be dropping the link. This is an open panel discussion. Hey, Willow. What's going on, Arshawn? Talking about not good men in prison. That the strong ones, apparently, honey. Let these men just tell it. What's going on, Intersex? Hey, boo. What's going on, Teresa? Hey, Raven. Hey, love. I'm checked in, period. Yes, honey, we are here. What's going on, Miss B? Hey. All right, let me go ahead and introduce my panelists. Obviously, you guys know who the hell Wombas and T is. Hey, boo.
Hey, boo. Hey, crew.
Hey, boo. Hey, crew. Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to this discussion. It should be very interesting.
Yes.
All right, let me bring on my white brother from another mother, Corey. What's going on?
What's good, crew?
Happy to have you here. I'm looking forward to your take on these topics.
I'm interested in discussion.
Period. Gotta bring up my ninja. Y'all already know who the hell IG is, honey, in these scribes. Hey, IG.
What's happening, baby? Let's get it. I miss y'all. How y'all been? Let's get into it, Jerry.
We miss you too. We are great. I'm happy to have you here. I can't wait to just see what y'all thoughts are about these topics that Auto Magic brought to the table. Hopefully, he'll be pulling up soon. He tied up in his flashlight cop employment. So, but IG also brought us a old nasty piece, a gift, honey. He brought in no other than Retro. Hey, Retro.
What's good? What's good?
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Corey, you got a lot of country banshee ass wind blowing through your mouth.
All right, is that better?
Yes.
All right.
Much better. Okay, so I was caught earlier because Auto Magic, who some of you guys who are frequent here may know Auto Magic. He's been on plenty of panels. He's the one that y'all always have to tell, shut up, honey, let somebody else talk, Auto. Okay, that's Auto Magic. He woke up with violence in his spirit. He was on Twitter, in some Twitter space, and he wanted to do a live stream. However, he's probably going to be late, so we want to put his topics to the end. Hopefully, he'll be here by then. If not, the little caboose will keep on caboosing, but we're praying for you, Otto, okay? Release him, supervisor. Release his ass. So we're going to start off with something that's been going on in the media right now. You guys know Megan Thee Stallion. You know, she's been stirring it up ever since she been just dragging the hell out of Onika and her Percocet bottle. And then she turned around and went viral again for her twerk challenge, okay? So there's a lot of people participating in the twerk challenge. A lot of female celebrities, as well as baddies, east, west, south, north, honey. But everybody is not here for the twerk challenge. Recently, there's a Black woman who went viral. She ended up on the blogs because she actually finds the whole thing to be demoralizing. So we're going to listen to this viral video that has gotten headways and has gotten some conversation started about whether thought culture and twerk culture is an embarrassment to Black women, or, you know, is it all fun and some people are just being too stiff and need to take that rod out of their crispy nasty. We'll debate it here, okay? So let's go ahead and pull this up courtesy of It's On Site. And let me go ahead and change over my microphone. And let's listen here. And if you're not if you're not speaking on the panel, then please mute in the meantime, you guys. All right, let's listen.
Like, y'all don't care about your image to them? Y'all talking about a challenge? Challenge yourself to be a better mom. Challenge yourself to be a better woman. Challenge yourself to be a better sister, a better auntie. Go challenge yourself to read a book. Challenge yourself in ways that's healthy for you. Y'all want to keep getting up here selling yourselves short for likes and attention for what? I'm not saying you gotta be a nun, baby. I show skin. I'm not a nun. I still have fun with my girls. I still be outside. I do all of that. But it's never been about what you do. It's how you do it. Men used to have to go to a strip club to see stuff like this, to fantasize about stuff like this, to desire women to move in certain ways like this. But now all they got to do, the whole world is a stage at this point. All they got to do is log on to social media, and it's a million girls shaking their ass, doing all type of stuff, trying to outdo each other. Because who y'all doing it for? Oh, we ain't doing this for the men. Who you doing it for then? Y'all got to stop and think, man. Because it's not giving what y'all think is giving. It's giving very low quality. No man of high quality, the men that y'all desire, the men that y'all swear y'all want, I promise you, he gonna treat you nothing like what you want to be treated like, because no man wants to see a woman up there or a woman up there that he looking at to pursue in a serious way, shaking her ass 24/7 on the internet like that. Y'all want to be quick to say we're not doing it for the men, but baby, one day you gonna want a man and he not gonna want you. Because in 2024, you up there shaking your ass for likes and attention. It's not that deep, man. I don't know if y'all lacking some type of self-esteem or what, man. But y'all gonna have to pull back and reevaluate some stuff. It's not cute no more, y'all. It's played out. Stop. Please stop. Y'all call it the Meg Thee Stallion challenge, but to be honest, I think it's just yet another way for women to devalue themselves. And ladies, I'm not gonna hold y'all. At this point, it's giving tacky and it's giving classless. I think I speak for pretty much everybody when I say we're tired of seeing it. It's played out. There is no reason why we should log onto social media and at the top part where it says stories, there's nothing but a bunch of naked women, half-naked women, thongs, panties, short shorts, twerking and showing their ass. For what? What is y'all doing this for? Likes? Attention? Validation? If I'm not mistaken, y'all just did this a few months ago. Y'all had a whole challenge where y'all called it the ceiling challenge, where y'all was taping y'all phones to the ceiling and y'all was twerking upside down. We done seen y'all ass from every single angle possible. We get it. Then y'all say, oh, it's just the internet. It's not a real place. This is a real place. Y'all don't care how y'all perceive yourselves. Y'all don't care that what y'all look like. You know what this looks like? It looks classless and it looks tacky as hell. Most of y'all are moms. Y'all don't care what y'all kids think. Y'all don't care what y'all kids might look like. Y'all don't care about your image to them. Y'all talking about a challenge. Challenge yourself to be a better mom. Challenge yourself to be a better woman. Challenge yourself to be a better sister, a better auntie. Go challenge yourself to read a book. Challenge yourself in ways that's healthy for you. Y'all want to keep getting up here selling yourselves short for likes and attention for what? I'm not saying you got to be a nun, baby. I show skin. I'm not.
Woo, child. Let me go ahead and switch over to my microphone real quick. All right, we big. All right, let me go ahead and get some of these comments, girl. Dr. Quantum says, child, where is the whole lot? Where is that? Where is that? DJ The Truth says, woo, child. Who this message for? Side eye. Lady Butterfly says, and what you put on the internet stays there for eternity. What's going on, Mo Love? Dr. Quantum says, because the worship has been to Nimrod and his mama. Jesus. The zealous approach with Zala says, let the girls do what thou will. Okay? Miss Zealous is here for all the freedom and liberation of it all the freedom of expression, child. St. Marquis says, I'm not putting this much energy into another person's life. This does not pay my bills. Not my child, nor my business. Okay, DJ Truth says, drop them up. Mike. Teresa says, I saw where a lady was doing this challenge and her little toddler girl put her hands on her mom's knees and try to twerk too on Facebook. Wow. Okay. Outside the box says, beat me to it. So, I'm going to mix up the panel. Let's mix this thing up a little bit. Corey. Where's my banner? I did some banners, honey. Is twerk thought culture demoralizing for Black women in particular? Now, you a white boy, but nonetheless, you were given your cookout card in your teenage years. So, what do you think about this idea that twerking and thought culture is not good for women? And we can insert this woman in general, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's called thought, that hoe over there, that says everything that really needs to be said. You know, if you're showing yourself to be like that, then I mean, it is what it is. If that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing. But if that's not what you're doing, why are you showing like that? You know?
Okay. IG. Is thought twerk culture demoralizing to and for Black women, in your opinion?
Not in totality, no. I think anything done at the wrong place at the wrong time could be demoralizing. You know, because we don't really say that about other forms of women, that other races of women, their culture, where they have their bikinis and their pinup girls and their, you know, things of that nature and that aspect, and we shame them, but we don't use that as a reflection of womanhood for that whole race. So I wouldn't say that things that are expressive of our ancestry and our culture are demoralizing, but I will say there, let everything be done in decency and order for a heathen bitch. You know what I'm saying? Quoting the Bible. I would say that there's a time and place for everything. So I don't think it's demoralizing, but I also do see that it's not the only card. Like that's part of it's liberating for you to use it for your will, but then don't turn around and let that be the only power, your only proximity to power, because that's also what men and males want you to play into. And I'm gonna leave that over there.
Oh, okay. Rumors and tea. As a Black woman, are you embarrassed by the thotty, twerky, ass clapping culture?
I absolutely am not. And let me put this disclaimer out there. I don't even twerk, but I find nothing wrong with it. And I know twerking has absolutely nothing to do with one's economic status, one's social status, one's moral status, compass. So no, I just call bullshit across the board. Like for real, like anytime it seems like anytime Black women stand up in their own truth, freedom and liberation, we're demonized. When we take our power back, as long as we can be sexualized and demeaned, and we actually take on that mindset, then it is okay. But let us become empowered in the very things that are used to weaponized against us. Let us take our power back. It's like we just can't win. And we're actually our biggest enemy, like our own biggest enemy.
Okay. Retro. Is thotty twerk culture demoralizing for Black women?
I don't think so. I don't think it's anything new. I remember Luke and Nelly and all these people having these same types of twerk off specials, and it was okay. So I guess it's okay for them to do it, but when women do it, it's a problem. Fuck them. I would also say, I mean, I kind of get what she's saying. You know, you challenge this, challenge that, challenge them dishes. You know, so I get where she's coming from, but that perspective is a little outdated. If she's got a short skirt on, she deserves to be harassed. Like we're moving past all that. I support all of them. Suki, Sexy Red, Stallion. I would say Stallion comes from the stripper culture, right? So she's the ex stripper. So it's no surprise that her thing or her little dance will be the twerk. Like, why are we making this more than what it is? So yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Okay. What I thought was interesting in listening to Miss Lady's Dr. Queen speech is that, to be honest, it was giving kind of mammy energy. Even though it can be argued that twerking is a mammy behavior, especially in this particular culture. However, what was very telling about the mamification that was in the underbelly of her defensiveness as it relates to twerking culture was that she went on to say, you know, who y'all doing this for? Because if y'all ain't doing it for men, then who is it for? And then went on to say how no man of quality would want an ass-shaking, twerking hoochie mammy. So, to Rumor and T's point, first of all, there's some like fundamental issues here. You are, in lots of ways, reducing and conforming women to what should be acceptable to men and through the male gaze. You're centering your attitude around feminine behavior and woman behavior to what men would think, which is definitely a counter movement to the feminist movement, which is all about, at least in principle, even though it's not always executed that way, it's all about giving women autonomy and giving women freedom of expression, being free from external critique, liberating women, giving them a sense of independency and agency as it relates to the way they dress, the way they show up, the way they talk, the way they be. And yeah, so then she went on to talk about how, you know, can we do the education challenge and the good mother challenge? And I'm all for those challenges. But I don't think you have to put down twerking or a particular style of dance or even a certain display of sexuality and sensuality through dressing so-called thotty just to uphold all those other priorities. I think the sentence would have been better framed as, while we're doing the twerking challenge, can we also do the good mother challenge? Can we also do the good sister challenge? Can we also be doing the get our degree, get our money up, get our spirits up, get our spiritual healing up challenge too? Because it does seem that this was particularly about twerking, which tells me that even if twerking was a minority of behavior amongst Black women, that she more than likely still would be upset. Because to be honest, Black women actually are doing a lot of those things that she's saying. I mean, Black women are whipping their Black male peers' asses in all these areas. They are out educating their Black male counterparts. They're out entrepreneuring, if that's even a word. Their Black male counterparts, they're out degreeing their Black male counterparts. They are also doing the work. They make up the majority as it relates to a gender dynamic of those in therapy and counseling and seeking help and getting clarity. So Black women are doing all of those things, and they still want to be at Freaknik for the summer too. So I don't know what really obviously this is framed from more of a conservative attitude coming from this woman. I'm not really mad at it. Wait, yes, I am. I'm mad at it if the target is to make Black women conservative. I think that Black women should be able to do whatever the hell they want to do, long as it doesn't harm themselves or harm anyone else. And just considering that Black women have always been over critiqued, over patronized, it's just tired at this point. If twerking puts a damn smile on Black women's damn face, that's much better than what a certain population of Black men are doing, shooting up the damn communities and piling drugs and leaving single parent homes in confusion in the droves. So I'm Team Twerk. If we got to go to the lesser of any evils. Anybody want to add anything to that before we shift it?
Yeah, I just want to say, because I'm really tired of all the responsibilities, everything. Like we already, as a black woman, we already carry the weight of the world on our shoulders, and to put the responsibility onto us as far as what kind of man would want us and things of that nature. I'm really just tired. Like, let's just stop making excuses for these lazy motherfuckers, okay, and stop putting the responsibility onto the black. Like as a black woman, I was offended by her, and I think I'm even more offended because when you're talking about education, I just want to urge every person, especially black people, we need to, if you haven't already, you need to do your ancestral DNA search so that you can learn what tribe you're from, and you can have a better understanding of what is normal, what is literally normal for us, like although it's been ripped away from us, and a lot of us don't know the in-depth history. And I'm listen to the words I'm saying, us, so no one can feel like I'm leaving anyone out. All of us, you need to learn your true history, where you are from. It is a known fact in just about every tribe in West Africa, women walked around half naked and was not ashamed. They were not sexualized. They danced before their children. Hell, they would have their kids strapped to their back. And they do what they had to do. Some of those dances were, religious like dances, things of that nature. But the point of the whole matter is learn your history. If you learn your history, I think that you can become deprogrammed to what toxic patriarchy tells us we ought to be. And you will come into yourself. A lot of things will make more sense if you learn your real history. And that's all I got to say about that.
And they
Anybody
wonder
else want
why.
to join in on that?
Yeah, they wonder why women are rebelling and having the 4B movement and stuff like that. It's because they're tired, and I'm encouraging them to talk their shit. That's all.
You know what's so funny is, because I think that this came up around, I think last year during the Essence Festival when Megan Thee Stallion performed, and I think it was on a Sunday, and it was like all this controversy about, because she had invited a bunch of girls up to twerk on stage, and people felt like the Essence Festival was not the time and the place. This is a family event. It's a Sunday. The kids were in the room when everybody was, a thrashing coochie and the Daisy Dukes. And it was India Arie then who was leading the charge. And what I find interesting is that it's a lot of the so-called classy, model citizen, palatable, conform Black women who are upset. Like the Black women that they're critiquing are Black women who are literally living their best lives, are literally just like trying to have a good time, catch a vibe, breathe, exhale, get their fucking groove back. I mean, loads of Black women are doing it on their own and are just trying to breathe and take a recess in between the chapters. And they're being told by other Black women what to do in between those chapters, but particularly by so-called modest Black women, or the natural hair, kind of Africanda, neo soul, natural hair, no weave, no makeup Black women. And I'm just like, why isn't there enough space for the both of those parties to exist? Like, you don't hear the party girls and the turn up girls worrying about whether Brenda got dookie braids or her afro or got a full 27 piece in. Why are y'all like resorting to conflict with the party over really nothing? Because at the end of the day, the whole entirety of the Black community is not a monolith to begin with. And certainly the Black women's community is not a monolith. And it's actually okay for people to do what you don't do. And just because it's different doesn't make it evil. It doesn't make it wrong just because it's not what you do. But I've just noticed that, like, the so-called problematic women, the Megan Thee Stallions, the thoughts of the culture, the twerkers, the sexy reds, the Sukianas, these women are literally just doing them. But you never hear the same rhetoric from them to the other class of women. Like, you don't hear them critiquing any of the Macy Grays. You don't hear them critiquing any of the India Aries. You don't hear them critiquing any of the women who want to wear their natural everything. They want their natural boobs. They want their natural ass. You don't hear that rhetoric from them. Can't we all just get the hell along? Is there just not enough space for community? Like, people do realize that this is what community looks like, right? It looks diverse as fuck. It looks like people coming from all different walks. And some of them ain't walking in the building. They twerking on the way in. What's Tremel? Let me drop the link for my baby daddy. In case you able, because I know you chopping on barbecue. Maybe. If Carl ain't burnt that shit to a crisp. But yeah, I'm sick of the over-policing my damn self. I just want Black women to root for Black women. Twerking is not in and of itself a sexual behavior. And it's not illegal, and it's not wrong, and it's a dance trend like the Bankhead bounce, the goddamn butterfly, and any other motherfucking dance. I want these type of Black women to really think about what they're really upset about, because I just don't think these type of women, like this woman here, I don't think they're really sitting back and actually thinking and being introspective and getting to the root. I think they're just responding to something they're uncomfortable about, something that they may even have been pre-set up to judge. You know, once again, when you come from religious upbringings, conservative environments, it presets your response to things that are outside of those conservative bubbles. But do these women even really understand what the issue is? I'm not sure that they do. But moving along, speaking of toxic ass culture, K. Michelle, country singer, R&B singer, reality star, recently made head waves because apparently some of her comments recently were slightly homophobic, but they were also very patriarchal enforcing, because she apparently stated that she doesn't feel protected if her male partner is to cry in front of her. So let's listen to this audio, courtesy of the Breakfast Club. This is going to be audio only. And hear what K. Michelle has to say.
I don't believe that you're not supposed to be gay in the Bible. Put it on. I don't believe that you're not supposed to be gay. This and I just don't believe that. So be mad at me, this and that. People are supposed to be what they feel in the inside, and you can't tell people.
I agree with that. I highly disagree with her first statement, though.
Hold on, let me believe that you're not supposed to be gay in the Bible. Put it on. I don't believe that you're not supposed to be gay. This and I just don't believe that. So be mad at me, this and that. People are supposed to be what they feel in the inside, and you can't tell people.
I agree with that. I highly disagree with her first statement, though. I don't understand what's happening in the world. Y'all want men to be vulnerable. Y'all want us to go to therapy. You want us to get in touch with our emotions, but when we get slandered for it. And you can cry and still be tough. Like, tears don't make you any less tough.
Exactly.
Not at all.
But that's why I said I think it's just pain from her past. You know what I'm saying? Because she had went through domestic violence and previous relationships and stuff like that. So I just think that she automatically, feels away because of her trauma.
But it's statements like that make men.
Okay, let me rewind this back a little bit, because I didn't even catch the full context.
Want to reveal their feelings, right? We've had this thing where men don't talk. They don't talk about their feelings.
Man cries in front of her, so doesn't feel protected when her man cries in front of her. So she was on the live and she was talking to a friend in the background when she said she doesn't feel like.
Okay, wait, it's static. Can you? Is it static in the microphone?
I don't hear anything.
Okay, let me just switch over. Let me switch over the audio real quick. All right.
When men cry in front of her, ground when she says she doesn't feel like when men cry in front of her, it doesn't make her feel protected.
Cry because then I don't feel protected. I would like to be better about that, you know? I do. I think men should be able to cry and be vulnerable. Yeah. But for some reason, once they cry, you know what happens to me? I turn into the man. No. When they cry, I be like, like that, like.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let me switch over. Okay. So Kevin Michelle said that she believes that men should give it a cry and they should be vulnerable. But once they are, she turns into the damn nigga. For some reason.
I'm interested in what does she mean by that? Does she become like stoic and like demanding that you don't cry, or does she become protected? Because for me, I can understand becoming protected. On average, we're not used to men really crying. So when a man cries, you know that he's hurt. And I don't know why that seems to be more urgent when a man cries versus when a woman cries. But I think it's because we don't see it often. So I can understand though, assuming this person is hurt and going into protective mode and like wanting to fuck somebody up and that type of thing or whatever. But I don't necessarily know that because we don't have all the context there. I don't know if that's what she means, or I'm gonna assume and hope that she's saying being protected and not the other way around.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that she probably means that the gender ideals literally swap in her head. That she feels like she has to be the protector, and she doesn't want to be the protector. She wants to be protected. She believes that men should do the protecting. So if she got to protect you, then what the fuck you really doing here as a man? Like if I need to coddle, band-aid your ass. Corey, thoughts on some women seemingly being turned off by a man's vulnerability? Corey might be getting those goddamn taxes done. Retro. Women. Oh, are you that, Corey?
Yeah, my apologies.
Okay.
What was the question again?
K. Michelle stating that she becomes basically turned off and turns into the damn man when her man seemingly turns into the damn woman. What are your thoughts about women being turned off by men? Some women being turned off by men when they display vulnerability or their soft or feminine side.
I mean, I'm not going to try to tell anyone what to think, but if your man can't be vulnerable with you, then it kind of creates a atmosphere where he's going to start locking down a lot of things from you. I mean, that's one of the things that men come to their women for, is to have a space where they can be vulnerable. And and I have a lot of female friends, and I've asked a lot of my female friends about this, and it's been kind of a mixed thing. Some have said the same thing, where seeing their man be vulnerable kind of creates an image of weakness to them, and there's other women that appreciate it because it means that the man is comfortable enough to actually let down his guard, which I think improves in the relationship overall.
That's a really great point, that if you don't understand that your man's vulnerability is connected to his honesty, then you're really setting yourself up for the okie dokie by disallowing or finding it to be a weakness that he can be transparent and authentic enough to bear his emotions. Because if he can do that, then this is a man who more than likely is going to bear everything, all his other truths that I'm sure you may want to know. Great point. Retro. K. Michelle on turning into a man once a nigga becomes the lady.
She's so
crying the
ignorant.
vulnerability.
Yeah, that's so ignorant and country for her to even just try to articulate that like that. Now I become the man. No, you know better shit than that. It's insulting, and like I said, it's just you're perpetuating your own problems and downfall. Those are like some outdated gender role perspectives. Little boy falling, scrape his knee, he can't cry or be tough. This is creating trauma and wounds and things that are unhealed, and this is why men do a lot of different things where there's a lack of emotional intelligence and stuff. How can you expect him to then be able to comfort and console you or understand and empathize with you when you're having him act like a robot? It's just unrealistic, and it's sad. But those are the people who be complaining about they can't get a man and this and that. And I guess I'll land there because I just wow.
I mean, if you need to put your foot further up her ass, you can, Retro.
Do she have a man?
You know what? IJ.
You know what? He's in the. You know what? He's in the shower, so you're gonna have to skip him this time, I think.
Okay, well you can add. Okay, but you can continue to feel it.
Yeah. I just I could drag her a little further because I mean I don't know why she would say something like that. She should know that she knows that she knew it was problematic because she came with a disclaimer. I hate a disclaiming disclaimer. Well, I know men should have room too, but when I see him cry, this is just how I feel. You know that that's wrong. You know what you're saying don't even make no damn sense. Yet it's still you're gonna go ahead and spread that opinion as though you're not a celebrity on a platform spreading this message. And I think just to piggyback on what Corey was saying, like he got mixed reviews. So it's like
Yeah.
women are perpetuating these patriarchal gender roles and unrealistic perspectives, and then wonder why, you know, they're having problems.
Wow. A great comment underneath the clip says you're not supposed to feel protected. You're supposed to feel empathy. Wow, that part. K Michelle is so warped. What I find interesting about what K Michelle said is that, and this is kind of the issue with Western gender dynamics and our ideals around masculine and feminine polarities, is that we've obviously socialized only men to associate with the masculine consciousness, and we socialize women to only associate with the feminine consciousness. And what we keep seeing in all actuality, and what just the natural common sense case, is that all people possess those polarities. This is why the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter also bestow emotions upon men. Emotions is what move men to protect their children, protect their families, lay their lives down, go and make a living, to be a protector, to be a nurturer if need be, to put a ring on your damn finger, to turn that lust into love. If men did not have emotional capacity, they couldn't even be valuable partners to begin with. But the issue with Western ideas around masculine and feminine is that she completely, because she doesn't understand that, and a lot of women like her don't understand that these polarities, despite the fact that we socialize them out, are still not mutually exclusive to any particular gender or sex. They literally are embodied by all people. She then missed the opportunity to realize that that masculinity that she's speaking of is a natural response to his femininity, which is fine. That's the way the balancing act is supposed to be between masculine and femme. Sometimes you're going to be in your masculine energy as a female, as a woman, and there's going to come a time and a place for that to be rightfully employed. And then your man, being your balance, may naturally fall into a feminine posture, whether that be submissive, whether that be allowing you to be the leader in this moment, allowing your decisions, allowing your understanding of the circumstances to be the prevailing attitude. Literally, this is the balance. And that's going to continue to swap as you navigate life together. His masculinity is going to have your femininity resurrected, and he's going to be leading, you're going to be following. It's so I think we're seeing how destructive and fucked up it is when we literally just keep assigning masculine and feminine qualities to only the gender that they exclusively allegedly belong to. And it's literally causing men to be turned off by women when women employ their masculine energy, whether that masculine energy, because see, men don't have no problem with a woman being masculine when her ass is the one paying the goddamn bills, and he's in between jobs, and the lights need to still be on. He don't have no problem with her being masculine when her masculinity resulted in her ass having a car that he's allowed to drive, even though he doesn't even have a motherfucking legit license to drive it with. See, these niggas don't got no problem when a motherfucking woman is in her masculine bag when she the one who worked to have the place that you can rest to put your feet up in, you non-working ass motherfucker. See, they very cherry picking and selective about the parts of a woman's execution of masculinity is employed and when it's not, because it's not really a real issue to begin with. Like, motherfuckers know on both sides. Women know what the fuck they doing when they're cherry picking, because see, when a woman also is trying to get a nigga to reason and to understand what I'm feeling, come daddy, you need to, why you not emotionally available? You're asking him to be feminine. And once again, we can't have it both ways. It can't be you got to be all masculine because you're male and man, and you got to be all feminine because you're a woman and you're she. Because it's not actually practical. It's not practical. It's actually not natural. That's not the way the phenomenon naturally works. And the more that we try to fence this shit in order to organize society and organize the genders, which do not require organization, queer people in their relationships are a perfect example that you can start all over, that you don't need a gender role concept at all, that you can just have a common sense, get in where the fuck you fit in attitude about the give and take and the balancing act in relationships, because same gender loving women in relationships and same gender loving men in relationships have to figure that shit out from scratch all the time and do successfully. So there's no real reality in the gender role thing. It's not inherent. It's not blood. It's not Bible. It's not objective. It's literally man-made. Somebody was trying to get in here though. Somebody was trying to say,
I'm at the shower. Yeah, because see, one thing that's kind of so interesting, because I didn't see the clip, but I heard the audio. Is the woman who had the commentary, was that K. Michelle, a black woman, right?
Yes, K. Michelle.
So, okay, now this is what I kind of get when I hear women say that, especially for Black American women. I think what happens is a lot of time is that they conflate their proximity to power of what they see from other men as strength. And what they don't also see is that there's a difference between being a provider and being emotionlessly stoic. And what that behavior does for men across the board, but it's really Black men that we're talking about in this aspect, you create a provider, and maybe a protector, but a nurturer, emotionally person that's there. So you have that part of the gender role. But then we wonder why there's sometimes so many married single mothers. You might have a husband, but when it comes to you actually having the other part of paternal energy, the man can't have that. The male cannot have that. If you're going to reinforce the exact same oppressive male-identified metrics that are pressing you on other men. So I think that's for Black women sometimes, that is something that I'm not faulting them for doing it, but it's something to be held accountable for. If you're going to measure, we can't say that we're all Black in this together, but then when you want same thing that Black men are doing to Black women, you can't say that, well, if you don't uphold this standard of patriarchy according to this metric, then you're a failure. So I don't think she realizes that she's reinforcing white supremacist conservative tropes and ideology that was never meant economically for you to even fall through with as an ADOS descent American. And I'm going to put that over there.
Amen. Agreed.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Welcome to the platform, William. Your thoughts on K. Michelle not feeling protected when her man cries before we move on to the next segment?
Gutter fucking snipe. I feel like this wench does not know how to get in touch with her own emotional self. So she is going around trying to find the next big thing that she can attach to, because that's not because she knows on the inside that's not who she really is. So for me, I feel like she does not understand what is happening around her. And I think she has held a lot of her emotional trauma in to the point to where everything she says is just pure projection. Like nothing can work with her in a relationship because when she sees another man cry, she seems to think, oh, there's something wrong with this man. Well, my question would be to K. Michelle is, where are you getting that from? Because some part of you must be dead to think that there is no relationship between femininity and masculinity. And I've said this before on this platform. You have to have both femininity and masculinity. Otherwise, it creates an imbalance between the two brain wavelengths. So you need to have both. If that means that the man has to step back and allow you to be the leader, that's fine. And if that means you have to step back and allow the man to be the leader, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. And I don't understand where some women have this feeling, and I get it. It's a patriarchal system, so they're operating from that patriarchal system. But I don't understand, like, if I, as a same gender disabled loving man, can identify with both my femininity and my masculinity, how is that not difficult for K. Michelle to identify with both of them?
So we're going to go in because apparently she said something about sexuality as well. We're going to get into that in a few, but I agree with that as well. I also find it to be interesting because obviously her expectations that a man should so-called be a man and a woman should be a woman means that she does adhere and subscribe to the gender role identity thing. But then wouldn't it be a contradiction? Because technically, through her worldview, she's the nurturer. Who the fuck you think you're here to nurture then? If it's not men, because women already have it.
Exactly.
So isn't it a contradiction for you not to want to be a nurturer to your man if your man is having an emotional breakthrough, or your man is sad or grieving or anger, and you actually feel that makes him weak? Isn't that the whole point of you being the feminine counterpart? That's when you step in with all that feminine shit. That's when you put your hand on his back. That's when you get to nurturing. That's when you get to building him up. That's when you get to reminding him of who the fuck he is, and you straighten out his motherfucking crown. Now that's would be for those who adhere to the gender dynamics, which clearly K. Michelle does. So really, we're talking about an ignorant buffoon at the end of the day. But there are Black women who do also feel this way. Like I was watching one of my favorite panels, The Grapevine, and there were women who believe that a man, if a man had too many hygienic products in his bathroom, that, you know, that's a little bit too feminine for them. There are a lot of Black women, I'm not gonna say a lot, but there's, you know, a sector of Black women who don't necessarily want their men worrying about their feet and their feet health and getting manicures and pedicures. Those hands and feet need to be dirty because that employee's like your ass out there getting the bacon and bringing it home to mama. There are some Black women who are turned off if a man is so-called too pretty, whatever that means. I mean, too pretty ultimately means it's well-groomed, clean, looking privileged, I should even say. What do you think about that rumors and tea? Like in your own Black woman femininity world, what do you think about those type of preferences or stereotypes or judgments when men don't necessarily show up in the traditional masculine way as a woman?
Well, there used to be a time, I must admit, that I strayed away from the pretty boys too. And it was, for me though, it had absolutely, I just found them to be super high maintenance and actually whores. And so I just, even though life taught me later on that it don't matter, the aesthetics don't matter. People gonna do what they want to do, but it was never because I didn't come up in a family where, actually the men in my family actually were really coddled. So, was nothing for mothers and sons to go get their manis and petties done and stuff like that. I thought it was something unique to my own family, but I found out that there are other people that do stuff like that. It's not a monolith, and I don't know. I'm me myself personally. I'm a whole, as my sister used to say, like we nigga bitches. Like we're very thorough and aggressive. I guess we operate more in our masculine energy. So like I don't mind. I don't need two of me. So I don't have a problem with a guy that is well balanced. Actually, I want someone that's well balanced. And I don't have a problem even if he rests more in his femininity than he does in his masculinity. I'm okay as long as you're washing your ass, your hygiene is good, and you're good to me. I could care less about all of that. Like I really can care less.
So, I have a question with regards to your with regards to how you perceive that, because one of my key things in my personal life is with regards to, especially with my personality type, I'm more of in the relationship. I'm more of the loud type of guy. I'm more of the crazy type, and then whoever my boyfriend is more of the quiet guy, and he's gonna be the guy that's gonna reel me back in, nurture me, so to speak, and bring me back to balance. So that way I'm not, going too deep off the deep end. Would that be something that you may have experienced with your masculine energy, where somebody with somebody with, especially your partner with their feminine energy, where they can just pull you back in, but slowly?
Hell no.
And on that note, let's move into the rest of this audio. We'll revisit that.
Yeah, she was saying like.
Okay, let me transfer this microphone over. All right.
Both cry like who's gonna be like the strong inferior one, you know what I'm saying? She did also say that she would like to get better about it though. But that's just something, obviously, K. Michelle is still dealing with things in her past and she's hurt and everything. So just feeling her healing energy. However, on the same live, she did say, she talked about how she doesn't believe the Bible's message on homosexuality.
I don't believe that you're not supposed to be gay in the Bible. Cut it down. I don't believe that you're not supposed to be gay. I just don't believe that. So be mad at me and this and that. People are supposed to be what they feel in the inside. And you can't tell people.
I agree with that. I highly disagree with her first statement though. Like I don't understand what's happening in the world. Y'all want
Okay, I'm confused a little bit.
Me too.
Am I the only
Me
one?
too.
Okay, no, it's not. Okay, so let me listen to that back one more time. I'm just confused.
She talked about how she doesn't believe the Bible's message on homosexuality.
Okay,
I don't believe that you're not supposed to be gay in the Bible. Cut it down. I don't believe that you're not supposed to be gay. I just don't believe that. So be mad at me and this and that. People are supposed to be what they feel in the inside. And you can't tell people.
Okay, so I'm a little, hold on, let me switch over my microphone. I'm a little confused because she's saying she doesn't believe that, regardless of what the Bible says, her stance is she just don't believe you're supposed to be gay. Fuck the Bible. She don't believe that. She don't believe.
No, play that again, Conscious, because that's not what I just heard.
Hold on. But at the same time, it seemed like she was trying to go into, you're supposed to be what you are on the inside, and you can't tell people, I guess, what to be. So I don't know whether she's trying to be pro personal truth or whether she's I don't know what the fuck going on. Does anybody here understand what Michelle was saying?
I heard it.
Well, wait a minute.
It's supportive.
First of all, K. Michelle has been with women. Now, I know there are some of us that don't believe in the labels of senator. I don't believe that she's speaking against being gay. She sounds like she was drunk, I'm be honest. And the word, like, her verbiage was a little bit off, but um I think what she was trying to say, or she was saying, is like people are who they are supposed to be.
Okay.
I just don't think the way she said it articulated it properly, because her just making an open statement saying people are supposed to be who they're supposed to be. You have to kind of be careful about that, because there are people out here that really feel like they're supposed to be with children. Like, so it's a fine line, but I understand what she was speaking in reference to being gay. But she's been with several women, so I know I would hope that she's not homophobic.
Hey, Michelle has definitely said homophobic things in the past.
So I've actually never heard K. Michelle say anything regarding gay people. So this is the first time I'm actually hearing this.
I remember when her and A1 had got into it on Love and Hip Hop, and she insinuated that he was feminine, as if it would have been a problem, because she called
Right.
him Little Richie, as if it would have been a problem if he was feminine. And I know, like, in some of her altercations, she's gotten real spicy, but I don't know, like, what her true tea is. But go ahead, William.
So I think I heard a little bit. Like, I get what you're saying, Conscious, about the whole, is she, because I'm confused too. Because I'm like, is she saying she don't believe that you're supposed to? She don't believe that you're supposed to be gay, or is she? Because it's convoluted.
So Mo said in the comment, she said she don't believe people ain't supposed to be gay, and then Bougie Barbie says, I think she interprets the Bible to say people aren't supposed to be gay, but that she disagrees with that. So I guess she's saying she believes people are who they feel they are. Like, whoever people are is like they experience themselves from the inside out.
I guess it's so hard to
But I
make
don't know
out.
whether it was the size of the teeth and the saliva mixture that just jumbled it all up, because I didn't know
But
what
you
the
know,
hell she was saying.
But you know, it kind of sounds like, I guess, contradictory. But here's the thing: I don't agree, but I think I can kind of navigate her mind frame. She could be more content and okay with accepting homosexuality, of course. However, the most consequential thing in her life as a black ADOS woman is being a woman and being black. So it wasn't like homosexuality is more of the qualms of her everyday. Absolutely not. Dealing with gender roles and sex as an autonomy, not sexuality, is more consequential to her. So I can see where she would be more rigid there, because that's not what's oppressing her. That's not what she has to navigate. She doesn't have to navigate queerness or gayness or any of that. But what she will have to navigate is the roles of what is imposed on her through gender and sex. So I think that's why it's easier. And I can see that, even though that's not my perspective, I can see why for some black women that were given that hard deal, is your point, CTV. You can't expect me to move and be the provider and be masculine in those ways, and then you get mad at me when I am masculine. But it's really not, I'm not being a man, I'm just practicing movement. People, I don't understand how we watch biology and we see all of these fucking carnivores, and I don't people understand that. Do you understand that the female species of the carnivore species, she got to hunt, kill, and watch the predator and slap her titty out? Do you understand how much masculine energy that takes to do that? Men, we just nut and take care of ourselves. Two different sandwiches. Both are practicing survival masculine energy. One has more responsibility than the other, but they both take masculine energy to execute.
Yeah. Facts. Anybody else have anything to say about K. Michelle sentiment? That I guess she agreed that homosexuality is a natural phenomenon, I guess.
A fan? What? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Anybody else before we Move it along.
It's not like she's supportive of the gays.
Okay.
But then she's kind of that whole gender roles thing. Is she's not even going by her own logic because you are supposed to step in and start nurturing, not turn into the man. Like, what are you talking about? So that made no sense. Gendering emotional intelligence, just kind of typically ignorant. I wouldn't have expected her to be supportive of the LBGT, but then again, she might have just been saying that for the likes because y'all are telling me that once she gets mad, she will call you the F word. She'll drop a F bomb, or she'll start using sexuality as an insult towards
But
men that are known as heterosexual.
but you
So
know what's
then,
crazy? I see and hear a lot of that within the community, and I'm always taken aback and appalled at how the most offensive things are said that are like very much homophobic slurs. I be just blown away. Like, so I don't know. That's why I said I know she's been with women. She may be comfortable saying that, thinking it's okay. That's like with us as black people. We feel like it's okay for us to say the N word, say nigga, whatever the case may be. But we'll appall when someone else says it. You understand? So I just be like,
Well, that has context, though. I mean, nigga
all
and
of it does, but
the
I'm just saying,
er.
like, I just be side eyeing, like, does it make a difference if you, because you're part of the community, if you say it, if
No,
you use,
it's literally the context. So, like, let's say she's saying this to a heterosexual man as an insult versus effing out with her girls, they're catching the key or whatever, and she may say it. That's a different context versus her using it as weaponizing it. You see, so and she knows because I'm sure she's associated with many gays. That I wasn't gonna really reach for, but I was gonna say that's kind of how gays kind of do. If you're a top or a bottom, well, if you queen out or whatever, or you bottom, then you're a girl. If you top, then you're a boy. Or there's no real tops because they bottom. So she's like associating, a man crying. Well, now you a girl. That's what girls do. So now I'm gonna turn into the man. That's a FA, type of way of thinking. And I'm like, why does she think this is okay? But maybe that's how it all falls together. But I know she's being fake. If she uses gay as an insult, then her trying to say, oh, I believe people are really gay, I don't judge it. She may support her little personal clique of gay friends, but at the end of the day, how she truly feels comes out when she get mad.
And
oh, I
when we
agree.
and when we just talking about that retro, because I was on the profile swiping through Jack, and I was just like, wow, it's like even in Atlanta, I'm coming across more guys on my profile who are more concerned about an archetype of masculine and feminine. I'm getting asked that despite me being dressed in male clothing, to me, just all of those other things that my pictures are on there. So that, to Retro's point, if she's hanging around some butch queens gays, and she's pulling that same frequency, right? Right? If she's hanging around a butch queen gays, it's kind of like no wonder she is kind of desensitive. And it's kind of easy for no, a biological woman to get into that because if you're pulling off of the patriarchy and the feminine within the gay man and you didn't embody that yourself, I can see how that can be a problem. The femininity of what masculine is feminine from a gay man is completely warped different for you as a biological female. And I'm gonna put that over there.
Okay, so let's shift from Michelle, honey. Otto is still not here. He's still tied up, so we're just gonna. He had some audios queued up, but we can just sound off on them. So Otto was in a Twitter space, and there was a man who was hosting a space there, and other men piled into that space to sound off on the fact that allegedly there are no or hardly any good women left. And considering that women are also sounding off to women in twerk culture and all of this shit, and women got problems with women, men got problem with women. There were also men saying that the modern woman is very shallow, very superficial and materialistic. This is also shrinking the pool of good available women. We know that last year Iyanla Vanzant sounded off and seemingly got dragged to a degree for also chiming in on that discussion and saying that Black women need to consider the character and integrity and the love capacity of the bus driver, just like they do the CEO, that not everything can be about money. So dealing with the first part of this, are good women fading? And of course, I'm going to get Corey, our residential heterosexual, who's also married here. So you have a good damn woman, Corey.
Yes, sir.
Now you are a white boy, nonetheless, but you got your cookout card, and I think that I don't really know what this conversation looks like amongst the white community. However, have you experienced? Did you feel at any point in your own navigation of love and outsourcing for love that women weren't shit? And that it was very hard to obtain what would be considered a good woman. Wait, before we get there, what is your definition of a good damn woman? What do you think men are describing when they say a good woman? What does that mean to you?
Well, I can't speak for all men, but I can speak for myself. You know, I was brought up around a lot of good women, and in my personal opinion, there's an army of amazing women out there. A good woman is a lot of things. You know, a good woman is able to handle her own without a man in a lot of cases. You know, a good woman makes a good wife. She's able to maintain a household. She's able to look for good deals to purchase for the family. She's able to make good business sense. A good woman is capable of understanding and empathizing with other people, men and women. A good woman is they encompass a great umbrella of things. So when the men say that there's no good women out there, you know, they spending too much time on Instagram, because that's not where you're gonna find a lot of good women. A lot of good women are on their business. They are working. They are on their business. They are maintaining their families. You know, they're not worried about being out of the club, being out of the bar all the time. You know, I was talking to one of my close friends, one of my best friends, who is a good woman, and she said, "Yeah, you're not gonna find good women out there doing, you know, a lot of the thought culture shit. They out there handling their business. They doing their thing. There's a lot of them out there."
Okay, so you believe that a good woman pretty much has a lot of good American values, is a good mom, responsible, empathetic, etc. Trustworthy,
I don't think that's
traditional good person tropes. And you, as a man, believe that there are loads of good women out there. So then, what is your attitude about the men who who are struggling to find so-called a good woman, to attract a good woman? Is the issue, because the issue wouldn't be women in your case, so I guess it would be these men then.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. You know, if you're looking for a good woman at the bar on a Friday night or a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night, you're looking in the wrong place. You know, as a good man, I didn't find my woman at the bar. You know, I found her working. I found her on her business. And as a good man, I was looking for a woman that would make a good wife, that had, you know, the qualities to complement what I was and strengths that I didn't have. And I don't know if that's necessarily just American culture. I think that's worldwide.
Okay. Retro. Good women. Are you feeling like the population of good women are on the decline, or are these men the problem who can't attract a good woman?
No, I don't think good women are on the decline. It is more than likely the men. As it's been, I mean, that's why they're doing these different movements. Like I said, they know that they're good women. They know that they're tired of taking the outdated BS. So that might be it. Like, they're fed up. You know, the options are dwindling because women are over it. They don't even want to try anymore. They're tired of getting on the same plays, get a new playbook, or they don't even want to play anymore. Game over. So if we've got to that point, it should be time to look up and say, okay, guys, the fall of patriarchy is upon us. We got, address and take some accountability. Just be nice or try, because there are good women everywhere. They're only getting better. They're getting so good, they don't even want to consider, they're out of your league now. I'll land there.
Rumors. Good
Retro,
women
I
Well, I
was
know you.
line, or are these men the problem?
child. I just wanted to tell Retro, I had the biggest smile on my face while you were speaking. Thank you, black man, for speaking the truth.
You're
Because
welcome.
quite frankly, we're tired. We are tired. Like we got to be everything and all things. And me personally, I'm not lowering my standards to have a man. I ain't gonna never be that desperate.
Mm.
um yeah, we a lot of times women do make it about the financial stability of a man. What do you have to offer me? Because we're doing it by ourselves. So I don't think that is unfair. I don't care what your how much money you got in the bank. None of that really matters. What you have in the bank when it comes to me providing for myself. I don't need you to provide for me.
Mm.
I don't need your finances, but I would like to know that you can match my energy.
Hey.
Like I don't want to, because most of the time, most women out here, especially those that have children, if you are single, that means you're a single parent. We already have dependents. We don't need another one. And we've been having, and I'm not saying all black men, but we do know, keeping it 100, that most of us as women, black women, our significant others have been an additional dependent that you can't even fucking
Mm.
file on your taxes. So what am I getting in return? I know what I have to offer you. What do you have to offer me? And as a man, if you can't respect, especially in today's climate, for a black woman that is successful. Now, I'm not talking about a woman that does have nothing to bring to the table but what her wants. I'm talking about people that are established, because that's what a good woman is to me. Someone that is established within themselves. They are emotionally intelligent. They are financially stable, and they have good morals, integral. Someone that'll you know, put you at the same level as she put herself. Like, what do you have to offer me? I can get a vibrator, so I don't need you for your penis. I mean, even though I love the real thing, right? I can cook and clean for
Absolutely.
myself. I know how to change my own oil. I know how to change my tires. If I
Yeah.
don't want to do those things, I have the money to pay someone to do that for me. Again, I get up and I go to work. I pay my own bills. I'm raising these kids by myself. I'm out here fighting, got to walk around strapped up to protect my own self. What do you have to offer me that I don't offer myself already? And that's where, as the gentleman said, that's where I'm going to land the plane.
Okay. William. Are good women
Oh,
fading, or are these men tripping?
yeah, these men are tripping. They literally have no
Now I
self
want to add
awareness.
this. I should have added this when Retro has spoke, but since you and Corey, since you and IG are going to be next, and y'all fall into the LGBT spectrum. Well, IG actually deals with women as well. So I guess to you now, I'll keep this in mind, William. It's one thing to talk theoretically, but since we're not the ones dating women, do we fully know what heterosexual men are navigating? Since we don't deal with women in this way interpersonally.
Yes and no. So
Mhm.
like no, in the sense that we don't know the level of what they're going through personally. We don't know what their skill set is. We don't know what they can offer the women. We just don't know because we're not in that space. But I would say, just strictly speaking, as a man myself, having constant contact with women from all different types of backgrounds, different types of races, the main thing is what Remington T just spoke to, which is what can you offer me that I don't already offer myself, that I don't already have? And most of these men that are on the internet are not established. They claim they want a woman. They claim they want a woman to love them, to be there for them when the time gets tough, to make them feel like Superman. But when they get into those relationships where the woman is constantly having to do what the men are not able to do for themselves, it's a constant codependency. And for me, strictly speaking, for me, these men really need to stop looking at the outward, the external, and look internally, because that's where they are. They are dead from the neck down. They have no heart. They have no real recourse that can provide them with what they say they want. Everything is up in the mind. It's not from the heart. Everything is all about it's all about access to the woman. It's never about what they can provide for the woman.
I think it's a matter of maturity too.
Say it again, Corey.
I think it's also a big matter of maturity.
Yeah.
You look in popular culture. Popular culture doesn't really promote like the mature view on a man or a woman. They look at like the simple parts, like the starting age.
The
like,
Instagram, the OnlyFans, all of that is just for show.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we started this conversation.
Yeah. So so if I were to have a conversation with these men, my first question is not what you're interested in. What have you done? And so far as how have your other relationship, before you want to get into this one, what have you as the man done that have shut down communication with that woman? Because
So yeah, I'm sorry, William. I want to piggyback off of what you're asking. Because I was always taught by my great grandmother that when a man wants something, he's going to do what needs to be done to get it.
That part.
So to piggyback off of what you're asking, does that say that these men really don't want these quote unquote what they claim to be good women because they're not doing what they need to do to acquire these good women or to hold on, maintain the relationship with these good women? Is it safe to say that these men really don't want, like, because I be feeling like men don't like, I'm starting to really feel even more in depth that black men really don't like black women.
I don't think that they don't like black women. I just think that they've had this false sense of entitlement to women, as a result of patriarchy, and they're kind of stunted as well because patriarchy wasn't even formulated around them and their economic class, if we're talking about black men specifically. So I think that's what the main thing is. They like women, they just don't know how to treat women. And part of it is that entitlement.
And part of it also too is based on how they were raised. They were not raised to respect black women. They were not raised to love black women. They were raised to take and get access to a black woman, but never to learn how to develop emotional intelligence, that would bring them further along in their in their relationship with in connection to a black woman. And a lot of it stemmed from the fact that from the time that they were young, all of this is just them being little boys in grown men's body. That's all this is.
One thing I did want to piggyback real quick. I'm sorry to jump back in, but CTV, you did have an interesting perspective, and I'm sure a lot of the straight men in the chat were thinking we don't know what it's like to date heterosexual women. As a
Yeah.
heterosexual man, we don't know their struggles. We hear K. Michelle and some of these other women agree with some of these toxic or problematic perspectives, and patriarchy. They enforce some things that hurt them too. So we can't always just dump it on the men. Yes, men have made a lot of mistakes. Maybe men can hold men accountable. They have the power to police each other. Everybody's scared of the men, even the men. So they have the power to kind of police themselves. But as from the LGBT perspective and from the feminine aspect, be it divine or whatever, it's easy for us to just shit on men and dump on them and like, why are you so stupid? And you did. But at the same token, they do have their struggles with women, and we're not there with them. We don't know how these women are treating them. We don't know
Because
what these women's expectations are. Go ahead.
Yeah.
because hold on, wait, hold on. Because let me tell you something. I'm pro men low key, but I'm pro women high key. But baby, when I be talking to my heterosexual homeboys, I be like, clearly it's something I'm not living, because the way my homeboys talk about navigating dating and just the relationship space, it is just as difficult in their eyes as it is, when any other group talks about navigating dating and love in their communities, whether it's black women talking about dating men or queer people talking about dating queer people. Like the way straight men make it seem, I'm just like, maybe this is the blind spot for me because I'm queer and I just don't have the anecdotal. I mean, like all of us have witnessed heterosexual relationships. We were raised in households with, sometimes heterosexual folk, like we saw the inside of grandma and granddaddy's relationship, the inside of our parents' relationship. Like we have a lot of insight. But obviously it's still not our complete lived experience. And I just wonder then, is that's what's lacking? Because like I had a homeboy on here named Balarin, and he is, he looks like Wesley Snipes. Like he is like beautiful chocolate brother, built muscles, just tall, dark, a glass of milk, as they would say. However, his personality was on the more alternative side. Like he was in the fashion, he was in the comic books. He was like, his personality was like off brand. And when he was bold enough on one of our, we did a show together like a year or two ago, and he was like, yeah, like I always loved black women. I wanted to be with a black woman. Like I set my compass to dating black women, but black women were not fucking with me. Like they were just not fucking with me. They were like, I never could just get a black woman, really. And now he's with a Russian woman, and I think they're engaged and live together and everything, and they're happy. But his first choice was black women, and he wanted a black woman. But like black women, they weren't. Apparently he wasn't their type, in his words. IG.
So when it comes to, is there a shortage of good black women or women in general? I think men are doing the Pikachu and pick and choose. They compartmentalize. Of course, when a black woman is being your mother and your protector, she's good. When she's being big mama and mammification, she's awesome. But the moment she steps out of something that is not centered and male centered for you, she's a Jezebel. So I think black men choose to compartmentalize when they want to say she's a good woman as to how much of it benefits them at the moment. I really think too, also to your point, is that a lot of women put and it's not an unfair system. That's the thing I kind of have to like point out. If black men said that we were going to buy into patriarchy and we were going to assimilate to that, then that means that we told the women of our community that we will deliver. And instead of conforming against that as a system, and I do agree it takes women also too to not reinforce that. Because on a cool, that's what kind of kept me from having sex with a woman for so long, seeing the witnessing of the dysfunctions of it within heteronormativity. And I had to learn that, well, hold on, don't do that to the female sex. Once again, you're letting dick control your outcome of how you see your relationship with a woman. Because I see so many men navigating their relationships with women based off of the proximity of what men think. And I'm like, well, you might as well sleep with another man. I would be insulted as a woman if your proximity to me sexually is just part of the chessboard and not through organic attraction. Not to say that two things can't be true at the same time, but I think for the men that are saying that, it's kind of like this meme me and Retro was singing, and I'm gonna go a little lighter here. You know, like we were watching this very feminine, pretty expression of gay man, and this biological heterosexual man was like, "Why you gotta do all that? Why you gotta do it?" And you know, the gay man said, "Honey, I only fuck with BDNs." And he was like, "What's a BDN?" And he asked his homeboy, "What's a BDN?" And he smiled and he laughed. I think that the men who are having these type of questions, and I'm team little dick over here, so I'm joking about this really seriously and lighthearted here. Seriously, I think the men that are asking that they don't realize that they're not in the BDN club. You're the reason why you're having to ask, why is there such good women to find? Maybe because you're not a good man.
Yeah.
So that goes back. So that was getting back to my original point about the relationship, IG, which is why I said I would ask these men what part of you that allowed you to think that these women wanted you when in your previous relationship, when you had the proximity to a woman, your only thought was, I want the access to a woman, but not what she is, not who she is, not the embodiment of what makes her her. So,
so y'all are
saying,
so y'all are saying that it could be that these men who are finding it difficult to snag a good woman are actually looking for qualities in women that actually
I think it's they don't recognize
that don't constitute as good.
I
think it's more along the lines of how do,
because a man is going to simply say, I want a good woman. I want a woman who wants a husband, a woman who doesn't want to show her body, who is not promiscuous, who is great around the house, who's, who I'm attracted to, and who I'm compatible with. Like if you ask a man like what they're looking for, they're probably going to keep it pretty basic.
Yeah. They looking for their mama. Right. They looking for their mama, and the audacity is the fact that they really don't know their mama. Because if they knew their mama, they probably would find out. They would be horrified to find out who their mama once was, or who she
some
is.
People found out about that this year, ain't it?
Like that's
found out about that this year.
My brother, may he rest in peace. My brother was a big mama's boy, and every woman he brought, every female he brought around us, he would compare them to our mom. He was really in denial about who my mom was, like her history and stuff. And so one day my mom had to let him know, baby, you gonna keep going through women talking about you looking for someone like me, and you don't had them a few times. So the whole fantasy of what, like, there's nothing wrong with having your own perspective, like your choices of what you want, but let's be realistic. Let's stop wanting women to be what you like. I don't know if that was you, William, or IG, but stop wanting women to have qualities and be who you don't even show up to be.
Right. And to me,
That
that
was,
defeats the
I think that was both of us.
for me that defeats the purpose. Because even me, as a same gender loving man, I went through puberty being attracted to women. It had nothing to do with sexuality, but it had everything to do with sex. I was curious. I was attracted to y'all because the way that you think, the way that y'all smell, the way that you put things together. There's just so many different things that were different from me as to why I was wanting to befriend women, not necessarily to have sex or anything, because that wasn't even there. But
Right.
sex through autonomy, like that's what I'm saying. I wonder. That's why I'm glad Conscious. Thank you for like quoting me on that. Most of these men are opposite sex attracted. They're not opposite gender loving. That's a difference. Most of these men, that's why most men who do not engage in homosexuality are more likely to be into penis worship than men who suck in dick. I don't understand men who don't have sex with men give more of a fuck about what other men think about you, and I fuck men. How does this work, ladies?
So okay. So my question is, okay. So with all of these men that are saying that there's no good woman around and any stuff like that, one of my big questions to these men is, okay, so if you're not looking for a woman to do all the things that a woman would do, then what the fuck? Because the thing is that they only see materialism and super solipsism as a way to say I don't want that, but it's weird because on the one hand they say they say they want a woman, but on the one hand they criticize.
Okay, so we got a residential heterosexual man in the building who can speak to some of this. Welcome to the platform, Arshawn, aka Critically Drinking. Thank you for being here because I'm curious to hear. Corey is married. A lot of us are same gender loving on the a panel aside from
I'm
Corey.
married 15 years with my partner.
That's what's up.
Period. So you as a heterosexual man, when you hear other heterosexual men complain about there not being good women, what do you think about that sentiment, and what is your own experience of attempting to date as a heterosexual man? Have you found it to be difficult to land what you would consider to be a good woman for you?
Okay, so I'm gonna say yes. I do think it is hard to find good people, but I think that's across the board. I think somebody said it. Like, it's just the culture. Our culture is problematic, and there's problems that people don't seem to talk about. Like, as far as economics, one thing alone is just the economics of it. Economics is now a bigger driver than it ever has been. So people have different motivations for the relationship other than just love or family. So people are looking at people that have economic motivations as problematic, as evil, as gold diggers. But it's harder to afford things now. So if you want to have a viable relationship, it just makes sense to have other considerations. So I think a lot of it is people have a hard time adjusting to the current climate. But I wanted to ask IG what he said. You said something about men are they're opposite sex attracted, but same gender loving.
Yeah.
They're opposite sex attractive, but not opposite gender loving. See, because
I agree with that.
Yeah, because there's a difference between sex as an anatomy and sexuality. These things are not synonymous, clearly, because the way that's what I'm saying. It's just that sex for me. I knew sex wasn't love from watching heteronormativity, because clearly the women that you want to have sex with, you're not making a society where it's even for her. No, you're still doing things that where you can get off. Not only do heterosexual things, you could do your homoeroticism, because I'm gonna call it out in this aspect too. Lest we forget the Greco-Roman culture. Please stop conflating homosexuality with femininity. Matter of fact, bitch, you might not want the man that's really masculine homosexual. Bitch, I'm scared of him because he's anti-femophobia. Girl, he really gonna use your coochie as an easy bake oven for life from civilization. So there a homoeroticism among men isn't really as feminine as you think. And that's why it's so primitive in jail. I'm a homosexual, but I'm a feminine being too. Nigga, I don't want to go to jail for that reason. That's too much dick. That's too much testosterone. It's off balance.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I was curious about what you had said.
I mean, so your own experience.
Now,
like, are you on the dating scene? What has been your experience of finding?
I left. I was an early red pill. I red pill before the internet because I had this problem. Everybody that I'm a fat boy, so I'm a proximity dater. Ain't no woman gonna look at me like, oh my god, I gotta jump on him. Nobody's gonna do that. I might be cute, that's cool, but that's not the way it happened. So people that were around me became attracted to me. Everybody that was attracted to me was in a relationship. So all my experiences are almost exclusively with women that were married, in a long-term relationship, living with somebody. Like almost all of my dating experience is with somebody. So I have a hard time trusting women, period. So I don't want to put that on all women. It's hard for me to do that because I've met some really great women. Like I think it was Corey said that. There's a lot of great women out here. A ton of them. I know some of them. I've dated some. I live with the great one. And at that time, I was the dude. I was the one that effed it up. I was immature. I was young, idiotic. So I get both sides of it. And everything everybody up here said tonight is true. Every single thing is just, there's also problems on the woman's side. It's just covered
problems
up.
On both sides.
And what are some of those?
Yeah.
And what are some of those problems? Like from a heterosexual man's perspective, like what are some of those issues?
One right now, I don't see a motivation I don't see a drive towards character. And now this is deficiency on men's too, but there's no push for character. And when we're raising children to be adults, there's no push towards character. So again, like the fact that I would say 70 to 80% of my experiences with people in a relationship, that's problematic. So I'm out on a date with somebody that's married or engaged or I know is in a long-term relationship and they're calling me or texting me or I changed my number because the chick I dated a long time ago. She wanted to get married and have a kid. I quit dealing with her. She went and got married. She went and had a kid. She called me the day of her divorce saying, hey, what are you doing? Now we can get married. And I'm like, you're talking about this dude. Wow. She was putting charges on this guy saying this guy might have been touching children. She's pressing charges to get full custody. And on day one of her divorce, she's calling me like, now we can get married. Like, I'm going to jump into this? Like, what are you talking about?
Hella red flags. That's
exactly. So I changed my number. And I'm like, no, not happening.
Yeah. I think, to add to that, I think there's a combination. There's a lot of people that are looking for things that they're not ready for themselves. When you're looking for a partner, when you're looking for a partner, there's a lot of people, they're kind of playing parrot. They're talking about things that they want that they may not necessarily be ready for. And when you find your partner, you need to find somebody that's going to be on the same level. There's different levels to this game. To be a good man, you have to be able, to look for a good woman, you have to make sure first off that you stand as a good man. You want to ask for all these qualities in a woman, you got to make sure that you have the things that are necessary to attract a good woman like that. There's a lot of good women that are out here that are just not paying attention to these dudes because they can tell off bat. A real good man recognizes a real good woman and vice versa. A real good woman can see a dude and see he's not at that point yet and just not pay attention. She'll walk on right past him. So it goes in both directions.
So this is what I'm confused at, because what I don't like about a lot of the conversations that happen in the social media space, just like what happened in that Twitter space, is that you have men not offering enough data as it relates to what they're saying. Like you're saying there's not enough good women, but you're not describing what women are you even constituting as good. Yeah. And then what type of man are you for two? And then where are you outsourcing for women to begin with? Like all that information is necessary because I don't really know what we're talking about when those statements are just long. Yeah, because it's like even the conversation around there's a lot of good women. But that also depends on what type of woman you want. Like,
yeah,
like are you talking about an ambitious woman who is driven, got her own shit, makes a full living, works, for a living, etc.? Or are you talking about a trophy wife? Are you talking about somebody who wants to be submissive and just wants to be pretty and dainty and sit at home? Are you talking about a bad bitch? Are you talking about, you know, a Pamela Anderson ass? I mean, like, what are you talking about? Like, what's a damn good woman? And so even going into the good woman conversation, it's like, I think Arshawn hit on it, that so like
Start
there's
repeating the
that,
tropes they've
but
heard.
then it's also about if there are also ills within society, like if we have societal ills in terms of how men have been socialized, how women have been socialized. For these men who talk about there's a lack of good women, are those men looking for the women that society has raised? Like, are they looking for the woman who doesn't have a mind of her own, should not talk back, should be obedient, should do everything that a man says, be there to fluff his ego up, and to ultimately just take care of his black ass? Like, is that the woman that you are looking for? Because if so, I can see then why you are saying what you're saying, because that woman is going extinct in an era where women are have other demands, and women are not okay solely with their legacy being in motherhood and being in wifehood and being in marriagehood. They also want a legacy. They also want input into society. They have things they want to contribute. They have all of that. So this is interesting. But we have another married man here as well, Mr. Mandrell, who I know for a time was dealing with some ain't shit ass women. Women who were breaking his heart, women who just, you know, they just couldn't see the greatness thereof, you know, and he just kept ending back at square one, and finally he done went and sold his damn soul to somebody deity, and the stars done align, and now somebody done put a damn ring on it. So now that you have had both experience, hold that hand again. If you like it, then she would have put a ring on it. If she like it, then she would have put a ring on it. Period. Okay. Now that Mandrell is like, first of all, let me pull on Mandrell wig for one. First of all, I noticed sometime, Mandrell, how you need somebody to go first before you get your ass up here, because I don't think it's coincidental that when Arshawn got up here, you came trailing right on behind him, even though you do have a formal invite.
Oh no,
he's scared.
Oh no, it wasn't that. It was like it really was. I haven't been off a plane an hour ago. Less than an hour ago, I literally stepped off an airplane and got here. You know what I'm saying? So I think it was coincidence.
I love that
Arshawn
for you.
I was like, oh, okay, awesome. You know what I'm saying? Arshawn's here, cool. You know,
I love that for you.
Thank you for the congratulations. Appreciate it, Cynthia.
So Mandrell, now that you are on both sides of it, what do you think about this conversation of lack of good women, etc.? You've had both experiences, so what is your attitude?
That most people, the vast majority, in the high 90, like 98, 99 percentile of people don't actually know what they want. They don't know what they're looking for. So they're just trying this person, trying that person, trying this person, and it just doesn't work out. There's no focus.
No qualifying.
There's no focus. And then the people who claim to be looking for this, that, and the other, they're completely unrealistic. They don't think it through. That's what makes it unrealistic. Like when women say they need a guy who makes X amount of dollars. Okay. Now, I didn't agree with everything Kevin Samuels said, but the guy had lots of really good points. All right. Okay. You want that guy. Cool. Now, here's what they don't think that they don't think past themselves. Now, what does that guy want? Because he wants something too. You want him, right? Yes. But does he want you? What do you have to offer him? What do you bring into his life? And same thing goes with the guys too. Okay, you want this certain type of woman. Cool. Yep. You find her. Cool. But what does that woman want from you as a man? What's she looking for? Do you know? And most people don't know. You know, it's just so guys are looking for these women, but they don't know what these women are looking for. So it's like no one knows anything.
If you guys are eating something, or like if it's like if you guys are eating chips, or just be mindful to mute because it comes through like the microphone.
Yeah, but that's what I've noticed, and I've also noticed like and keep in mind this is the 14th. This is literally the 2-month anniversary. I got married February 14th.
So why are
it's
you
like,
laughing?
It's awesome. Like I'm
Still
here.
giddy.
So yeah, I'm still giddy. I am. I'm not gonna lie about that.
If you've
But
been through everything that
it's-
Mandrell been through, I'd be giddy and celebrating every second too.
What I've noticed also is that if you want to be married, then before you get married, you cannot be a selfish person. Selfishness has no place in a marriage. You cannot be selfish. It is no longer about you. That person, what the things that you want, that person has to be willing to bring those things to you in your life. The things that person wants, you have to be willing to bring those things into that person's life. Both people are looking after one another. It's like this. One hand washes the other, and both hands wash the face. That's the way it works. That's the way it should work. Now you're gonna bump heads on certain things. You're gonna trip and fall on some stuff too. Mistakes are gonna happen. You just have to make sure that you don't do anything deal breaking or catastrophic. In other words, don't be a dick. You know what I mean? So it's like you cannot be selfish. You want to be married? I want a woman who does this. I want a woman who does that.
Can't be overly selfish.
So I get it. Now that's the selfish part as far as what you want. Let's say you find that woman who has all those things. Is she even attracted to you? Do you have what it takes to maintain that woman? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people, like women who say that they want a guy who makes X amount of dollars. Okay, fella, you hear what she's saying. She ain't saying nothing about your personality. Okay, it's all about finances. Now, if that's the kind of woman you want, can you maintain that woman's lifestyle? Because she wants what she wants. You probably ain't gonna change her mind. You ain't gonna make her to be something you want her to be. You have to accept that person. This is for men and women. You have to accept that person the way they are that day, at that moment, because it may not change. So if nothing changes about that person, will you still love them? Will you still accept them just the way they are? You have to ask yourself those kind of questions. You know what I mean? So, and most people are not asking those kind of questions. They're not. Yeah. They're trying to change that other person into something either they want them to be, or they're hoping and praying that person will change into what they ultimately want them to be. And that's just not how it works. You're dealing with human beings with their own minds.
So you said something. You said something about like Masa and Mandrell. Congratulations, Doc. And so what you said about not knowing what you want, that is so true, because also people don't realize you have to somewhat vibrate to what you want. It doesn't offend me at all when sometimes I'm scrolling through and I'm on dating sites. When you can tell that a guy actually goes to the gym every day, I don't think it's shadow or shade for a person who eats right, diets, and exercise. It's not shadow or shade for them to say, hey, I put this much effort into my body. This isn't all biological. There's nothing wrong with this person. Everybody wants the fit gym body. They want that person. They want to be in that person's bed, but they don't want to embody that of what that person is vibrating. They don't want to walk in that. So a lot of people want what they want without realizing that you are not ready for that, because part of that you have to, I'm not saying you have to be exactly the same fitness, but let's just keep it real. You feel me? Even as a musician, I'm not an elitist musician, but I mean, damn, do you know the basic chords? Can a nigga just put out chord numbers to you and you understand that? Like, can you sing on rhythm? Can you sing on pitch? Can you stay on the same damn note if I'm singing a harmony or third or fifth interval? Those things matter. It's not to say that I can't vibe with anyone just because you don't understand that language, but I kind of, you don't get the professionalism and expertise in all forms of life without that form of discipline. So most people they desire the other things and the attributes of other people from that discipline, but they don't want to exercise that discipline in themselves. I don't know, sweetheart. You
might. For example, hold on, if I may.
Hold on, y'all, because I just want to insert something super quick. So then I think people need to clarify, because this is what I mean. Maybe like all people are like lacking in really centering their intention and their language, like in a coordinated fashion. Because if we're talking about wanting to attract love, right? If you want love, don't you have to remove all of the immaterial stuff, and it ultimately does come down to like qualities, because qualities is what you can kind of depend upon for the rest of your life with somebody. The rest of the stuff is compromisable, because even to your point, IG, if somebody who's very fit, whether it's a female or a male, wants love, but then in their lived experience, and they may attract their equal partner, they may attract some other a gym head, etc., but the circumstances in their life allow them to have a thyroid issue, or there's an accident, or there's something that compromises their ability to then maintain what they physically looks like. What's left as the end result? Like, are people really thinking this shit through and really preparing themselves for?
They're not thinking it through.
And I use
it's a lot of shallowness.
But
yeah,
shallow mentality.
like I say,
but it's also, well, hold on, I just want to ask part two, because it's also the other way around too. Like, if we're talking for the person who wants the in shape individual, to IG's point, and that person is not a gym head, that person doesn't eat the same way, they don't have the same dietary lifestyle, etc. However, like, I think that also has to be tallied up into love too, because like, if somebody wants to love you and they want you to be around and they want you to be a spouse, I mean, they want you to be a parent to y'all's kids, then obviously they are also invested in your health. They want you to love yourself enough to make whatever changes need to be made in order for you to be around for them. They want that partnership as long as possible. They want you as a functional parent as long as possible. So I understand that too, but I think when it's like superficial is where it's when it's like, oh, well.
And I use that as an example, but you're right, Conscious. But see, but that also goes for the things of the characteristics, the intrapersonals of a person, which will come out interpersonally in how they treat you. That's, you take that same metric. That's just, yes, that's one. And as shallow as it may be, it's balanced, it's fair. But when you get to more of the depth of it, well, yeah, I don't want a bitch that's not gonna. I want someone who's gonna be honest with me about everything I like to do sexually. And even though you might be a man who sleep with women, you can't expect. I don't expect most of you niggas to be honest. If you do fuck around with another man every now and again, you can't be honest with the woman that you're sleeping with about other women. But at the same time, you want a woman to be completely honest with you. See, those two things: frequency, the subconscious. What comes in the dark, what comes to the light. That's why there's such mass deception among the, the dating pool.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing that I carry with me. It's something my mama told me. I asked my mom. I said, "How did you and Daddy make it?" Like, because they were together over 30 years, and they were together until death literally did them part. I said, "How did y'all make it that long? Like, how'd y'all make the relationship, your marriage last that long?" She's like, "I said, what was it about Daddy that, made you stay around and things like that, right?" She's like, "I believed in
money."
No, she said, "I believed in them." Because it wasn't his money. Because when they first got married, they didn't have anything. They both grew up in the projects. Okay, my mama was 19. My dad was like 22, 23. They didn't have anything. So what they had, what they had, like by the time I was like 19, 20, what they had was fantastic, and they built that together from nothing. They built a fantastic life together from nothing. So, and that's the thing. You have to be willing to go through the good. See, I hear a lot of people say, "I don't want struggle love." Well, you don't want a marriage, because marriage ebbs and flows. It's ups and downs, highs and lows. You're gonna struggle through some things. You're gonna have to sacrifice some things and it's just people aren't willing to go through that. That for one, and they're looking at what they want, not what we want. Can this person, you have to look at that person and wonder, will this person be with me if I was to get crippled or something? It's like one of you said, like, you know, if the both of you work out, but then one of you catch a thyroid condition that prevents you from losing weight and makes you gain weight in all the wrong places. You know what I mean? Is that person going to stick with you through that? Because so it has to be more than just superficial, more than just finances or that person looks.
Or if you are a high valued man and you lose your wealth and you lose
There you go.
your ability, you know, like you get sued or you know,
because you might have to downsize for a while until you build yourself back up. But is that woman going to be with you during that
can
process?
I jump in here real quick? Because I want
even hold on, y'all. Even if you are like a woman who's relying on your shallow attributes, once again, you know, something can happen to those shallow attributes. What's really going to work this equation out for you? What's really going to be the most securing way for you to go about accomplishing this? Because something that you mentioned, well, before I go there, because it's something that you mentioned, Mandrea, that I want to ask y'all about. But a retro, I think you're trying to get in here and then
So I hear a lot of this talk about women's standards and the 6'6", 6 figures, 6 feet tall, 6-pack, and this and that. What I would say though, what I hear a lot of the kickback from Red Pill is that they don't qualify for these men, or like the Kevin Samuel. Do these men that you say meet your standard want you? For the women who don't meet that man's standards, they probably fall through, but it's kind of like a safety net for women who do meet the standard, who are in shape and have their own 6 figures themselves. They're setting the standard that, okay, yeah, I need my man to be just as ambitious, to just have his stuff together just as well as I do. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's a lot more women who are going to qualify for the man that they're raising these standards up to, than men trying to kind of project, oh, well, y'all are all fat, y'all are having twerking contests. You think $1 million man gonna want you, baby? Nah. I don't think it's gonna fall through like that. I think it is actually in women's best interest to incorporate finance into their standards and not just be on love or think that that's a superficial aspect because love don't pay the bills.
Here's what I'll say to that.
I gotta get Rumors and Tea in here, and then you, Mandrea. But I want to interject and say what's interesting about her saying that though is that she may be able to argue that those are not the women that high valued men are going to marry, but those are the women that they're signing up for as escorts, that they are looking for as sex workers, that they are looking for as mistresses. Those are the girls who they are in the back room with at the strip joints. Like those women get into a bag and have a certain pathway to those high valued men as well. But Rumors and Tea in here, then Mandrea.
Yeah, I was just gonna retro kind of took a few of my talking points because I was gonna just speak to the fact of we're assuming that the women that have the standards of wanting someone financially stable, I don't know what the figures are because everybody's numbers, their figures are not the same. But yeah, like I think it is okay. And I do think it is necessary for a woman to set her standards. For me as a woman, I can tell you most of the time when we meet a man, we immediately off the bat start talking about what it is that we want, what we're looking for. We're pretty honest. Not all, but the majority. We're pretty honest. And as I stated earlier, my great grandmother always told me if a man wants something, and I know that's true for any human being, but when a man wants something, he's going to do what he has to do to get it. If he does not want it, then he will not pursue it. I think it's unfair though to like really make it the woman the issue. Like we've been put in positions where we had to live up to these gender roles that man has created for us. which were the roles that men are supposed to play for themselves and for their family. We step into the roles that are presented to us for men, and then we have to then, when it comes to decision making on who we're going to date, who we want to end up like, we have to ignore all of that. Like, no, we feel more than equals to men out here today. And just to piggyback off of what IG was saying, like, these people are lazy. They're lazy. No one seems to want to do the work. I admire, Andrea, what you were saying about your parents. They come from a different time and a different generation. I know as a black woman, I'm no longer interested in a man that has potential. It may sound effed up to say, but potential has literally damn near killed me. And me personally, I don't want that anymore. I don't need you as a man to go out and try to kill yourself to prove anything to me. But like Retro said, if I'm the type of woman that I'm a go getter, I'm aggressive, I'm determined. I need you to have the same drive that I have, if not more.
Match that energy.
Okay.
Well, I'll say this to that, because what I tell guys a lot of times is that, because you hear guys, I tell women not to fall for the things, and I'm glad my sister's smart enough, because my sister and I grew up with both parents in the house. We had a father, in the house, not just a daddy. We had a father in the house, and we got a gang load of uncles. You know what I'm saying? On both sides of the family. So a lot of stuff we're hearing, like my sister and I grew up hearing this anyway. And I look at it like this. Okay, I got a sister. What kind of guy would I want her to be with? My sister is a determined type person. Like, she's like, okay, I can't wait around for you to at least have the same amount of hustle. Like T just said, if one person is lazy, the other person is ambitious and willing to go and get what they want, that ain't gonna work. Because the one who's ambitious is always going to be pulling the other person, carrying the other person. That ain't gonna work. Now, it works if it's a man being ambitious and going for what he wants to a certain degree, because eventually he's going to get tired of carrying the woman too if she's just not doing anything. Okay, I'm talking about an extreme example. Okay, an extreme example. I'm not saying all women do that. No, because as a man, you do have to carry the lion's share of the load. It is your duty. It is your position. Period. You cannot run away from that, fellas. You are supposed. That is you. You carry the lion's share of the load. Like me, I just got married. Who paying all the bills? You. Thank you. I'm paying bills in 2 different residences. So I mean, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But I position myself in that way. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? And then she and I sat down, we talked, and even though like I could say, well, I did this and I did that. This is mine, blah, blah, blah. No, this is ours. So what do you think we should do with this, that, and the other? Okay, let's liquidate that and bring all resources in one household and build something together with that. You know what I said? Cool. Let's do that. Let's build something together.
Oh, I got questions now.
So you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And I'm all for that. You know, so it's like,
okay, so I got hold on. So
like, hold on. But T is correct. I think women, especially, it depends on age too. I want to get this out and because this is important. Depends on age. Like if T is a woman who's like, I say 30 and up. All right, I totally understand her saying, I ain't dating potential. She's 30. Potential was in her 20s. That's what she's looking for, a guy who's with potential and on a trajectory and everything like that. You're 30, you're supposed to be at a certain point, you know what I'm saying? Or at least have hustle and drive. So, I mean, I'm like, okay, I get that. Like what guys are saying, don't date a woman with kids. Well, if you're 19, I understand that. No, don't. But if you're 30 and up, how likely is it for you to find a woman who doesn't at least have one child?
Fair.
Okay, I have
so that has to get, you have to throw this stuff out the window as time progresses. You didn't build with a woman when you was young. You didn't build with a woman when you was young. Okay. Now you're in your 30s or mid 30s or 40s and you want to build with somebody. Okay, you got to change some of those requirements because you're 40 years old. You ain't gonna deal with a 20-year-old woman. What y'all got to talk about? That's gonna get on your, it's gonna get on your nerves. You know what I'm saying? Like, so these things have to change as you progress and mature. You know, so you can't be stuck and rigid in
And
one
key
way.
words here are progress and mature.
That's true.
But that's the thing though, because I'm not saying you, Montreal, but like you said, when you brought up the thing with age, and it's real interesting because I'm just noticing a pathology here with people. So why is it that heterosexual men feel that it's okay to waste the youth of a young woman when she's below 30? So she's so, and that leads me to the which makes sense as to why most of these men want younger women, because to that point of what you just said, not you personally, right? But to the generalization of what you're speaking, that just also then does verify that men think that the youth of young women should be squandered. Then, after she has been used up in her, what you consider to be youthful, then she should be more serious. So it's just, I just kind of wanted to point that out. Is
Without
that,
kids.
yeah, it's just,
But you want to shoot the club up in as many women as you can when you're young. You know what I'm saying? And you tout that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, get as many women as you can. Get as much
I
experience as you
wouldn't
can.
want
Blah,
my
blah, blah.
daughter.
But you tell women, keep your legs closed. Nobody wants you worn out and this and the other. I'm like, all
And
right,
that's a
fellas, let's think about
contradiction,
what you're asking
because that's a
people to do
contradiction.
here.
Right, it's a contradiction because even okay within sex culture. See, let's just be honest. Can we be grown for a second? Most people who do a lot of fucking, you don't want no super tight ass pussy all the time. You
I
don't
do.
want that. Let's be honest. No, you want
Why
something
not?
you
What
can.
are you talking
You
about?
want something.
What are you
Most
talking
men,
about?
most men want
They know what
something
you're
they
talking
can
about.
slide up in because they. That's why sex culture is so popular. That's why it's the most paid. If the pussy wasn't obviously, you could have a woman that you don't hardly fuck with, a wife, but as much as you fuck that whore who you know she's fucking other people. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense for men to do this thing because at the end of the day, after the youthfulness is squandered, the very thing that you want, you say you want the purity, but what you are lustfully or can't keep your dick in your pants or what you want excites you is the loose woman.
I wanted to just really like say two things here. One, on the time clock aspect, there's a double standard because when women hit 40, you know, it's more risky for them to get pregnant, but a man could start another family at 50.
Yeah.
So
Damn
her
80.
time, yeah, she doesn't have time to play with potential in her 20s. I think that's why these women are raising these standards. It's not so superficial when you look at it that way. She doesn't have time because at 30 now it's time to get serious, and you know what I'm saying. Don't have no. If you're a single mother, then that's one demerit according to Kevin Samuel's logic. So with that being said, men can't then turn around and say, "Oh, they're so superficial. They're so worried about money, and you should build, and this should be about love." All that romanticism, you know, that's played out. So that's why women are wanting finance. And on top of that, I think another thing that men project is that, oh, well, you get a rich man, or you set that standard, and that's so superficial because how is he going to treat you? If he doesn't treat you well, you don't have to stay. You go to the next man that meets at least that standard and see if he meets the rest.
Yeah, but that's not what people are doing, and that's that. The thing is, that's the issue. That's not what people are doing. Now, here's the thing. I'm with you on women raising their
feel like.
standards and having standards. In my opinion, men say a lot of times women are hypergamous. Well, in my opinion, they should be, because so are you. The woman you fool around with, like IG was saying, like a lot of guys go for the loosey goosey because that's easy. That's not a lot of. It doesn't take effort to get that. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to what you marry, now you want to have standards on that woman. You want to have her this way and that way. Okay, that's hypergamy. You're going for quality. So are women. It just so happens that the women you listen to are the women who say that one quality that they're looking for is finances and resources. How do you get mad at them when they're asking for quality and you're asking for quality all the same? It might be a different quality between the two genders, but it's quality nonetheless. So you can't really, and then these guys complain about these women, but they're also women that they're not interested in. Like, they wouldn't date these chicks. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm like, what are you mad about?
and women that are not interested in them.
Right,
So,
and the women these women aren't interested in them either. So it's like, yo,
Okay,
why you mad?
to the two married gentlemen, would you both agree that marriage encompasses love, spirituality, finances, sex, and a plethora of other things? But would you not say that those are not some of the top priorities in a marriage?
Well, here's the thing. It depends, right? It depends because it depends on when you're getting married. Again, like if you get married when you're young, like again, my dad's like 22. My mom was 19, so money wouldn't have been a big thing for them. You know what I'm saying? Like just
So
like you,
how would
T,
they
T, like
expect it
T.
to
If you're
survive?
19, if you're 19, 20, T, money shouldn't be high on your list unless you're looking for an older man.
Rumors
You know what I'm saying?
the
You're looking
Well,
for an older
no, no,
guy,
no, no. So
understandable.
how then, if finance is not a part of the equation, how do you survive?
It depends. Again, it depends on when you're talking about getting married. Now, if you're in your 30, if you're
no,
35, 40,
Well,
nope,
well,
okay,
also keep in
then
mind,
nope.
finances is not just how much money you have; it's how you acquire money
No,
and how you
I was
manage
going to
money.
say, because you don't. It's not about necessarily what you have, and that's my point.
Uh-huh.
Because you cannot have, everything is transactional. You can't have one without the other. Like, let's be realistic. Who's going to marry someone that you know that is homeless, jobless, on the streets? Who's going to marry someone like that?
it happens every
Somebody
day.
that wants
No, no,
control.
no, no, no. We ain't talking about the minority. We're talking about the majority. We
But
know that there's
rules,
always exceptions to the rule.
the rules.
But who's going, like, who's doing that in a rush? Like, so finances should be a part of the equation. Doesn't matter now, like you guys were saying about a certain age. I know people that are in their 20s that are well established business owners in their 20s. They would be a fool to go and date someone who's working at a McDonald's for, unfortunately, like, because it's unbalanced.
Yeah, or
And
bouncing
I
from an average
understand.
job every 6 months. I see what you're saying. Like, what about generational wealth? There's something in the black community we don't think. What about when you die?
Right.
Where
My
whose
thing
money
is,
Right.
goes to?
also my thing is this: when it comes to that, a person in their 20s making that kind of bread, they travel. Honestly, their social circle is completely different from the average person.
But
So
You're
so
absolutely
it's
right.
not going to be hard for them to meet someone on that level, especially in their peer group. In other words, age range. You know what I mean? So because like I know rich people, met plenty of them. I've got rich relatives. You know what I'm saying? And their social circle, it is different. Like their weddings, completely different. You know what I'm
rumors.
saying? Like everything they do is completely different from the average person. Like I mean,
Right.
it's just like I'm sitting there like this, like okay, I do pretty well for myself. I do pretty. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, not to toot my own horn, but yeah, my finances again not a problem at all. But I
But
earned it. At the
but
same time, I'm looking at that lifestyle. I'm like, who in the fuck needs this much? You know,
but
you know
but,
what I'm
but,
saying?
but
So when I look at the social circle, I'm like, okay, the conversations here are different, and I'm glad I'm competent enough to keep up with them and know what they're talking about. But that's a different world. So if you're that young, looking for and you're that well off, you're in a different social circle. So it's going to be a different experience for them. Is my thing.
I don't think rumors and tea. Just for me to try to address, like, so, and like just me, and you just I just want to know. Were you asking that? I don't think she was asking that question like in the sense of anecdotal, because I think the way that she would correct me if I'm wrong, darling. I'm not trying to speak for you. I'm just trying to understand. I think when she was asking that, it was for as a very general sense, because even the constitution of marriage within patriarchy does what involve what finances, wealth, religion, all of these culture paradigms. So if you are going to actually get legally married, right? In that sense, all of those things encompass it with it, especially if you're talking about getting married in a Western civilization that's under some Hebraic law. That's also part of the package deal. So I think maybe when the way she was asking that question, it isn't just an anecdotal individualist experience. No, even outside of America, the standard of marriage includes finances. There is no ands, ifs, and buts about it. Finances, sex, and culture. That you cannot have it when you talk about
I
the
want to,
institution of marriage.
yeah, I want to add something into that. That kind of goes into some questions I want to talk about. So, because this is it's always a lot to unpack around relationships and ideas of marriage and love and all of that good stuff. But we do know that there are certain relationship styles that are not focused on finances per se, not at first. And those are like high school sweethearts, like people who start off love at an early age. Like people get married a very young, 19-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds are off to be parents and wives and husbands, etc. Does that also beg the question that as adult, like as we move forward into our adulthood, that because this is always the question I go back to when we talk about these type of things is I don't think we are straightening out the role that materiality should play and not play as it relates to the phenomenon of love, which can be highly contradictory to the way love is experienced. But living under a capitalistic system and living in a system where you have bills, you have things you desire, you have a lifestyle, you have things you want to do, you want to go to school, you want to live in a certain neighborhood, all of this stuff kind of also starts to inform your ideal and vision for your life. But you want that also alongside something very abstract like the in love phenomenon. When I think about Iyanla being like, basically, we're gonna have to make a choice here. You're gonna have to figure out which God you ultimately serve, because one of those things is going to have to come second to the other, or one of those things are going to have to be governed by the other. If we are expecting love to be governed by our material ambitions and desires, then I think that things are going to look real funky when it comes to working out love, kind of like from the outside in. Because then we're getting into like quantifying, and then it's not even really love when we ultimately boil down to it. Because if it takes you to earn a certain amount of money, look a certain way, live a certain way, that ain't love. Like that's just
No, it's not.
a Build-A-Bear dynamic. I'm just building an ideal. That's
because what are you gonna do if all that goes away?
Like that don't even have nothing to do with actually acknowledging like your humanity and having an intimate connection to you and actually seeing you. I'm seeing stuff, and I am just and I'm building upon the stuff that I'm idealizing. But then then it's not to no surprise that sometimes shallow relationships are one partner being shallow, the other person being in love, etc. Like it always ends up falling apart because it's like oil versus water. But if you start from the inside out, like we love each other, that's what we know, that's what we need to build upon is love. Well, then what material role does love come into play? Because to be honest, I don't want people around me for none of the wrong reasons at all. Not just relationally, but platonically, relatives. I just don't want people around me for the wrong reasons. Like I'm a human being. I need experience, and that's that. What like when we love each other, when we love each other, then everything else just makes sense. Because I think like love has its own consciousness, right? It's like if I love my kids, obviously that inspires the motivation to do what I have to do to make them happy or to supply them with a great life. Or if I have a partner I love, like that love pulls out of me, makes me want to da 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 da. Like I don't really understand why we're trying to kind of like, because I'm now confused about what we mean by love. Because at least I know for me, when I love, there's just a natural passion there. Like I don't want to just sit around when I love somebody. I don't want to just like also be a recipient. I want to be a giver when I love. I want to contribute to love. I want to provide. I want to pour in. I want to get up and do my part. I want to help to facilitate whatever that happiness and that caretaking looks like for the people that are inheriting or a focus of my love. This working like outside in thing, I don't understand it, but I do completely understand why it's making it very difficult for people to maintain romantic dynamics. It's too much shit happening at once, and we're not really sure what we're really asking for or what we're really focused upon. Is it love or is it the other shit? And sometimes I'm not sure if you really are supposed to have both. I'm not sure if some high material life is supposed to be alongside you seeking something. Because when you're saying, when I hear love, I think of the most authentic experience, phenomenon, perception of a person. It's the most authentic we can be as people. It's when we love, when we are wide open, our hearts are wide open, and we are just in pure humanity. When we're standing in pure humanity of ourselves and pure humanity of other people. But once you start adding all the other shit to it,
it becomes less and less and less about love.
It's something else happens, and we ain't straightening that out. We're not straightening like this ratio out. We're not really. Also, nobody is want to be honest enough to talk about how sometimes those material ambitions are actually detrimental to the love experience. Like that we at the same time are kind of like canceling love out as we build upon, as we become more materially fixated.
I can tell you as a woman,
because
I can tell you what the problem is for women, with us women. Because Conscious, we've allowed our love, and I'm going to say for the wrong men, we've allowed our love to hold us hostage and being abused. And I do believe that we have stunted ourselves almost a little bit to the point that we're numb. And so we just don't have the patience. And that's why I was saying earlier about what can you do for me that I don't do for myself? And I'm not just talking about materialism. I'm talking about whatever standards and qualities that I possess, that I yearn, because I give it to myself. I don't like, and I think that's quite sad. I mean, it is important for us to love on ourselves first and be all that we want others to be in our lives to ourselves first. But it is sad to feel like, to be so sure and feeling like I can never get emotional stability from a man, because most men are emotionally stunted.
So my thing,
Well,
I just want to jump in here real quick.
Go
I
ahead.
feel like two things can be true at one time. What they're doing is setting us, like she's saying, they're tired of wasting their time. So they're selecting from a different group. Women didn't have that option in the past. When people talk about their grandparents and their parents being together for 20 and 30 years, women didn't have the option to put their foot down and say, no, I have my own stuff together now, and I'm not compromising that for the idea of love or romanticism or what the things that men have used against women for so long that they're tired of, and wasting their time and impregnating them and abandoning them, starting new families. So it can still be love. You can have this requirement that you are at evenly yoked, or whatever the case might be, a provider, and then you can still be in love. Just because a person has a certain, I've seen it, wealthy people, entrepreneurs, and they're in love and they're healthier and they're happier than people who are struggling, but go ahead.
Well, the thing is, when you, to that question she asked, like that she would ask a guy, "What can you do for me that I can't do for myself?" I gotta be honest with you, and this might sting a bit to some people who hear it. That ain't got nothing to do with him. That whole question is something you have to answer yourself. So because you have to take it away from men now and put it to everybody. What can anyone do for me that I can't do for myself? So
No,
hold on. Let me finish because the answer to that will tell you what exactly not only do you want in a companion, but what you need from a companion. Now, once you answer that question for yourself, now you know what to go out and search for, and you won't waste your time on guys who ain't worth it.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Mandrell, I'm sorry, I have to jump in here because I had like a good 15, 20 minutes of just y'all talking to each other.
Yeah,
here's the problem with that.
Oh, you ain't talking, William.
I'm talking, Dick. I'm talking.
No, your ass ain't talking.
I'm talking.
Go off, sis. Go off.
So here's the problem with that. Now, Rumors and Tea, I want you to jump in here, kind of guide me if you think I'm going wrong. I don't think she's asking what. I don't think she's asking that in the sense of what can I do for, in the sense of what you're saying. She's asking that, I think, as it pertains to how other men may have treated her in the past and how she has dealt with those men and are no longer wanting to deal with those men.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I treat I agree with what you said, Mandrell. And I am like that. That applies to every person in my life. I have standards for every
That's
person
what I was
in my life.
saying. Yeah,
But
that's the
because
point I was
to speak
making.
specifically to the subject of good women, lack thereof, I had to put that out there. And it's not about the materialism, because I can take care of me. I take care of me and my tribe, right? So when as a married man, you now understand that having a mate is supposed to add to you.
Yeah.
And for most of our experiences, you've had them before you got married and found the one. Most of our experiences, we found that people took away rather than added.
Yeah.
True.
It's true.
And so I'm the type of person, that's why I said most women, not all, but there are a lot of women are very upfront. We're very emotional. We love to share our feelings. We love to we go, and it comes off sometimes as very desperate, right? To a lot of men, because the men I talk to, they feel like when women go to that extreme, when they first meet them and all of that, that's a red flag for them. And I'm like, no, she's letting you know what time it is. She has a standard, and she doesn't have time to play around and waste time, like play games. This is what she's telling you she wants. You don't have to if it's not what you're interested in, because again, people do. If you want something, you're going to do what you have to do to get it. But what I find is a lot of people are lazy, right?
Very much
Super lazy. But even for a lazy person, if they want something, they're going to get up and do it. So the thing is that maybe for the men that feel like they're not finding good women, right? Maybe like the guy said earlier, the women that you're finding just aren't interested in you. And maybe these women are doing things instead of just saying I'm not interested, because what I'm seeing straight across the board is people don't know how to emotionally, productively have conversations, important conversations. And everybody goes off into fantasy land of what they think and assume a relationship or dating is supposed to look like, but they never discuss it with the other party that is partaking in with it.
Hey, Rumors, could I step to your question for a minute?
It goes back to what I said. People don't know what they're looking for. They'll name certain aspects of it. Like you hear a lot of women talk about, he has to make this much money, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, okay, everyone on this panel agrees. That's just one part of the coupling. You know what I'm saying? If you look at it, very few people actually paint a full picture of what they're looking for in a companion.
Yeah.
Very few people do.
So
I think that was actually what her question was.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you chime in, Corey. I just want to say this because I'm gonna play devil's advocate like a motherfucker here. why aren't we calling people who have it and want other people to have it also greed? Because we never talk about whether that's the motivation either. It's greed. Because my whole thing has been personally, like if I have means, and I said this before, I really don't need you to have means. What I need you for is an actual lover. Like if I got my own means, my own whatever, I can do what I want. I go what I want. I can buy myself whatever I want. I take care of myself. I don't necessarily
need you for that.
I don't need your wallet for that, because I got me before, during, and gonna have me afterwards, because that's what it is. So what I need from you is I need a lover. I need to be seen. I need to be heard. I need somebody I can confide in. I need a companion. I need a emotional, spiritual, physical intimacy. These are things that money can't buy. This is shit I can't go into Dolce and Gabbana and purchase. These are things I can't go on Amazon and get shipped to my front door. I need the shit that actually money can't buy. I need the shit that comes from the inside of people toward another person. I need that bond, and I just need that connection. But so like if we all have what we need, like if we got means, then what's left for a person to give us other than love? If it ain't shit you can do for me materially, what is left to be done other than to just fucking love me? Love me. That's what it has to be. Like I'm looking for love.
Conscious, that's the question. That's my question. It again, communication. If I don't need you for that, and the thing is that for me, I don't deal with needs when it comes to my interactions with other people. I make sure I supply my own needs. Thanks to the Black Holy Ghost, right? Some real shit. Like it's what I want. So you tell me what it is that you have to offer, and then like a rational human being, I decide whether or not what you have to offer, if it's something that I want, and then I let you know whether or not it is or not, and we just move on together or move on apart. But again, people are not having these type of conversations because the men that I've talked to, they like when women start talking about, and I'm not talking about like you have to be a millionaire, because everybody's standards are different, are completely different. Like some women are okay long as you have a job. They don't care what your, you know what I mean, like what your yearly salary is or annual salary. They don't care about that. They long as you going to work and they see you going to work, they feel like you're being productive. That's all they want. They just want to see you put the effort in. They don't care about the dollar amount. Then there are some that actually care about the dollar amount. And for the men that think that way, because I do believe that there are spaces where men that love women that it's like it's all about money. They love the trophy wife. They love the wife that's that is a go-getter. Like, you know, they love that. There are men for that. But clearly, because the topic was men, they can't find there's no good women out here. Well, we the same thing we say when women say there's no good men out here. No, it's what you're attracting to yourself. It's the places that you're going. So what you're finding is the places you choose to look.
There you go. That's a big part of it right there. It's not that there's no good women out there, because a lot of it, like you was like what T was saying, like women are fed up, thus and so, right? Yeah, and she's right about that for one. Number two, the women who are fed up have become jaded, and now they're teaching young girls, hey, listen. And it's only part of the message that they're getting. Hey, listen, watch out for this, watch out for that. Don't tolerate this. Go to school, get education, get a good job, so you don't have to depend on a man. All those things are good things. You know what I'm saying? Don't put yourself in a position where you have to depend on another person, but they're not getting the other part too. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, now here's how you get along with him. Here's how you take care of him. You know what I'm saying? This, that, and the other. They're not getting the other part of that lesson. You know, and that part's completely left out of the teaching. That's what I've noticed. You know, I mean,
But
so
Mandrell, how can we teach? I don't have daughters, but I have nieces. How do I teach my nieces to take care of a man when I don't? And I'm not saying there aren't any out here, but I presently don't see any present that are worthy.
the thing is that there are, just like you were saying, they are out there. They are. It's just a lot of
Well,
people are
I
looking.
know that, but to teach them to do something that, like, I'm just kind of over like people giving them the best of, and it's because so I'm an empath, and this is where I be in conflict with myself because I
Mhm.
actually am tired of people taking advantage of people that are good to them and
Yeah,
wasting people's time and their energy that could be placed in other areas of their lives or with someone else that's going to be more deserving. But at the same time, I don't want people to become jaded. Stay who you truly are, like your true authentic self, and just try to pick wisely. And it's not going to always be easy doing that for neither women or men. Like,
yeah.
I know a lot of times, well, I've never been super hard on a black man, but I tell the truth about my black men. It's really hard. It's hard to teach upcoming young ladies to like be great and go above and because we've seen it time and time again. What I want them to do is choose themselves, but if I could be frank, I actually want them to like chill out and like it's unrealistic, but I would if I could tell them anything, like don't even be getting serious with no one. Like have fun. Just don't take it serious whatsoever. Because that's when, all of the heartbreak, the stress, the drama, all of that comes. And I don't know if it's fair to rob them of those experiences, but man, it's been a lot of unnecessary hurt to the black woman and we tired.
I understand, but here's the thing: the black men can make the same exact argument. There's been a lot of hurt. So, and I'm not here to point fingers or compare traumas or anything like that at all. But my ultimate thing I want to say is, welcome to mentorship / parenthood. It
Okay,
is
hold on.
not. The thing is to raise or teach or groom people to go on the right path. That ain't gonna be easy.
But
It's
isn't this
not, because there's a lot. Life is extremely nuanced. So the challenge that people like you, myself, and Conscious, and everyone else here faces, that's why they say it takes a village. You got to learn some from this person, some from that person. It takes that to create a very well-rounded person, individual / human being. It takes that.
Okay,
And
so hold on,
so
hold
we
on.
have a very difficult job. You know what I mean? And it's going to be frustrating at times. We have to come to
But this
grips
is
with
my
that.
question,
And
Mandrell. Well, this is my statement, and
Yeah.
we can get in here and to Anya. If men been running shit for a long time and men been able to get to the bag because it's been a free open market for them, but women are now able to get to the bag too. So now the playing fields have equaled. Can't we now that both genders are working, even though we still have some pay wage issues when it comes to women, particularly women of color? But nonetheless, everybody get into a bag, everybody able to monetize like their life, everybody getting rich, everybody getting famous, etc. Now that the pendulum is leveling out here, can't we now take the materiality out of the love conversation altogether to Rumors and T's point about, well, how do we teach young women to love their counterparts and vice versa? Because now what I can actually teach to the young people under me is, nephew, your job is to get your own shit, your own stuff, work, earn you a living, supply yourself with the lifestyle you want. Niece, get your own shit, supply yourself with the shit you want and a lifestyle you want, your own car, your own whatever, your own house, your own mansion, whatever, your own Coach bags, etc. So now that I'm teaching both y'all to be independent and to be competent and to be responsible for the lifestyles you want to live, when the love conversation now comes, we can focus on just love. Okay, this is what it looks like to care for someone else. This is what it looks like to love and to be compassionate and to develop intimacy. This is how this is what you give to each other in a love space. Because if you can work now and I can work and we can make our own fucking living, we ain't really gotta have the what you bring to the table conversation in a romantic context can now really centerfold around romance. It can centerfold about building a life together. It can centerfold about how you create together, how you build together, how you understand each other, the importance of love language, how you just develop that emotional bond and those spiritual ties to one another, like how you take care of each other when you've offended the other, teaching people the art of relationshiping, like, because now people can get rich on their own, people can get famous on their own, people got access to all that shit. So doesn't that make the love conversation easier? Because I ain't got to really, we ain't got to have the what you need to put, like what you need to have.
Mandra, let somebody else talk. Mandra.
Okay. Marshawn.
So
Marshawn, hold on. I want to get Marshawn in here. Marshawn.
No, I agree with you. It would be helpful, but I want to be honest. Like, we are in a tightening economic situation. That's the reality. Mm-hmm. Women have to deal with that. Men have to deal with that. And if I get what you're saying. There's love on one side, but you have to be able to afford a life on the other. Because if what you're talking about, the love story and the connection, we can just go meet somebody behind the Piggly Wiggly, a Ralph's, a 7-Eleven, and find a deep connection with that person that's behind the dumpster because they're a human and we don't care about money or material things or anything. Yeah, we could do that. But we have filters. We have filters that try to look for stability in a partner, mental stability, emotional stability, physical stability, financial stability, spiritual stability. We need to feel safe within a relationship because it's one of the worst things you can do is love somebody and discover a deep instability that shakes the relationship, that destroys a family, that severs other connection, maybe takes you out of your job. You lose your employment because somebody's acting wild on your job. Nobody wants that. There's reasonable fear. We see the news reports. We talk about it. You've reported on stuff that people do in relationships. Other people report on it. It's legitimate to look for somebody that has a certain level of financial ability that is on par with yours, that will not rock a family. Now, of course, anything can happen to anybody at any time. You could develop a mental health issue. You could develop an emotional or behavioral issue. You could have a financial calamity. You can't anticipate that. But if you see somebody's already unstable, it's not safe for you to invest your heart and your emotions in. And I don't think it's wise for a man or a woman.
But see, I'm still old school in that way, Arshawn. Like, I don't, maybe coming from humble beginnings and coming from a family that loved each other through thick and thin, that was in the mud for each other. Those have just not been things that have largely ended up in my cart when it comes to what I'm outsourcing in people, because coming from humble beginnings, I understand that everything that goes up can come down anyway. So I'm not even dependent upon materiality. I've seen people have it all, lose it all, get it again. I've seen all that shit come and go. But what I have seen be immortal when it has been is love. All the other shit to me is wavy as fuck. It's inconsistent, just like the weather, because it just requires a lot of other stuff that you can't control. But what you can always be in touch with is the way you feel about a motherfucker. You can keep that whether y'all rich, whether y'all done miscarried, whether your partner done been burnt in a fire, and you got to take care of them, and they paralyzed. I mean, like I've seen love being able to transcend these other things that are relevant to us as humans, and they're relevant to our lives and to our so-called needs. But this also kind of goes back, Arshawn, to that conversation that we was having around Christianity on your platform. For those of you who are not subscribed, please subscribe to Critically Drinking, where I like more of an Amish expectation of love. I actually like that struggle love. I know what people mean by I want to struggle love, but like I kind of want the struggle love. Like I want a motherfucker. I want a motherfucker. and not just in romantically, but just my whole social life period. I want people that's going to be at my bedside when I'm sick. I want people that find me valuable when my economics fail me. I want people who find me valuable. Where the fuck is Mandrill? Oh, he there.
I'm right here.
I want people that to find me valuable when I'm not popping, when I'm not lit, when I don't look lit, when I ain't living lit. That's that shit. And I've been with wealthy individuals. I've been with high valued men. And that ain't, I mean, even though we are arguing a balance, people are saying, you can have both. Yeah. But the people who typically are very informed by money to be really grounded in the other shit, like it's just, it lacks.
So to play devil's advocate though, I think broke men will leave you while you're sick too. Or I think women probably got tired of the perspective that once he get on, not necessarily they leave your ass for a white girl, but that he's gonna go. You're a placeholder. Sometimes you build with a man. Once he get on, he switches over to the woman that he really wanted, or he felt like he wasn't eligible for. And women are tired of that, so they're like maybe setting a standard that you come to the plate with all your stuff together. Otherwise, no, I'm not going to be your build a bear. I'm not going to build a bear, and I'm not going to be your placeholder until you get the woman that you.
But
really
the thing
want.
is, none of that changes.
I don't say, one thing before I lose what. I feel like what women are doing is trying to correct the issue of men from the outside in, right? Like women are basically saying to themselves without even knowing it that I know a nigga gonna fail me. So what I would much rather do is have a rich nigga so that when he does fail me, at least I've banked on the back end as a result of him failing me. I get to walk away with
something versus not
I get to walk away with child support. I get to walk away with alimony. I get to walk away with 50% of the earnings, the property, the boats, the private yachts, the home in Hawaii, etc. So I get it. But
you could be crying in a Benz or a
but hold on. But the problem with that still is that we're not correcting the root. Really, if we want to correct the root and we want to make men more loving and men capable of being lovable and providing love, is that we're going to have to uproot the societal factors that are driving into a more shallow region of life. And that starts with the way that we're teaching young people and the cultural narratives that we are pedestalizing and that we're pushing, because women ultimately are still ending up in the exact same situation, even with a high value nigga. Like, yeah, you can be left by Pookie and Ray Ray at the bottom for someone else, but you also going to be left by Kevin Samuels' ass, who also wants 6 other women as well, because one woman would never be good enough. No one woman quantifies to a high value man, essentially, which is why they require open bedroom policies. They require mistresses. They require you to be okay with polygamy and polyamory and all of that shit too. So how do we fix the core issue? Because if women are saying, I want love, but then women are trying to correct the issue by just being men and a patriarchy by saying, well, I'm going to weaponize money. I'm going to weaponize materiality. I'm going to pretty much take on all their standards and then still wonder why I feel suffocated and feel unloved and unwanted and rejected and still have all the same relational and marital issues. I just got a rich nigga I'm going through all that with. But nothing has actually changed about my experience of men. So, like,
I think they might be giving up.
To answer your question, hold on. If I may interject, to answer your question, it goes back to like what I said with what women are being taught and boys too, because it starts there. That's where it starts. Yeah, guarding yourself, providing for yourself, those are good lessons to learn. However, when you leave the lesson there, don't teach the rest of it. The lesson you taught them requires a human being to be perpetually and constantly afraid. It requires you to move in fear. And fear, this is what it gets you. Nothing. You end up with nothing because you're afraid to move forward and move on to the next level. You're supposed to graduate from girlfriend to wife to family if a family is what you want. However, people always get cold feet. People are getting cold feet, and they stop at either the money or just because she has a fat ass, or he's 6 foot tall, or damn, she bad. She looks good on my arm. You stop there at the material stuff. You don't. No one's ever taught the things you're talking about having. I observe these things. I learned these things because I had examples to see them. That's why it was something I've always searched for. Finally found it at 40. Finally found it. But something I always searched for. It was so hard for me to find. People aren't taught that because it's not tangible. You can't touch it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what people are going for, what they can touch and see, because to them, that's what's real. The whole rest of the stuff, love, it ain't real to most people. And they don't want to bank on that because right. And they don't want to bank on that because they're afraid to get their feelings hurt. But that's a gamble. Their perspective is wrong, in my opinion, because so is taking a drive to the grocery store. That's a gamble. You can get T-boned by an 18-wheeler and you're out of here. I was on 2 planes today. At any given time, either one of them could have fallen and crashed. Everything you do is a gamble, and people aren't taught to really weigh things out like that. It's just you're getting part of the. We're getting, most people are getting part of the lessons, and not all of it. You're not taught to love. You're taught to get what you can get. Now? Go ahead. That was it for right now.
Yeah. So I was thinking about. I've been hearing a lot of different opinions, and I want to throw this out there because I think the original question was, when you're looking at, a marriage or a joining of people, like the question was, does mentality, does love, does spirituality, does physicality or sexuality, all these things come in encompassed in the relationship? And I think that the short answer is yes. These are points of compatibility. Love, to Consciouztv's point, being a key factor, because love is generally what keeps it all together. It's what allows you to or encourages you to understand that person, to understand how they're developing, to understand the direction that they are, where they're standing now and the direction they're going. A long-term relationship or long-minded relationship doesn't stay the same constantly. You're going to wake up a different person every day, if little bit by little bit. Finances is definitely a part of it. You can love somebody to death and they'll spend you broke. Y'all will both be in love and on the streets broke as hell. You have to take all of these things have to be taken into consideration, and all of these things change. Yes.
Listen to me, my white vanilla brother. Corey, y'all are rebuking me with this.
I'm not rebuking you at all. I agree so wholeheartedly because what you're talking about, Conscious. Hold on. I watched my parents and my uncles and aunts go through that.
Hold on.
No, what I'm saying is, what you're talking about.
What I'm about to say first before you object. You might not want to object after I say what I'm going to say.
I don't object to you.
You might not want to object.
What I'm saying is, I'm not objecting to you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, because what you're talking about is something that will define the two people involved with it. The two people involved in that, what you're talking about, that's a relationship that would define them both in ways that they don't even realize.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. But this is what I want. But this is what I was going to say. Is y'all are like rebuking me with this word has to be, just is, when it comes to money. Y'all are not even recognizing that there are poor ass couples who've been poor their whole life together. They raised their kids poor, etc. They also made it to the end. They happy together. There are couples who are minimalists. There are Amish couples. There are all like, everybody is not subscribing to this like economic priority. Like, there are people who ain't never seen nothing like that, and it don't take away from the way they feel about their partners. They always been on welfare. They always lived in apartments. They always, live from check to check. Their whole marriage, their whole life, their whole relationships, like acting like relationships absolutely have to encompass economics is not sincere to the reality of all the relationships that are surviving under the system. We get to choose what we are subscribing to. We get to choose. Hold on. We get to choose what our values are. We get to choose what our lives look like, and we don't have to lose sight of that creative right when it comes to relationships either. Yes, we know what most of the culture is saying. We know what most of the internet is saying. We know, what the rhetoric is out here. But once again, is the culture going to inform the way that I show up in love? Or am I going to decide how I'm rocking and rolling in my relationship? So this language around money, absolutely. No, it don't. So
but to your point,
because I'm one of the
agreement
only
about
people,
finances.
because I'm one of the only people on the panel who ain't informed by economics. My partner's economics do not matter. That's not a qualifying, quantifying factor that goes into why I'm going to fuck who I'm going to fuck, why I'm going to be in a relationship with who I'm going to be in a relationship with.
Okay.
Well, the same. I mean, me either. But then we're on the LBGT. Is it different for women? We gonna get our bag. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit probably
Or
different.
some of us are going to live a 6-to-a-room on air mattresses.
I see what you're saying, though. I mean, people enjoy struggle love too, you know.
Now here's the thing: the
Yeah,
struggle, like I said,
can the woman
Because
say?
hold on. Because I just want to say this too. Because I can't help but think about my own parents. I observe struggle love. Like my parents love each other. They were married 30-something plus years. They both worked. They both contributed to the bills. They both cooked. They both cleaned. They both babysat. They both nurtured. They both reinforced discipline. They worked together, and we wasn't we had a lake house in the beginning of our life, and then we moved into the hood for like 8 years of my childhood, and then my parents got their own first home together by the time I was in middle school. And I watched them build, and
same here.
And of course, their relationship by far wasn't perfect. But once again, we have already acknowledged that not near relationship style is perfect. Whether you're in a rich ass relationship, a poor ass relationship, or somewhere in between ass relationship, problems are problems, and they're going to be had. But I can't. My childhood would not have happened if my mother would have. And I love my childhood. I feel like that's the thing that I go back to when I think about what makes me happy is I give my parents their hat because I think they gave me and my brother a stellar childhood. I mean, big Christmases, just all those humble memories. Matter of fact, I like my family more when my family was poor. When my family got money, bitches got bougie. Shit got real stiff.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah,
It got real
weird, didn't it? It got weird.
I like when my family was poor as hell. It was
got
the
weird,
best.
didn't it?
It was the worst of times, but it was the best of times as well.
It got weird, didn't it? It got
yeah,
weird.
but when everybody just glow up, shit just got stiff, and it lost a lot of that color, and that color is that love shit. That the shit that I want to be able to remember, the shit that really makes me smile when I think about those things at the end of my day. When I wake up and I do my gratitude affirmations, I don't think about what I've earned. I don't even think about what I got. It's all the shit that I know that you can't just go snatch up off the street that I'm appreciative of. It's all the people that I can trust. It's all the people that choose to love me for no reason at all. It's all of these things that make my actual heart flutter. The rest of this shit, like money and all of that, to me, this is just like science. This shit is just this is just 1 + 1. Like anybody can make a living. Anybody can get rich. If you understand the art of money, if you understand the art of fucking economics, you can it's like any other science. If you're willing to learn it, you can have it and manifest it, and you can sustain it, and you can flip it, and you can evolve it. But this is all the shit we don't know a lot about. It's the other shit. It's this other poetic shit. It's this other shit that gives meaning to life that I feel like just no longer takes up a lot of conversation in the culture. It's all this stuff that we not mastering it. It's like we're minoring in love and mastering in everything else, but we keep saying this about love. But love really becomes minuscule. Just like for a lot of Christians, they prop up Christ, but they really talking about what they want from Santa Claus. Christ is just the catalyst into materiality. It's not really actually about any of that shit that he teaching. Just like the love conversation don't really these days be a lot about love. It's all about, in the words of Janet Jackson, baby, like what what have you done for me lately? Like what we all doing for each other. You know what I want? I want this society to grow the fuck up emotionally. I want this society to grow the fuck up spiritually. I want this society to grow the fuck up mentally. I want people to be healthy so that what they're giving to one another is fulfilling and resourceful and valuable and sentimental. I don't want to also be exploited in a conversation about love. I don't want to be exploited by somebody using the term love. I don't want capitalism informing love.
So, Conscious, I want to jump in here because I've heard a whole bunch of different talking points, and I just recently came back from Washington, D.C. I won't go into the whole spiel. I'll say that for another day. But when I tell y'all the amount of love that was shown up at the conference that I was at from people with disability from all across this fucking country, but we were all focused on the federal government. Like that was the whole reason why that we're there. But it wasn't just about one person over the other. There was a balance there. And we all didn't always have to agree. But you can't get there if there's no human connection. For me, in my day-to-day life, I deal with all kinds of people who talk about love, who say they want love, but they don't actually know what the fuck that means. They think it's finance. They think it's the economy. They think it's all of this extra shit. But the bare bones of it, it's not just the economy. It's not just getting a bag. It's not just raising kids. It's not just all of that. It's the foundation of the human connection has always been and always will be love. Mm-hmm. No matter what your economic status is, no matter if you're black, poor, white, whatever, you have got to figure out who the fuck you are first before you can go and try to be that somebody to someone else. And I think that a lot of times we as a people get in the crosshair between, oh, it's the economy, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. Work on your fucking self first. Maybe then you'll be able to provide yourself with the insight that you need to heal. Because a lot of our people have trauma that they haven't resolved, which is why they're looking for outside outsourcing whatever the fuck their problems are. And people just need to be left alone for a while. And I just think that if they, it's so frustrating having this conversation with people who only focus on just the economy. You only focus on just the finance of it.
I think love has been kind of weaponized, and like I said, women. You can tell women are getting tired of it. So it's like the people use it to manipulate. They talk about love. You hear these beautiful you hear these beautiful anecdotal experiences, and we all know about a lucky couple or whatnot. But I'm just saying, I think that's why it is tit for tat. But then we got to go back to the root of the problem. Why are women reacting this way? Why are they trying to get the most out of the situation that they can't, or trying to increase the risk level and likelihood and all that? Why are they playing the game this way? Yes, it's tit for tat. Yes, it's wrong. I get what you're saying. It is supposed to be. We're losing sight.
Well, the thing is, it hasn't been weaponized at all. Actually, love has been marketed.
Yep. Wait.
It's been marketed. It's been marketed. It hasn't been weaponized. It's for sale.
The manipulation that women have endured is weaponized.
Okay.
So to correct that statement, it is not love that's been marketed, it's the fantasy of love that has been marketed.
There you
When
go.
most people speak of love, they speak from a very fairy tale ish,
And
if that's a word,
yeah, very
standpoint.
idealistic. It's a very idealistic point of view.
Um,
You're correct. You're correct about that.
what
And
I what I
romance.
what I want to say is to conscious speaking points, because I felt like it became there's this like theory that if the man went broke tomorrow, she's going to dip out and leave. And that is not always the case. Now, there's a difference in having a standard and then a difference with just downright being a gold digger. And that all your whole objective is based on finances. I don't think that a lot of women make their decision based solely on finances. I can speak for myself personally. In my situationship, I set my standard years ago. I've never had to have this person implement the standard I set because, again, I can do for myself. But the one thing I can say is because of the standards that I held, maybe he didn't try to live up to all of them, but he damn sure tried to live up to most of them. And finances was one of them. But I have an independency to myself that I maybe didn't have 20 years ago. And so because of experience and gaining wisdom, for me, I just want to know that you are capable. You have the same drive. And even if your drive is not as high as mine, that you have some type of drive to you. Um, and then I wanted to say that when it comes to marriage, I don't view marriage like most people. To me, marriage is a business. Love is already, the foundation of love has already been established. So for me to get married would be for business purposes, i.e., insurance, i.e., property, things of that nature. That's all business related, in my opinion. So if I already have the establishment of love, and now we're moving into marriage, which is a legal binding contract that now forces us, and I understand what you mean, Conscious, about love being the priority, but I cannot ignore that unfortunately the system does forces married couples to deal with finances. They make you deal with it when you get a divorce. It's in every, I understand
But we don't
that,
have to get married in view of the law. Like there are people who consider themselves married because like they
but
in
you're right
love. Like they don't
spiritually.
allow, yeah, like they don't allow the state
Mhm.
necessarily to come
Well,
into that
my
relationship.
my grandmother and my grandmother, may she rest in peace, and my granddaddy, may he rest in peace.
Hold on, William. Hold on, William. This is the dangerous thing that we as a society is doing around conversations of love, collaborating with capitalism, is because what we're also saying is that none of us are fucking valuable if we're not worth anything economically. And I also don't subscribe to that either. So I'm not able to subscribe to it in the conversation around love either. Any system that has to do with valuing people outside of them being people is a dehumanizing, demoralizing ass system.
But yeah, but Conscious, everybody's standard is not the same. So when I say like I was saying earlier, for some women, they're okay. They're not looking at a dollar amount. They just want to see that you're going to contribute, that you're going getting up, going to work, quote unquote, being productive, whatever that looks like for them. Like it is not about the dollar amount for some women. Like when they go when Iyanla was speaking, because that percentage, that is really the minority when it comes to women that realistically want someone with a 6-figure, 7-figure salary. Because most women Not all, but most women know their lane. Most women don't even feel like they can even qualify for like for someone like, I don't know why, but it is like that's a minority type of thing. But I do agree with you. The foundation should
But the
always be
money
love.
thing is a big deal, rumors and tea. 70% of marriages in this country were failing, and the bulk of the reason why was because of financial discrepancy and indifference. The bulk of what was contributing to the breakdown of marriages in this country had to do around economics. It wasn't irreconcilable differences. It wasn't all of this other stuff. It was around economics.
You're right.
And
That's
now,
because
and now to survive inflation, people are now staying together because of economics. So it's just, and that's the pendulum swing that you get into. It ends up allowing some other principality and governing force to be the ultimate decider. And that's why I said in the beginning that love is what's being ultimately minored in. No matter how romantic we're painting love in this conversation, ultimately love is taking a back seat to all the other superficial shit and all the other shit that people are placing value to. And that's reflected in the marital data.
right. Because isn't that what capitalism is doing straight across the board? We've allowed capitalism to really dictate all of our lives. Like, in general, like that is the reality of how we've all chosen to live.
No, but that's the thing. All of us haven't chosen that. And that's what I'm trying to get us all to understand here is that we have choice. What a lot of us, to your point, T is doing is a lot of people are just inheriting something that's already moving and has motion. And a lot of people don't realize that. So it just feels natural to them to move along capitalism, not realizing that they do have a choice. Like, yes, this is the way of the world. This is the way of the people. This is the way of the community and the culture and the system. But hello, you got a choice. You can choose to divorce Christianity if you want to. You can choose to divorce homophobia. You can divorce racism if you want to. Just because these are already pre-made systems that you're walking into, like, you have choice, and I'm the voice amongst the room, reminding people that we have choice here, and all of us are not allowing capitalism to shape the way we treat and the way we show up, and how other people are
You're
to be
problem
treated and show up in
solving.
our lives.
You're problem solving right now, and I don't disagree at all with what you're saying. That one of the solutions can be. I agree. I'm just speaking towards and I know that's what, like you said, I was smoking, so, but I know you said that earlier. We're talking about the, what I'm saying, the problem, but basically, like, what I'm saying, how the hell we gonna solve it? And you're right. That's a good way to solve it. Is it going to work for everybody? We know it. Hell no, it's not. But all it takes is one person do it, another one to fall in line, et cetera, or whatever. But
Because we're not
unfortunately,
solving anything, y'all. Like, we're not. Because something else that's going on unconsciously in these cultural conversations around how all parties need to be able to bring it to the table is that we don't realize it, but as a result of being hurt and not knowing much about love to begin with, and then being hurt and traumatized in the process of love, we're trying to recorrect because patriarchy and the culture has informed. Because capitalism and the culture has informed our concept of love, we think that by just piling on more material duty and more material demand, somehow it's going to reveal or expose or prompt love, when that is also still what's not happening. Because I really need us to get to the root of this economic topic when it comes to love as a centerpiece. What really is driving that shit? If a man or a woman has their finances in order, what is that really telling you? If you're then able to also obtain that person who is financially grounded, are you telling yourself that this is a better person?
The priority.
Are you telling yourself that this is a better human being than somebody who is living check to check? Are you telling yourself that this person has a better morality? What is really the unconscious translation and interpretation of a person that has greater means? What is that inner dialogue really like?
The same way that it is for people that never went to college, the same way it is for people that have never gotten married or have been divorced. It's the same thing mentality. We've fallen into a system that dictated to us all the very thing. What they basically did was take away the essence of who we were, because we were and are still to the core a loving people. But we're so desensitized and we're so brainwashed towards what the societal norms that have been created for us are, that we feel like we have to live up to that. And I'm guilty of that. Feel like I got to live up to that expectation, when in total reality, when you said you liked it better when y'all was when you were younger, struggling. Listen, I promise you, I talk about it all the time. Some of my best experiences, because I didn't know what I lacked. If I lacked anything, I was just happy being the kid running around, everybody laughing, everybody smiling. I didn't know that we was in poverty. I was clueless to it, because that was never a conversation. My family never, I mean, and when I say poverty, considered, we was middle class and still considered that we were in poverty. But I
I
didn't
can
know
say
it's
that
the
too.
difference.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like if my parents were broke, my sister and I never knew it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm sure that I know they struggle. At some points throughout their marriage, financially or whatever. During the building process, you're going to. It's just inevitable. You're going to have points like that. But if it was times where they didn't have money, my sister and I never knew. We never knew. We were just kids having a good time. It was all love. Like, look at my sister and I's relationship today. Inseparable. We live in 2 different states, but I die for that kid. I call her a kid, but she's 40. But still, saying there's a 6-year age gap. But and she knows it. There's nothing I wouldn't do for my
Conscious is
sister.
giving me food for thought, because even when you think about it, right? Because you were ignorant to any of those things or whatever. But I remember when my mom decided she was going to get 2 jobs. My mom was a registered nurse and decided to switch careers and become a paralegal, right? And then decide to get a little part-time job. That left us lacking. So when you got to really do pick your priorities, because in some point there is going to be areas of the life that is going to lack. And so I understand. I personally don't want to have struggle love or whatever. I feel like I've been struggling for the last 20 some years, but I don't mind I don't need a fairy tale, and I don't want someone, because I don't think anyone can match at this point in my life. I really don't think I'm going to ever find someone that's going to match me, my energy, but I don't need someone to match my energy. I just need someone that is going to provide the effort, because that's my love language.
Yeah, because here's the thing about, like, and see, like, this is why we got to really unpack this shit, because it's not poverty that's the problem, and that's why an economic conversation is never going to work as it relates to a love conversation. If it relates to a life partner conversation, yes. If it relates to a business partnership, yes, but not a love conversation, because the reality around poverty is that poverty is not even what creates the pain a lot of times. It's the way people are treated when they're poor that creates the trauma of poverty. If people could live in a system where they didn't have a lot, they only had 2 pair of shoes and 5 outfits that they had to wear throughout the year, but never go to school and be treated differently for it, and never be bullied in their communities for it, and never be dehumanized and rejected for it, there would be no energetic backlash to poverty. Because if you are always in the business of treating people well regardless, people are not able to really even People are not even able to have those difficulties under those circumstances. There are lots of healthy people who were birthed out of poverty. Some of the best people I know came from very poor beginnings. Some of our most successful people in this world were birthed out of those circumstances. But the trauma a lot of times isn't even the poverty largely. I'm not saying poverty is without, it's burden. Living from couch to couch, not having that stability, starving, but I'm not talking about those aspects of it. The shit that really drives the trauma into a lot of people raised up like that is just the way they were made to feel about themselves as a result of not having a lot.
So can I jump in here on something that you just said? You said life partner versus love, and I kind of ponder if people are switching more over towards a life partner thing and away from love or the ideal of it, because what a lot of us with the picket fence and the Disney being raised in I guess the 80s and 90s, love was like, okay, well, if they cheat on you, then they don't love you, or it's over. Infidelity was like a deal breaker. And I guess some people ideal of love is like, oh well, y'all, it's not perfect, and everything's not going to be peaches and cream, and you work through that because you love each other or whatever. But I think maybe some people might have gotten tired of like the games and the different things happening that didn't match up with the ideal of love they were indoctrinated into as children and even perpetuated towards them as adults. So I wonder if now that's what's getting to, like, life partner type of moves that people are making. People are giving up on this ideal of love that we had in the past.
I think that people are creating they're creating hybrids. I think that, to your point, a retro, yes, like people are exhausted. People, like, especially effeminate people, are tired. They're over it.
Yes.
And so they're trying to combine two things to make a situation more palatable. But I just want to remind everybody here that there are some very inescapable things about love, and us trying to like objectively curve it is never going to work. The reality that a lot of this culture trying to get around is having to have faith in somebody else. But if you're trying to obtain love, that's what you absolutely have to do. In order to make it, you have to be able to have faith. You have to be willing to actually trust someone else. You have to actually be willing to kill your ego. These are all things that I think somebody said earlier, that people don't want to put in the work. People don't want to, I think it was Corey maybe who said it, that people don't want to work toward this thing. People want like the end result. They want all of the shit that comes when it's beautiful. But what it takes for it to be beautiful is a lot of ego deathing. It's a lot of understanding of each other. It's a lot of being a great listener. It's a lot of being even tempered. It's a lot of being able to posture yourself in a selfless way, being able to be open to what your partner is feeling and experiencing. And this is what I'm talking about. It's like, money ain't gonna do nothing about none of this. Like, it don't matter what the fuck your economics are. It don't matter what the fuck your master's degrees are. Like, how you ultimately position yourself as a person is ultimately going to become what like really fucks people over. And if we're not really still dealing in the root of why people turning up fucked up, then it really don't even make no sense for us to even still be trying to even get with each other. Because even this conversation around marriage and relationships, if people don't want struggle love, then what a lot of people are also going to have to be prepared to do is be the fuck alone. Because it means that you recognize that the world is in trouble. The system has dismorphed people emotionally. People are walking around with childhood trauma, all type of recessive shit in their damn genes, in their emotional genes, and their spiritual genes, etc. And it's going to take probably half a lifetime to undo a lot of that shit, which means that I ain't gonna be the bitch who gonna inherit a healthy, functional partner. That may be for my nieces and my nephews and people coming up behind me who may inherit that world as we continue to prioritize therapy and normalizing doing your motherfucking work and normalizing how to recognize narcissism and all of these other psychological traits, etc., and just prioritizing the development of the human condition if we don't want struggle love. But also, in talking about love, for those who want love is not an easy make-up and phenomenon. So it also can't really be about economics and all of this shit either. It's like, what do you put up with in love? Do we recognize the fact that you are living alongside another human being and they're going to grow up beside you? And then that means that you're going to be there for every motherfucking mistake they make as a human being, every motherfucking obstacle they endure, every badass choice, every motherfucking impulse they may act upon. Are you prepared to do your fair share of rationing the good versus the bad? Who's teaching that? Who's preparing us? Because in growing up, nobody ever had a love conversation with me about what to expect. Everything was painted with a very simple lens. Go to school, graduate, make money, and get you a great spouse. That was the conversation. Nobody gave me the Bible on relationships. Nobody taught me the nuance of relationshiping. None of that shit.
What is a good
relationship? What a lot of us end up having was just examples of whatever the fuck was in front of us. Our parents, our grandparents, other people's parents, other people's relationships, etc. And that what ultimately informed us. Maybe ideas that came from the culture, came from music videos, came from movies, all of that shit. But there's a lot of work that we have to do under a motherfucking very materialistic system that can run your ass po. But also people who want to be loved. I'm sure even when we're poor, right? But it's interesting how we're even being like selective about when it's time to value people based upon money and when it's not. Because outside of loving relationships, I guess poor people are okay. It's okay for your friends to be poor as fuck. It's okay for your children to be poor as fuck. It's okay for your parents to be poor as fuck. It's okay for the people, everybody else that you love in your life to be poor as fuck, but it's not okay for your spouse to be poor as fuck. It's not okay for your spouse to be a minimum wage as fuck. It's not okay for your partner to just live from check to check. It's not okay for, like, I'm not understanding why it doesn't bleed over. Because we're loving other poor ass people. And loving
because
them.
it's selfishness.
CTV.
It's so again, what you said. Listen to your answer is in your question, and it's just what I said earlier. In marriage, what I've learned already is that you cannot be selfish in a marriage. You cannot. It has no place. It's not. I already see it. Like some things my wife wants to do, or like this. She wanted to go out and go do some stuff. I didn't feel like doing it, but hey, guess what I did? Went out with her and had a blast. Glad I did it. But I could have sat home and watched TV and just let her go out on her own. What the fuck is that? You cannot be selfish. Not even a little bit. You have to put yourself aside, and people are unwilling to do that because they're not taught to. Little boys are not taught how to take care of girls or be chivalrous anymore. I was, but I consider myself lucky. And the thing is, and little girls not taught how to be women. You know what I'm saying? How to use that power. Because females are far more powerful, especially black women, are far more powerful than they realize. They just don't know how to recognize their own power, let alone how to use it. They have no clue. They're not being taught.
Okay, can you tell us, Mandrell? Can you
Ma'am.
offer? Can you spread some information for us females?
Say you have a guy, right? Your job is to keep. My wife's job is to keep me energized and ready to go and go conquer the world, right? You can have anything you want if you motivate your man to do so. Anything.
Well,
if he loves you,
I want you to offer us a tip. Give us a scenario. Offer us a tip.
A tip on what? How to do this?
How to keep your man energized, how to keep him motivated, like just give us an example.
Okay, here's the thing. It's nothing you don't already know. Check it out. he has a bad day at work, or bad, not even at work, or with something. He's having a bad day, or he's in a bad mood. You know how to soothe over this dude when he's in a bad mood, if you're paying attention to him. You may not feel like doing it, but guess what you do? You do it anyway. You stroke his ego, tell him it's going to be okay. He needs someone to believe in him. He needs that. It ain't a want. It's a need for us.
Are you talking about that shit that money can't buy, Mandrill?
Huh?
Are you talking about that shit that money can't buy and money can't teach you?
Yes. Stuff money can't buy. Here's the thing, ladies. All men, we unless he's been beat down beyond recognition, all men need that. We need motivation. Very few of us are self-motivated. And even when we're self-motivated, we're only self-motivated to do certain things. They're selfish reasons, selfish things. We're self-motivated to go out and make money if we go out there and make money. You know what I'm saying? But what else are we the rest of the shit we're doing is because we're bored. Like rich guys going out there, and it's because they can. Like rich guys who go out there and get a bunch of women, they do it because they can. I mean, and it's something to do. It's something to do. Period. It ain't like it ain't.
I have a question for you,
They're not really doing it to be doggish or to be fucked up about it.
I have a question for you, Mandrill.
But they're doing it because they need something to fill up that gap in time.
Yes, because when you've been,
you know what I'm saying? It's like
because when you've been trained to be a gorilla juice head ass slave on a plantation, you always need something on your damn back to make you feel purposeful.
Yes,
I got it. But my question to you, Mandrill, is you spoke earlier about how you're paying bills in 2 properties, y'all deciding what to liquidate, etc. So I'm going to assume that this is a part of your relationship gender dynamic, is that you are going to kind of be like the front runner when it comes to the finances. You're going to do the earning and the wealth building is what I'm assuming.
Well, we're going to live off of what I have, right? But I'm not stopping her at all from working. If she wants to work, she can go out there and work and make as much money as she wants to.
Okay, so, well, yeah, that's cool. But I was asking just about like,
as far as who's paying the bills and stuff like that. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, and you believe that that's your role, right?
Yep, and I believe that,
and you want to do that, right?
Yes, I want to do that.
Okay, so then my question is, hold on. Does she also want you to be that? Like, does she want her husband to be able to financially take care of her and secure her?
Her thing is, if he can, yes. But she's also like, okay, well, if this is the lifestyle that we agree that we want, and your income ain't enough, I'm gonna go out there and cover the rest. Like, she wants to do things hand in hand and in tandem. Okay. She's willing to do that. You know, the thing is, she's willing to do that, and she wants to do that if the occasion calls for it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So my next question then would have, so my next question then is a hypothetical one. So then if she would you still have married her if she would have said that she was looking for that in a husband, that was a fundamental, is that she need her man to be able to be financially grounded and to be able to take care of her?
That's not a deal breaker for me.
Okay, so then if it's not, and you still would have said yes, so then, like, I'm curious to know, like, the psychology, like, when you are thinking about your relationship in that scenario, you are actually comfortable knowing that if you can't do this, your partner more than likely is going to change their feelings and desire to be with you?
That's a different scenario. If that's the case, if she's telling me that I need my partner to be able to pay bills, and if he can't, I'm out, then I never would have married.
Well, no, see, I didn't add the out part because most people don't. They just add this is what I'm looking for, and this is what I'm requiring. They don't necessarily always articulate the consequences and the penalties as a result of not being able to live up to that. So if she would have just left that out of the conversation, she just would have said, like, what you understand is that this woman expects this from me. This is a part of her vision and her security in a marriage. If she needs me to be able to provide the financial means, you still would have been comfortable and felt secure in that relationship.
No, I would. No,
The
the thing is,
hold on, man, Gerald. We ain't gonna be able to hear you. Somebody got feedback in their mic.
Yeah, somebody sound like they get electrocuted over here.
Oh no, me. Like when she and I had that conversation, I asked questions, and I asked specific questions like that. You know what I mean? She's like, "Well, I don't." Of course, she told me, that's not necessary, and then things like that. I don't believe in putting everything on my husband's back like that. Okay, cool. But had this been the scenario, I would have asked that question, which I did anyway. What happens if the market crashes and like all my stocks go to shit or my business goes under? You know what I mean? And I have to rebuild from the ground up. You know what I mean? I would ask questions like that. What happens if this happens? What happens if that happens? Because these are things you need to know. I need to know where your head is. Because marriage is, because I agree with you, Conscious. Marriage is more than that. What happens when things don't go according to plan? What happens when life
But
throws
once
you a
again,
curveball?
most people are also not going to be that upfront either in those conversations, because if most people were, most people would not have even gotten with the people who ultimately end up leaving their asses when things went down the turn. So most people are not going to be honest enough to tell you that they're going to leave your ass, because once again, if at this point you are a qualifying partner, you got means, you got money, you got a business, why would I tell you anything that's going to deter you from moving further into this relationship? So I'm not going to tell you anything that's going to scare your ass. I ain't going to tell you, yeah, I'm going to leave your ass if you can't sustain this. If you get sick or your business collapse or our finances, I ain't going to tell you, yeah, I'm going to leave you, because once again, you're probably going to use that answer or answers to find you another partner. So most people ain't going to tell you that. They're not going to articulate the penalties and the consequences.
And Conscious, I have a question, and I also just want to chime in real quick.
Hey, T.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hi, panel. How y'all doing? I'm trying. Like, I came on. I was watching for like 2 seconds, and then I crashed. And then Rumors and Tea was going in, and I woke. It woke me up because I'm like, what? What's happening here or whatever. And I'm looking at the titles. I'm trying to gather some information before I form up opinion. Is it Mandrell? Mandrell. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that your wife was on the up and up, and you have someone who, if those things occur, is going to be by your side. It's a little bit leading, but I do have some questions. What then happens? Does she go out and help as well?
In what case?
And like rebuild, like does she go out to?
Oh yeah. She's
she'll go out to work and rebuild as well. How does the dynamic change once she's out in the world? I'm assuming she's Black.
Yes, she is.
Okay. When she's out in the world and now she's facing the same things, and so now she doesn't have it to give to you, that thing that motivation that you need, because you were saying, like majority are not self-motivated. And now she's going out in the world, she's being beaten down, and is a 2-part beaten down because she's Black and a woman. And then she that dynamic at work is a very, very real thing.
Right.
I have a boss who I'll say something and he does not hear it until it comes out of man's mouth.
I got you. I'm tracking. How does that dynamic change?
Now the dynamic shifts because she needs the exact same thing that you need, and she's not able to give it to you. Do you think that over time the dynamic shifts because what's working for you doesn't work for you anymore? Or how does that, okay, so now the other question is, how does what you're saying, it seems like such an easy fix, work when that is not the dynamic to begin with?
Well, here's the thing. The thing is, if we're in a situation where she has to work, because she works now, right? She's active in the military. She's in the Air Force. So she works now. And she does go through that, like, whew, you know what I'm saying? Man, you know, this and the other would work. That I shut the fuck up and listen to her problems. I let her get it out. And I ask questions. I actually engage in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, 90% of it, I'm just quiet and letting her talk. I ask questions, you know what I'm saying? And when she needs an opinion or guidance, I give it to her. You know, but if we're in a situation where she has to work and she has to cover a certain part, then we lean on each other. My motivation now is to put her back into the security that I once had her in. My motivation now is to figure out a way to get her back into that, you know, that put the smile back on her face and take the stress off of her as much as possible. That is my motivation. You know what I'm saying? Just like my motivation before was like, okay, I need to earn income. You know what I'm saying? Okay, how much income do I want to have? What kind of lifestyle do I want to live? That's the kind of lifestyle I want to live. Then I set a goal. Okay, I want to make 6 figures. Got it. Okay, I want to make this amount of money. Got it. I'm like, do I need any more? Not really. So I'm like, okay, but you know, things started to grow anyway. And so now here I am, you know what I mean? With no problems. But now but the thing is, my motivation now is to make her feel as secure as possible. You know what I mean? And provide for her as best I can. Give her the lifestyle that she wants and more if she wants it. You know, because she's a woman who comes from humble beginnings just like I did. It doesn't take much for us. You know, and we're realistic. We're down to earth people. Money don't drive us. Fuck money. That could be gone. That could be gone in an hour. You just never know, right? But I get what you're saying. How does the dynamic change? It changes in my motivation. My motivation now is to put her back in the secure place I once had her in, and if not surpass what I once had her in. That would be my new motivation in that scenario. So it's not about me being self-motivated. I do have outside sources motivated me in that case. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I couldn't, just me personally, I wouldn't want to sit there and look at my wife's face and, you know, and let her see that I feel defeated. I might tell her that, hey, I feel this way, I feel that way. You know what I'm saying? But that's just in for the sake of being open and honest with her. Hey, this is how I feel about this situation. This is how I'm dealing with it. This is what's going on with me. So you'll know what my mood is like. But at the same time, I'm going to tell her, this is what I'm doing to fix it. I'm getting up tomorrow. I'm making phone calls. I'm doing X, Y, and Z. What do you think? What is your opinion?
Right.
You know
Can
what I'm saying?
jump in real
I
quick?
involve her in it as well. Yeah, that's my companion. That's my, you know, that's my right hand, my rib. I got to include her in everything. Why would I not ask her
Right.
opinion? You know?
Mandrell, I'm just a cheesing. Cause you know what, Mandrell, I could tell you a married man. I could tell you a married man now because the Mandrell before used to get on my nerves. I've been just smiling while you've been talking. Yeah. Go Mandrell. But real quick, hey Sin. Hey T Lounge. Hey Conscious. Because we never addressed the rest of it about all the good men are in prison or whatever. And I'm curious as to what the context of that was about.
I think I want to come back to that because we so far in now. I don't even know if people are gonna make it to that topic. But I mean, if y'all wanna, if y'all wanna go for
I
it,
saw the title and I'm saying to myself, I'm trying to like, you know, understand, you know, because I'm like, I missed so much. I don't know if y'all talked about it or not, but that comment is coming from the men in prison, I'm assuming, right?
So my friend AJ, he was listening to a Twitter space earlier. He's supposed to be here, but he ended up getting tied up at work, and he wanted to talk because he was in a Twitter space, and the man who created the Twitter space was allowing other men up, and they were just talking about how American women are really shallow, where all the good women at, ain't no good women around, and then other men were talking about how actually all the strong men are actually in prison. And it got my friend ruffled up. He was supposed to actually come so he can also bring the sound bites from the Twitter space, but he's just not here. But yes, there are people who believe that you know, it's the same patriarchal shit that masculinity is assigned to I guess being rough and tough. I'm not really sure what the entire context was that led up to the men saying that. I don't know whether they were responding to what they feel is a very simp culture or a very like queer LGBT culture. Ain't no real men left, or I don't know what I don't know what led them to that. That's what I was, you know, kind of looking for when he brought the sound bites, because I didn't listen to the Twitter space before we did this. I kind of wanted him to kind of host and carry the show and do his still, but so I don't know what the context was. But I know I have also heard that type of rhetoric also like in manosphere hotepi spaces that strong men, all the strong men are either dead or are in prison. I don't know what that means.
It used to be a time, and this goes to show you, and everything is about this shift. Even in the title, there's a shift to where the fort landed, right? But there used to be a time when they say all the good black men are either gay
and he is
prison, child.
And he is. Come on, gay are in prison.
That used to. Am I the only one that used to hear that back in the day?
I used to hear in the grave, in prison, and in gay.
But why would good black men be in prison?
Right. But that used to be
because the system. You know, the system is not fair to black men. So most black men that's in prison, in theory, are innocent.
But it makes them good? Because because they can be innocent. I'll make them good.
I'm just saying that was the mentality. Because as a kid, you know, it was nothing. You know, my weekend for about 2 years was spent going back and forth to the prisons, and it was really like it was a hell of an experience as a child. I'm just like, you know, it was actually traumatizing to see, you know, to really see that. And there were a lot of people, you will be surprised, maybe not surprised, like women really felt that way, like the system, they were convinced. And even though there's some truth to that, it is like, that ain't everybody's story, you know.
I'm going to assume that a lot of the women who probably said that were with drug dealers and men who were able to supply, you know, and take care of the needs of the family by way of the street. So when those men got locked up by the white man system,
that wasn't it.
Nope.
That wasn't it. Listen, as a kid, I remember when people back in the day, I don't know who else can remember this, but back in the day, it was nothing to get random collect calls to your home. You didn't have to know who it was, just random, because anybody could do a collect call. They used to go through the telephone book and just call, and if they thought it was a woman's name, they were going to call. And women seemed to be vulnerable, honestly, because it was a phenomenon. I promise you, them 2 years, it was a phenomenon. Like, women would really pack up their family and go visit a stranger.
Well, I don't know about that part, but I recall it being it wasn't necessarily the person that they was with. It could just be their cousin, and it wasn't necessarily people who were just like evil spirited. You know, it was just, you know, the lay of the land at the time. You know what I mean? Access and representation. There was a lot of things that played a part in it. But
so I'm also going to then assume that women are also then were responding to what they felt is a deficit of masculinity. And
amen,
because to K. Michelle point, there's still, you know, pools of women who don't want so-called soft men. They don't want androgynous men. They don't even want like a half masculine, half effeminate man. They want like exclusively feminine men. So is this a like calling good men in prison away? Because I know why they're saying about gay men. They're talking about looks. A lot of women find a lot of men to be gay attractive. So they're like, well, damn, all the fucking sexy niggas be fucking gay. But I'm trying to figure out this whole good men in prison shit. It's the good men in prison is like all the masculine niggas, all the men's men, all the men who gonna do what it take to provide for their families, all the men who gonna break the law and who gonna really go there and who really gonna be like about that, get our needs met by any means necessary.
It wasn't necessarily from the 80s. This spilled over from revolutionary times, actually. You know, when the Panthers was running around doing their thing or whatever, like people got locked up for reasons other than, you know, nefarious ones, you know. So it was a spillover. And then it just takes off, but then it starts to conflate with the ones who are not necessarily so good, you know. And
Chat.
you know, and then certain people get knocked off of the list, and now we're down to grave and prison, you know.
Okay, so y'all are all modern women.
But Michael, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my thing with K. Michelle, I don't know much about her, but all I hear about is like her issues with guys, right? And then I saw her on the reality TV going on dates, and I've seen a bit about what she, like her idea of what a man is. It's skewed, and I think that goes back to little girls aren't taught what to look for in men, or even what a man is, and largely it's because a lot of kids don't grow up with men in the house, so they don't see them. You know what I'm saying? That's number one. Number two, I don't think that the ladies, because they work too, I think a lot of it is because, you know, they don't know either. And plus they spend a lot of time working 2-3 jobs. They don't have time to teach the little girls the lessons they need to teach them because they're too busy trying to survive. You know what I mean? And again, a lot of that's because men ain't in the household. Why men ain't been in the household for the past 40, 50 years? I don't know. I think a lot goes into that. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't think it's holistically Black people's fault. I think a lot of that was done to us. You know what I'm saying? Specifically for this reason, because now we're super. Look how super divided we are just in gender.
Yeah.
Black women feel this way about Black men. Black men feel that way about Black women. But my thing is, I think one of her biggest issues is she doesn't know what a man is. Like a lot of women don't. And if you look at what's going on this manosphere bullshit, a lot of, and I'm using this word loosely, men. Let's just say males. A lot of males don't know what a man is because they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They don't act like men. They act like women. They get up here and argue with women, and they sound the same. I'm like, you arguing with a woman, sounding like a woman. Fuck you, Mandrill. No, dude, I don't do that kind of shit. See, there it is. You know what I mean? So it's like it's just both men and women don't know what men are because
But do you think that? But I think the problem at its core is that we're talking about something that actually doesn't really exist at all, because there is no such thing as there is no what a woman truly is and what a man truly is.
And that's the problem.
And I think that as a result of us as a humanity continue to try to define these things and trying to, this is how women are. We know that the world still largely is in disagreement because all the cultures in the world have different personifications of male and female. So if you go over into other communities, if you go into other continents, if you go into other races of people where they have their own customs and traditions and their own ideals, men and women show up differently aesthetically. They show up differently in beliefs. They show up differently in their gender roles. Sometimes there's a lack thereof, or there is super definition. So we know that the world of like what, I think that's the problem. I think we need to rip this man and woman shit away and recognize that we are human at the end of the day. And the thing about being like the thing about trying to contextualize male and female is like, it's so crazy to me because as much as Manosphere and Hotep talking points would try to like act like there are these huge distinctions between male and female, there really isn't. Most of the things that make the sexes different are by way of socialization. There's only 6,740 hormonal differences between men and women. Everything else is essentially the same. Our brain works the same, our thinking works the same. Men have estrogen, women have testosterone. We are we are essentially the same people. The things that separate us are largely just biological. Like women carry children, men produce the seed that produces the child for women. Outside of these like empirical biological differences, there's no difference in the way that we are processing and experiencing life. All of that shit is the same processing system. It's the same fucking brain.
A lot of I get what you're saying. A lot of it is social, but the thing is, I have been around the world, and I can tell you that there are universal things universal ways that men operate, I should say. You know what I mean? And there are universal characteristics and functions of masculinity. Like that's why I always disagree with this whole thing of toxic masculinity. I'm like, there's no such thing as toxic masculinity because masculinity. Masculinity.
Not when you consider that most of the world is informed by imperialism. Most of the world has been colonized. So we have to take that into account. There is no universalism. Even that's the result of colonization. That's the result of invasion. That's the result of white patriarchal capitalism and racism. Those are the effects of these universalisms. Like white patriarchal capitalism is damn near global at this point. So we see it in every aspect of the world of modern day. But I'm talking about like when you go in your history books. I ain't talking about in the I ain't talking about in the current contemporary now conquered world by whiteness version of the world. I'm talking about when you go into your history books, you read about your ancestors, you read about the geishas, you read about Japanese men, you read through history, and you read through cultures, you read through the dynamics of Native American women and men. You look at the way that gender roles and societies were created in various ways in which people believed and organized and commune together. Sometimes you saw a reversal of these roles, or sometimes you saw a intermeshing of these roles. These roles were roles that all genders and sexes participated in. Like the world has not been universal forever. It's not been on one accord forever. And the world largely still isn't.
No, right. I'm tracking with you. And to a certain degree, I do agree with you on that. What I'm saying is I'm not saying it's a lot, but there are universal characteristics of men who are masculine. Number one, masculinity is not toxic. By its very nature and architecture, it cannot be toxic if you're being masculine. Like if you're a man who beats on a woman and stuff like that, that ain't masculinity. That ain't masculine. That's not toxic masculinity because that's just simply not masculine. Masculinity protects. Masculinity counsels. Masculinity warms. You know what I'm saying? It informs, it educates. That's masculinity.
If that then you're saying that in opposition as if women don't have that same capability. And I think that's what conscious.
We protect. You do protect, but you protect in different ways. For example, when Conscious was talking about the conquering and things like that, I hate to sound like a patriarchy if I sound like that, but what I'm saying is largely. And because there are women warriors throughout history. I'm not.
And currently, there are female police officers, female firefighters.
Right. Exactly.
There are women in the military.
That's what I'm saying. Typically, that's what I'm saying.
Boxers, kickboxers.
Of course, one of my favorite boxers is a woman.
Women whip ass in the world.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Even in our contemporary times, women.
That's true. Alicia Baumgartner is one of my favorite. Alicia Baumgartner is one of my favorite boxers. But what I'm saying is, largely, it has been men who fight and protect in that fashion.
But that's only because men control. See, patriarchy is the only thing that's ultimately been universal. So men have always been deciding where women belong in the world. It's not that we can't argue that women want it to be on like in the pews. Like just like there are women right now in our contemporary world that want to be on the front lines. Women throughout history wanted to be on the front. We've had female kings. We've had female queens who went into battle, who controlled armies. So this idea
I agree with you now. We've had women warriors now.
IG makes a wonderful. Even IG makes a wonderful point, Mandrell, that even when you look at nature, like this idea that men protect, that's actually a largely feminine characteristic in Mother Nature. Like almost every feminine entity, non-human entity in nature does the protecting, does the warring, does all of that. Like nowhere in nature do you see outside of humanity the female relying on the male. Only in humanity do you get this skewed ideal, but that's ironic because men have largely been running the world. So that's ironic. That's convenient.
The thing is, with that one, that's where nuance comes into play because it does depend on the animal. And I say this a lot too. We like to pretend like we're not animals, but we are.
Largely.
We like to pretend like we're not animals,
exceptions,
but we are animals.
But largely, all female entities in nature fend for themselves. They hunt, they fight, they protect. They're not sitting at home waiting for a man.
Right. And I think that's the point that, like, I literally was having this conversation. Me and my boss in school having this conversation, and he was like, you know, but men and women are so different. I said, no, we're not. Yes, we are. Okay, the conversation can't go very far because here I am as a woman trying to tell you, we
instead of him asking you how so.
Exactly, we get treated as if we don't have a frontal lobe.
That part.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm just sitting there like, no, nigga, I got a frontal lobe. It is.
Come on, team frontal lobe.
I actually think some of that stuff's funny. I mean, is that fucked up to me? Like when I hear guys say that, see, I actually heard a white man say this to me. You see, a woman's brain is smaller than a man's. And so therefore, her comment about frontal lobe reminded me of that. Like I remember, like afterwards, I remember going somewhere and busting out laughing. This has been forever ago. It's been like 20 years ago, but I remember this shit. It was hilarious. I always thought that was ridiculous myself, because I grew up around competent women. You know what I'm saying? Like my mom and all my aunts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up around competent women. Like you're not telling me that women have no value. But you're not telling me that women can't do this, that, and the other.
But if you let a patriarchy tell women are damsels in distress and they're always in need of a savior and they're in need of a man, and
they are, because men are and men are in need of women. Like we need each other. Period.
The data don't seem to reflect that women are outliving their male spouses, and women actually. Their life energy.
But that's the cost of it to me. That's the cost of being a man.
Statistically, the quality of a woman's life actually diminishes when it involves a man. Women live longer statistically without men.
Because I was just going to say, we don't need. The thing is about needing someone. When you need something, you accept anything. When you want. And I think that's what most men's problems are. They think we need them when, and not understanding, no, we want you. And just as well as we want you, we can unwant you. And the same could be said vice versa. But that whole we need each other, no, we don't.
It feels a lot like men need women. And maybe possibly for things like self-motivate. The thing about it is you came into this world by yourself. You understand? You are an individual. And I don't think that that's my job. With all due respect, I don't think it's my job to self-motivate. I have to motivate myself. You have to motivate yourself.
And he has to motivate you as well. Just like you motivate him.
No. I'm saying an individual's job is to protect themselves, inform themselves. They are to motivate themselves. It's all about self. You could call it selfish. I call it self-centered. Now, when you are centered and you meet another centered individual, that's a powerful thing. But my issue is I've been encountering people who are not that centered, not that self-aware, and don't see things as like globally. They don't see things They don't see the whole picture. Now we could talk about the way that the mind, the brain, like I think men and women move differently. A lot like chess. We move the same way, the king and the queen, right? We make the same moves. But the man always thinks just the step right in front of it. One step ahead. We are all the way across the board at the finish line. And our thinking is a lot like chess. But we're still making the same moves, just that, the thought process goes different. I think that's where
different volume and different degrees.
Yes. And so if you're talking to someone who is already across the board and you've only seen the step right in front of you, it's extremely frustrating. And in chess, who protects who?
Everybody protects the king. The queen is the most dangerous. The thing is, and I think this pertains to real life too. The queen is the most dangerous piece on that board. Like that's why I've always disagreed. Like guys who look down on women, I'm like, why? That's your greatest asset. Your woman, like if you're married or whatever, like your woman, your wife is your greatest asset. Why would you ever diminish her or downplay her or prevent her from succeeding or excelling? You should push her to excel. Like when she gets down and don't feel like doing it, hey baby, listen, it's okay. We're gonna get through this shit together. Whatever the case may be, whatever you gotta do. Yes. Like you know how much better you'll do when both of y'all are being a success. Like I just don't don't understand it.
That type
It's
of
retarded to me. It really is retarded.
It's
like you guys have heard me say. So hold on, you ladies have heard me say some silly shit online. I know this because I'm actually just when I say stuff like that, I'm just having fun. I really am. I'm actually just saying that stuff in jest. I don't actually believe the silly shit. No, I'm telling you my real feelings now. And I always felt this way because I saw the way the men in my family move. No, your wife is your your wife is your greatest asset. That's your companion. Like no, you push her to succeed if she wants to succeed. As long as it's for the greater good of the family dynamic, even if that family is just you and your spouse, even if it's just the two of you, if it's for the greater good, do it. Motivate her to do it. Push her to do it. Because she's going to have times when she gets discouraged. You're going to have times when you get discouraged with stuff you do. Don't you want her to motivate you? Yeah, well, then why don't you return that in kind? What are we talking? Like, what are these guys on this manosphere nonsense? What are you talking about?
But what they're talking about is a knot because patriarchy ain't teaching them none of that. And they don't want to encourage women to do what you're asking. Like what you're saying, they should be encouraging women to do because they also know in a patriarchy, women have been conditioned and that women, to K. Michelle's point, may lose their attraction if they outdo their man, if they out-earn their man, if they out-success their man.
What kind of dude has she been dealing with, though?
And men don't want to deal with the consequences of that because they're not actually having that conversation also with the women, and the women are not having that conversations with men because I don't know, people don't come together for whatever reason and really talk about these things and unpack these things around money dynamics and power dynamics and relationships, which should be making up the date night conversations, which should be making up like the exploration of each other. Is like, what is your attitude about gender? What is your attitude about me as a woman? What about I'll earn you? Like, how is your identity tied into materiality? Like these conversations are significant, but people aren't really having them. They're having them more so with themselves than they really are with each other. And then once it's time to do all that humbled, normal shit that you're talking about, Mendrell, like this is why they're not, because they don't even largely know how they're going to feel about their women standing in their autonomy. Because you got to realize these men are the byproducts of that patriarchal conditioning. Like, why would I push my woman if I've been taught that she's a helpmate? If I've been taught that she's submissive? If I have been taught she's subservient? If I've been taught that I am the head and that I should hold the power? Why would I encourage her to have any power?
Because it doesn't take away from your power.
But that's the truth. See, but what you're talking about is the truth. But that's why we oftentimes have these these conversations and confrontation about why the culture needs to change, because the culture keeps informing they keep informing a very erroneous ideal about men and women and gender dynamics. And as long as the culture is at work in opposition to the truth, the culture is going to prevail, which is why most people succumb to societal norms, because quality, unfortunately, in this case, quantity in this case, ends up trumping whatever you're being taught at home, ends up trumping whatever, you're being taught by the one wise person in your life, compared to the 99 mixed contradictory messages that are being streamed from music and the media and being streamed from social media, etc. And this is why largely even parents are having a hard time controlling the perception of the world of their children, because they can't outcompete the system. They can't outcompete the way the system is informing young people. So parents feel at odds and are struggling to really regulate and feel like they're really in control of the young people right under them, because it's only them versus the world. And if the world is saying something different, these kids are going to move with the majority. And it's the same thing like with these men and women. They've been informed by the culture, and the culture is massive and it's consistent. It's a consistent algorithm because it shows up in every facet of our living. In the magazines, once again, in all of our art as a culture, it shows up in every conversation. It shows up in everybody else's life, generally speaking. And so when you get the majority, even if it's wrong as fuck and abusive as fuck and exploitative in actuality as fuck, ultimately people are going to move with what's being normalized and what's being rationalized by the culture, which is why we gotta change culture. This shit got to change.
But at what point, Conscious, does common sense come into place? I'll let you
at
guys,
all, apparently.
I'll let you guys in on a little bit of this. For example,
you can't say when does common sense come into play, because what's common does not make sense.
Oh, that's true, but okay,
and
fair
what's
enough.
common is the culture,
my thing is
that's hold on, Andrew, but that's the point of me saying everything that I'm saying. What is common is the culture. The culture has a cap on what's common. That's why the majority moves alongside it. That's what becomes the common sense, is to do with the majority. So when some random person is like, no, brother, you're going the opposite way. You're entitled to your feelings. You're entitled to cry, brother. It doesn't matter what 99.9% of your male peers are telling you. That shit don't make sense to them, because they're like, no, bitch, you're telling me some weird shit. Are you pushing the gay agenda on me, nigga? You telling me to embrace my feelings, nigga? Are you homosexual, my nigga? You look like the weirdo, because what's common is whatever the culture has set in place. So for people to have the emotional discipline and autonomy to break away from the majority, to recognize the reality of their situations, to your point, that does take a level of emotional and mental fortitude. And shout out to everybody who's been able to break away from the system and say, you know what? No, I'm not going alongside this shit. I see the reality of it. I see that it's not getting me anywhere. I see, that it keeps equaling zero over and 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 over. I keep seeing that my happiness comes at the expense of other people. That's not fair. Shout out to all the people who've been able to do that work. But all of us trying to do that work in people's lives and holding conversations like this and hope that there are people who will become enlightened and say, aha, the reason why we start channels and we write books and we get out here and do seminars and workshops and we bullhorn it out, we all of us are going up against the culture with the truth.
Right.
We're going up against a massive force that has massive producing power. And this is why so many people continue to just fall prey to the culture.
Okay, but here's my thing.
Right. You know what? Because in all our sorry, Mandra, let me just say this real quick.
Go ahead.
In all totality, I felt like I've been in the matrix. I still hold true to my standards, even though I've never had to actually enforce my standards or whatever. But this conversation has made me feel like I've been walking around in the matrix. And now I'm being and I honestly, I actually like conversations like this where because we do walk around in the fog and think that we're just living our everyday normal lives and not really ever question the normality of what is true and what's not. You understand? Like we don't never question the normality. It's just normal and we just go, and most human beings are operating that way. It's almost like we're possessed and we're not intuitive to the complete reality of things. And that's why, like, I really appreciate moments like this where you can step outside of what you know to be the norm and actually see the bigger picture, like the overall view, like get the real picture. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Like for example, like take my wife and I, right? Do I think that my wife needs my money? No. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think she needs it. Do I make more? Yes, but I mean she's fine without me. You know what I mean? I don't care. Like if let's say she somehow makes more money than me later on, I don't care. That's our money. Ours. Like is she? Well, how is she being a helpmate if she makes more money than you? She's helping the family earn more resources. She is a helpmate. That doesn't take away my position as head of household. It
But
doesn't.
that's because, man,
It's no threat to me.
you recognize partnership. You recognize that there are two that have became one. And
Right.
I feel, me personally, I feel like that should be established way before marriage. Like if you don't have something, that type of relationship already established, marriage shouldn't even be, a thought
Shouldn't be on
pattern.
the table. Yeah.
That
Like
goes back to what Conscious was saying about spiritual marriages. Because for me, that's why I just look at the marriage thing totally different from other people. Because you should have all of that already.
Right.
Like
Here's
that
like
should
she
be
like I
iron.
said, she doesn't need my money. But here's the thing: I paid all the bills. Right. I pay all the bills. My wife came to me one day last week. She said, "Hey, I need money to get my hair done. How much you need?" She told me how much. I said, "Okay." I cash apped it right there in front of her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and then she like several times she's like, "I need to get my nails done. How much?" She told me how much. I cash apped it right there. Not even
But do
it
you
wasn't even the exact
understand that?
amount. It was more than that. But here's the thing: she has her own money.
But
But
yeah, but do you understand, Mandrell, that I know that your situation is slightly different, but just in general to the topic, you do know that there have been women who have allowed, I'm going to use the term allowed, the word allowed, have allowed their significant others to provide those things and then it was weaponized. I think that
you
there's
can't do that.
I'm gonna take away the word think. I know there's clearly a issue with trust between the black woman and the black man.
Yeah, there is.
We know what all the problems are. uh I'm really am interested in how do we, and I know it's an individual thing, but if you take all the individuals on a panel hypothetically and everybody applies it, then you know what I mean, that individual becomes five, you know what I mean, and more people will eventually migrate. How do we solve these problems? Conscious gave one theory on with love, just making love the solution and everything else will
The
fall into
foundation.
place,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Them- like
I would like, because there are people that do. Let's be realistic. We do know that there are people that do love, have love, and still came up. They just made it all about love and still came up on the losing end. You know what I mean? Like, so what is another solution?
well, I mean, I have some solutions I've given to some people. You know what I mean? To me, it starts when they're young. You have to teach young boys how to take care of women and why it's important for you to do so. Why women should be protected. You have some guys who don't believe in protecting black women. I'm like, okay, but look at what you're asking black women to do, but you don't want to offer them protection. Fellas, think, and no one's doing that. That's step number one, to think. No one's thinking. You know what I mean? We don't teach boys how to think, and boys are supposed to be the leaders. Well, if you presume to lead, you have to be competent, and if you're not competent, no woman's going to have confidence in you. You know what I mean? And if your woman has confidence, again, ladies, if a man knows you have confidence in him, if he loves you, he'll run through brick walls for you. he will.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. But boys aren't raised that way. They're raised to be kind of figure shit out on their own.
And you know what, Mandrell? I'm gonna say this, even though I stand 10 toes down for my women, because I know we and a large massive majority of us really do the work. And I know that we're exhausted, but we still have to there's a reality that we have to take accountability. We have to hold each other accountable, and we have to be honest. For us that are single parents that are raising men, boys, males, right? Raising these males to become men. We know that we have been raising a bunch of lazy ass human beings. And we have to stop. I understand that a lot of us have coddled our sons because we know what the world, they're going to go out and face. So we coddle them early, but we're not doing them any justice. Like, still love and nurture, but at the same time, we really have to put our foots down. We have to start showing. We have to be the example, showing them through the people that we engage with, the men or the women, our relationships. We need to. They need to see our relationship, but they don't need to see no abusive, like,
Right.
dysfunctional as relation. Show them something positive. And as well as not just showing them how to, your relationship with others, but your relationship with them. I remember how my stepdad used to take my sister. That was the one thing that I was jealous of with my stepdad and my sis versus me and my dad. He used to take my sister out on dates. Literally get her dressed up, pay for her to get her hair, nails done, and take her on dates. And I
That's the thing.
I was envious of that, and I was like, it used to make me resent him because I wanted to go on a dates too. Like, my sister had a totally different outlook on what she should expect based upon what her father taught her, what she should expect for a man, how a man should treat her, and I didn't have that.
And the
But
impact,
here's the and here's
impact of
the
your sister seeing that and having that man in her life, showing her the way, showing her what to expect and what to
But
get.
here's
You know
the
what I'm saying?
reverse of that. But
That's
here's the reverse of that, and this the part of that dynamic, T, that women don't want
Mhm.
nothing to do with, is that sister would have loved her daddy also had his ass been stinking broke. Had he just continued,
honestly, I believe that.
had he just continued to be a good man to her, if he just would have continued to love her and to show up for her, whether daddy was rich, broke, somewhere in the middle, like, we didn't even, like, we loved our parents anyway. Like, we was going, and we love our parents anyway.
Yeah, they're
But
kids.
once again, that's the part of that. But see, talking about love is very different from talking about the other shit, because that other shit.
Now I'm gonna tell you, Conscious, my mom's second husband, her second husband, her third husband, literally, like, everything that you're discussing, like, is what they had, but there wasn't no financial struggle. But that was every other struggle, because I remember my mom, when she married this man, she used to walk around the house and she used to say, love come with a bunch of baggage. Y'all, when y'all start talking about y'all love somebody, just know come with a bunch of baggage. I didn't understand what the hell she was talking about. Okay, until life had to show me. But my point is that in that particular marriage, like, all my mom wanted him to do, she used to tell him all the time, he had his own income. He was a landscaper, had his own business or whatever. My mom had her own money, her own income. She didn't need him for anything. She was already established. My mom thing was, you make sure you have your shit together. And that's part of my mentality. Make sure, like, when I say, what do you have to offer me? I don't need you to offer me anything financially. I need you to offer me the things that I have not been able to give myself. I don't know what those are, but surprise me, right? But I still need you to have, and you should want me to have mine together. I like what you said, that you would teach your niece and your nephew. If a person already comes together, if they already got their shit together, right? Nobody has to tell them or suggest to them what to do, because they've already have these morals and values instilled in them early. So they're going to, regardless for whether they're not even going to need anybody to motivate them because they already have the motivation.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a total difference in meeting people and you find somebody come on and they have no motivation to them.
But this is also what because this, like even in couples counseling, a lot of times like what they do to resolve marital issues, or couples, they don't even gotta be a marriage. It could just be a relationship. What they do a lot of times to resolve the relationship issues is help both people to become friends again, or if they never had friendship, to be friends. Like there needs to be a friendship in this relationship thing that you guys are doing. I don't even, when it comes to like the young people who are under me, I don't even really teach them about like, this is how you take care of men versus women, da da da. What I do is it's the only way I know how to live, which is don't you ever throw away a good person. Don't you ever throw away a good person.
That's a good start.
Don't you mistreat a good person.
It's a fantastic lesson.
You hold on to a good person. So if you can trust somebody, somebody is reliable, somebody loves you, somebody is there for you, somebody who loves you no matter what, that's what this is about. That's what this is about. And I feel like when I would be willing to have a economically mediocre or basic partner as long as they were a good person. Because I don't care. And I understand that we're humans and we live in a capitalistic system. And it's nothing wrong with us sitting down together and saying, look, we should try to do a vacation this summer, or we should try to purchase this vehicle, or we should, we can have our plan. But I think like what got to be important is both people affirming to each other that yes, we have things we want to do and accomplish together and collaborate on in this material world. We got things we want to see, things we want to do, perfectly cool, fine, whatever. But if you don't check in and remember the heart of why y'all are together, which has to be about like, let's not lose this though. Let's not lose our friendship. Let's not lose this thing that we can do here, which is sit out in the front yard and cackle until our stomachs hurt and roll over and fall over into the ground, like dying of laughter. Let's not forget that our bond, that's the synergy and the magic that's between us. That's what we need to protect. And if trying to have any of this stuff together imposes upon that, is a threat to that, then our commitment need to be to protect and to shield our relationship when the stuff begins to penetrate and change and derail that stuff. I was just telling a friend the other day, I said, I think we need to start praying over our motherfucking friendship because it's a lot of motherfucking hoes who rooting. It's a lot of hoes who rooting. It's a lot of people who rooting for some shit. We need to start like praying against these energies and these forces that are at work, because I'm an energy bitch too. And I'm an occultist, so I know all about the forces and the energies. It has to be about remembering the connection. And if you find people that you love, you find somebody that you love and you care about, once you start losing sight of that and a person just becomes a utility to you, a person just becomes a screwdriver to you, they just become a handyman to you, they just become a pocket pussy to you, they just become an object to you, of course, like that's when, you're on your way to the Heartbreak Hotel. That's when you're on your way to doom and destruction. Like, we have to be mature enough to live in a material world and differentiate between the immaterial and the material. And we're going to have to make a decision about which one of those things are we truly here for. One of those things got to come first. We can't have them together. They cannot be equally necessary. They can't be equal to each other. One is going to have to prevail the other. if we want materiality and love to be equal, they're never going to be. They're not designed to be. Love is love. There is no God beside it, above it, but there's no God above it, and there ain't no God beside it. There could be gods below it, but not beside it or above it. We're gonna have to decide one over the other. I've seen too many relationships. I've seen too many relationships of all kind collapse under a bunch of artificially flavored shit, a bunch of circumstantial shit. Love don't fall apart circumstantial, but when your relationship built upon circumstances, when your situation built upon stuff and not the substance, then yeah, you can't expect your circumstantial shit to survive under circumstances. It ain't no substance there for it to weather a storm. There ain't no grit there for it to handle a rock against the boat. It ain't nothing truly been created there. That's substantial. So we can have both, but only one can be God. We cannot serve two masters. It's either we truly value love and we're looking for somebody to plug into, and somebody who can love us and somebody we can pour our love into. And then all the other stuff, you know, it's fun to go do together. It's fun to go try to have together. It's fun to go create together. But what's taken seriously is the bond, not trying to get the stuff together, but the bond got to be priority. If that's not our priority, then we're going to have a bunch of situationships, and we're going to have a bunch of people using the right language, doing the wrong thing. We're going to have all this jambalaya around love under capitalism if we're not going to unpack the fuck out of this shit.
Well, I don't need you to be exposing all my dirty laundry.
You ain't got no damn dirty laundry, bro.
I'm just being facetious.
You ain't got no damn dirty
laundry. No, I mean, you know, when you speak, when you speak from that stance, like I said, it's nothing to debate or dispute because love should be the foundation. Like, for me, I would not want to go into business with anyone that I did not love. Like, you understand? Like, I just feel like love makes you, real love makes you look beyond all the BS. You know what I mean? Like, that's why soul ties are important and stuff. Like it can go super deep. Mandrell is completely right though when he says a lot of people don't know what love is.
I'm gonna tell you what love means to me and what I want.
Because I don't like that. There are points I don't like love. I'm just gonna tell you the truth because love makes
what love to me means to me. When I say I love you, what I'm saying to you is I'm going to see you no matter what. And what I mean by see you is anytime I feel something, I'm going to see you. I'm going. You are going to be seen no matter what. No matter the circumstance, no matter the situation, I'm going to see you. And when you say you love me, that's what I'm expecting, is that you are saying, I'm going to see you no matter what. No matter the circumstance, no matter the situation, no matter the existential crisis that we find ourselves in, navigating a material life, that I'm holding on to you.
But that's compassion. That's compassion, and I'm telling you, Conscious. I don't want to make it about that, but I'm just telling you, it don't feel. I don't know, maybe because the essence of me being the Aries, I could be very vindictive, and like I just don't want. Like, no, I don't want. Like, when I'm hurt, I don't want to see you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like,
but
you know,
I'm not talking about like a physical see, right?
No, I know what you're saying, but like you were saying, that's the ego. That's the ego because your ego has been bruised, right? And so, like, I get love, like, because when you, as you stated earlier, when we make it about money, it's more or less like better get something rather than get nothing, right? That's a vindictiveness. That's just being vindictive. Let's call a spade a spade. And I understand that energy because as much as I'm an empath, I'm also an Aries. I'm also Anya. If you hurt me from like you genuinely hurt me, I don't give a damn accident or intentional. I don't want to love you because my love is what creates the compassion. The compassion is what encourages the faith. You know what I mean? Like it makes you want to endure. You feel like things is not that deep. Whatever it is, we can make it through. That make you hopeful. And I do think that that's where a lot of women have been. I'm gonna just be honest. I believe a lot of women we've put that energy into the wrong people. And then there's part of me that feels like, no, it wasn't the wrong person. It was necessary so that you could correct some things within yourself. Because that's how I always take it back. Like at the end of the day, we're all willing participants, right? So good or bad, we contributed to a situation that, we partook in the situation. And I understand the vindictive
It's two
nature
things
of
that I want
wanting
to
to
say.
make it all about money.
It's two things that I want to say to that, T. I think in this culture, we conflate love and relationships. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. I can love you and still not be in relationship to you. What's
That's
going
true.
to determine whether we're in relationship is if the love is mutual. If the love is mutual, that also does not mean that you're going to show up perfect every day, all day, in every situation. So I have to leave room for you to also be human. But what's going to determine that you are a human who loves me as you're being imperfect is if you recognize the error of your ways and you're willing to try to correct those areas. If we're in a relationship and we both claim to love one another and you're doing things to hurt me and you're making no effort to not hurt me again, and you're not making no effort to understand or to bring any corrective measure to your behavior, then we don't have to be in relationship to one another. It's not going to not stop me from loving you, but we're not going to be in a relationship to each other. So love.
You're right. But that's why I was speaking about when I was saying about the Matrix. How, because I'm just speaking generally, like how people really walk around and smoke in mirrors. What we think is the norm is normal, right? It has been the norm for like the Stockholm syndrome, knowing that a person isn't, adding value to your life, da 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 da, like whatever the situation is that's not serving you. And people they continue to stay. And this is what I was saying about women just being tired. Like, but we also have to take accountability because we be seeing the red flags, the writing on the wall, and then we equate us staying and sticking it out to love. And then that goes back to Mandrell. Do you really know what love is? Because love does not mean that you're supposed to submit yourself to anything that's draining you. Struggle love, well, by definition of not the word struggle, but what we know struggle love to have been, does not encompass, even though it's not a fairy tale, but it doesn't encompass a person feeling abused, worn out. You understand what I'm saying? Like just over, like it doesn't encompass it. Not to say that everything is rosy or whatever the case may be, but there is a motivation there between the two people that no matter what you're going through, and it keeps you lifted up because, like Mandrell was saying, we motivate each other.
I'm gonna tell you what I think what a lot of people are tired of is loving people who are not trying. Like,
right.
To be honest, I don't get tired when effort is being put involved. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Because I know that you're gonna work hard to grow up, to mature, to recognize the situation, circumstance, whatever my needs are, etc. I can work with that. Yeah, you hurt me, but what's going to keep that from creating or from like permeating itself in me is you correcting it. And long as you're putting forth that effort and because that's what I constitute as a good person. It's not a perfect person. It's a person who has decided that they are committed to being the best version of themselves. And even when they pitfall and they fail at something, they get back up, determined to learn, determined to make themselves better, determined to evolve and do what's in the best interest of themselves and everybody else who will be impacted by their behavior. Like, that's what I don't see perfection when I think about people. When I think about the type of person I want to collaborate with, it's just somebody who has a good moral compass and somebody who is just committed to getting it together. And if you are committed to getting it together, like, we can say in relationship for forever, because that's really all any of us can really ask for. We can't ask for perfection because it doesn't technically exist in that fashion. But what we can ask for is somebody to be committed to what they said they wanted and who they said they wanted to be, and somebody who's willing to be held accountable to who they said they wanted to be and what person they wanted to give to you. So if a person is always willing to work toward being that person, and you can clearly see that reflected in their behavior, you can see that reflected in their walk. This is not a hypothetical, or this is not them saying, okay, I'm gonna do better and then don't. I'm talking about you can literally see tangible effort being made. You can see that growth slowly but for surely. You can see them trying a little bit more every time. You can see them getting it actually together. Like somebody learning how to drive a car, you can see the tangible progression of them getting more efficient at driving the vehicle. Right. That right there, that's my perfection. It's like imperfectly perfect. Like, long as you're trying, because I'm gonna try, you try, and if we're committed to our vision of ourselves and our vision for each other, I can work with all of that. I can handle whatever the fuck want to come and unfold and manifest in our relationship to help to propel us into that. Yes, that's going to be us getting on each other's nerves. It's going to be you hurting my feelings. I'm going to hurt your fucking feelings. You're going to piss me the fuck off. I'm going to piss you the fuck off. We got to have conflict in order to know how to deal in conflict. We got to have conflict in order to refine conflict. We got to have these obstacles in order to be better at these obstacles. It's not the obstacles that I'm worried about. It's about, motherfucker, are you still going to show up? Are you going to remember the contract we got to each other? Are you going to remember to try? Are you going to remember to get the fuck back up after this? Are you going to remember who you're trying to be? Are you going to remember me? Are you going to remember? If you're willing to fall and then you recalibrate, and once again we continuing to move forward and things are seemingly getting better, I can deal with all the other nuances that come with dealing with fucking people and their bullshit, and just like knowing that I'm living alongside somebody that I'm going to watch grow up just like my kids. Like, yes, people are adults, but they ain't stopped growing up because they 20. They ain't stopped growing up because the nigga 30. They ain't stopped growing up because the nigga is 40 or 50. People are going to always be figuring it out, especially when it comes to us being in a relationship to each other, because I may be already perfect for someone else. Learning how to be in a relationship to you is what I need grace at. I need grace because I'm learning how to be in a relationship to you. I'm learning how to tailor to your needs. I'm learning how to love you according to your love language. I'm learning how to show up in a relationship to you. So yeah, you got to give me, so of course there's going to be natural grit and contrast because this is a whole new world with your ass. So, I can leave room for the little minuscule misdemeanor damage that's going to be done as you learn how to once again find your equilibrium with me, and vice versa. You're gonna have to give me that grace. Like I gotta learn how to show up in return. And yes, like I'm gonna be ignorant sometimes. Sometimes my pain body gonna show up, like whatever the case may be. But once again, are we committed? That's the only thing I need to see. That's the only thing I need to see in this shit. I ain't worried. The negative shit ain't gonna take up the priority if the effort is gonna be there. If the
That's
effort
what I
is
was
gonna
going
be
to say.
there.
That's what makes the difference, Conscious. I think T Lounge, you may agree. That's what wholeheartedly makes the difference. And when I was speaking earlier about potential, I wanna explain something, because most people, just like they take that word what is it, acknowledgement? What's that word? Accountability. Because most people use certain words that really don't apply, like potential. Potential has been miscued so much and so long, because to have potential means that you're putting in effort. And so because it has been literally misappropriated in how it's been used, because most people that use the word say that they, oh, potential is people that ain't trying, ain't putting no effort, ain't putting no work in, no nothing. So that's what I mean when I say I'm not interested in potential. But by the true definition of the word potential, that means you're putting effort. You are actually getting up, regardless if you execute every task on your list or not. But you're actually doing the work to actually execute it. I don't know, and if this, there are women out there, I'm pretty sure they are, that frowns upon a person that does put the effort in. Then you don't deserve that person, because that's all we really can ask for from each other is to put in the effort.
Well, you know
That's
what?
why I told my sister, don't date potential. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but I told my sister, don't date potential, date trajectory. She said, what do you mean? I said, ask him what he wants to do in life. You know, this is when she was young. You know, when she was 20, 19, 20 or whatever. Look at listen to what he wants to do in life. Look at what he's done so far to get there. And look at his plans on his plans for getting there tomorrow. I said, but more importantly, look at what he's doing today to get where he wants to be. If all those things line up, yeah, give it a shot. But if he just says, I want to do this, but hadn't done anything, doesn't have any plan to do it, to get there, there's no trajectory there, then all right, don't take this seriously. Move on. Trajectory is what you want to look for, not potential. Because everyone has potential to do everything. Potential, you don't need effort for potential. Trajectory,
and that's another word.
Right, trajectory. There's what you're talking about.
And that's another effort. Yeah,
that's the effort. That's what she's talking about. The effort.
Yeah.
I told that's one of the things I told my sister, date trajectory.
But that's another thing that's left out in the culture, you know, because like that's 50 trillion ass podcast. Everybody talking about what they ain't putting up with. And it's like we're moving so far away from a realistic expectation and view of each other and what it means to be in love and union with each other. It's like, and it's so weird because we talk so mechanically and left brain about love, and it's not like a 1+1 thing. You know, and we just need to, once again, we are always going to have to unpack and do these check-ins with each other in relationships, because we are also living under a system that is trying to influence these unrealistic expectations of each other and trying to influence this kind of sterile reptilian view of love and trying to make love a math equation, when love is really all of the gray space in between. And so being mindful of that, keeping that in mind as we outsource for love, as we show up to love, as we show up to be loved, you know, the measure of people's love does come down to their effort. Effort is what creates sacrifice. Effort is the change you can see. Effort is what is the end result of love. Love motivates. Love compels. I compel you to Christ. It compels. It pulls. It moves. So when you see love in motion, you know, to Aruma's point, women largely are collectively tired because they've been with partners who made no effort. There were just empty promises. They just kept leaning on a nigga's word that things would get better that never got better. Said they were going to make changes that never occurred. Promised things that never manifested. So yes, I'm glad that you straightened out that conversation, Mandrill, about potential. Everybody got fucking potential. That ain't what the fuck you looking for. Who gives a fuck about potential? What is going to determine somebody to be worth your time is someone making the effort. The effort toward their vision, the effort toward a relationship to you, the effort, wherever the effort's supposed to be. It's going to be the effort. That's what's going to determine whether, like, what you are working with. Don't work with potential. You work with somebody. You work with motion. You work with energy that's in motion. And the rest of this shit this falls by the wayside. But, you know, I do encourage people to largely listen to people on their deathbed. When I think about the ultimate truths of life, I don't really look to people who are in the living. I look toward like people who have been to the other side and look to people who've been on their dying bed. And universally, when people get to the end of their life, they don't remember the money they made. Don't give a fuck. That's not the shit that starts making their heart pump. That's not the shit that gives them anxiety about death. It's what's going to happen to their coin, what's going to happen to their private jet, what's going to happen to their Mercedes Benz. It's all that shit that we forget to be present in, which is the people that we love. That's the only thing that matters in the end. When our own materiality has been compromised, when we're face to face with our own mortality, and that part of us can shed, that's when once again we're back present in that unconditional love. And all we care about is our children. All we care about is our family. All we care about are our friends. All we want is the people. That was the best part of the earth experience. It's the people. It's the people. But under capitalism, we're being trained and it's being enforced that we see once again each other as a thing, as a utility, that we see each other as a commodity. And so that humanity is being stripped and graped from us because this thing is trying to curve our divine perception of each other. It's trying to replace that with something systemic and something that benefits the system, because this system can't sustain itself if humanity was the priority. Capitalism is thriving because it's largely it's successful at what it's done to our minds. It's guiding us to have a dehumanizing attitude toward ourselves, and it's trained us to have a dehumanizing attitude and an othering attitude toward other people. So, and I mean, to make matters even just a little bit more deep, the reason why I know this thing is going to, the reason why I know that love don't give a fuck about capitalism and the stuff we want is because, at least when I talk about love, I also understand that I'm talking about God simultaneously. And when I think about what man looked like what primitive man had looked like, that's the world God intended. Man to live off the earth. God had already provided. Spirit had already provided. Yep. Everything man needed was already in nature. We could live off the earth. The earth replenishes several times over enough in one day for us to have had all the endless supplies of things we needed, living in fair relationship to the earth. That's what paganism taught us, is that we are inherently connected to the earth and she's connected to us. Because that's the way we were truly meant to live. The only thing left for humans to do was to commune together. There didn't have to be a capitalistic system in place. The straw, the wood, the rains, the sky, the mountains, the brick and the mortar, those were all the fundamental building blocks that we needed to create communities and to have shelter. Food was hanging from every damn tree. Nuts and berries. All there was to do was love. There was no fashion labels. There was no pop stars. There was no glamorous life. We had what we needed naturally in nature, and we had the rest in our hearts for the experience of life. What we're living in this American system is something that another nigga envisioned. America is a vision. China is a vision. These are a man's vision. This is a man's world. What we're living is somebody else's vision for reality. And we have allowed ourselves to buy into it. Our children have bought into it. Our ancestors and forefathers bought into it. But this ain't even the way that it's supposed to be. This ain't even the world that was at first envisioned for humanity. But this is man's vision for itself. Where we're living now is man's vision. God gave your ass the river and the mountaintop. What we got now is the rooftop of the Vegas hotel. What we got is casinos. What we got is bills. What we got is all of this that we see here. All we got is a media. We got an algorithm. We got people determining what we should look like, how we should feel, what we should be shaped like, what our lives should be like, and what we're measured by and valued by. Clicks and views and economics. And it's a lot of foul play going on. And this is why so many people are losing their shit in this system. We just had that astrologer lady lose her shit. We have double the mass shootings. This system is collapsing. It's not even the way that we say that even men are not surviving patriarchy. We're not surviving capitalism. Like, we're not even surviving the matrix. The matrix is imploding on itself because it's insurvivable. It's insurvivable. And to continue to uphold it, to continue to gorilla glue its pillars in place, rather than just letting the shit collapse, rather than saying, yeah, you know what? This shit needs to go. Throw a motherfucking grenade to this shit because it's been long overdue. And what we're living is a facade and a shell of what it truly means to be human. And what it means to be in relationship to each other. And all this shit we've created is standing in between this marriage. All this shit we've created is standing in between our relationships to each other. All of that shit is being lost in translation. So like I said earlier, I'm not surprised that when the world was affordable, motherfuckers was on their way out of marriages because people were largely signing up to make life cheaper for themselves. But now that life done got more expensive, we done seen a stop to divorce rates since inflation. Because now motherfuckers, once again, got to band together in order to survive the economy of the country. Because it was never really about love to begin with.
Sheesh.
We got a serious problem. In the words of Childish Gambino, this is motherfucking America. And Miss America is killing my motherfucking vibe. Miss Capitalism is killing my motherfucking vibe. But see, I'm not going. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how trendy this system makes this bullshit. I don't give a fuck how many motherfuckers sign up. I don't give a fuck how many motherfuckers fall asleep behind the wheel. I'm just gonna have to crash the fuck out because I'm not going. I'm very fucking clear about what the powers that be are doing and what they're going to do and where we're continuing to be headed, which is toward ultimate damn destruction. 70% of the goddamn population is going to be mentally motherfucking ill when it's all said and done. There are more Americans on prescription medication than there are not already. The literal matrix is making motherfuckers sick. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally. Even our artwork is a reflection of our trajectory, to Mandrell's point. Where y'all thought all this influx of vampire movies and mutant movies and Marvel movies and zombie movies came from, that was a symbolic reflection of our condition. We're dead from the inside out. We're walking around with a form of godliness, a form of love, a imitation of a thing. And the system is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It's able to reinforce itself at a greater rate thanks to AI, thanks to technology, thanks to the internet, thanks to the World Wide Web. This is its muscle. So it's even a more necessary time to stay lucid and awake more than ever. Because these motherfuckers are inducing the anesthesia at quantum rates every day, all day. Here's your sleep meds. It's time to lucid dream. It's time to wake up, because the only way that we're going to contest this system and survive as a humanity and have our consciousness and our divinity intact is through active, conscious protesting of the culture and mindfulness. It's mindfulness, but I'm gonna shut up.
What astrologer lost their shit?
What's the woman name? Let me pull her up.
I forgot her name. Yeah,
Yeah, I forgot her name. Let me see.
She said it was. They said it was because of the eclipse or something. But yeah, she unalived.
I'm about to pull it up now.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
I'm
unalived.
surprised you didn't see it.
Right.
One of her.
I was stuck on that point. I was trying to get the rest of it. I said, but the last 2 minutes I was like, what astrologer?
Tea Lounge. Well, you got another page.
Just I got rid of the first page and I started a new one in like.
What was your other name on the first page? What was your handle name?
No, it was the T Lounge, but at one point I was Lady T.
Like that's who you get. Cause I'm like your voice is super familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, okay, and it was definitely not under the Tea Lounge, but got you, boo. I got the follow.
Thank
Okay.
you.
People.com astrology influence disturbed by eclipse, unalive partner, infant child, and herself, say police.
Oh.
Daniel Johnson, a 34-year-old woman who worked as an astrology influencer, unalived her partner, 8-month-old baby, and herself after posting warnings about the spiritual warfare of the total solar eclipse, say police. On April 8th, the same day as the eclipse, Daniel Johnson pushed her 2 children from a moving car on a busy Los Angeles area freeway at around 4:30 a.m. local time, according to the LA Police Department. Half an hour later, Johnson then drove her Porsche SUV at over 100 miles per hour and crashed into a tree in the city of Redondo Beach. While her 9-year-old child sustained moderate injuries from the fall and was transported to a local hospital, a press release from the LAPD added that her 8-month-old child sustained fatal injuries and was pronounced deceased at the scene. Johnson did not survive the crash and was the sole occupant of the vehicle, the release added. Earlier that day, Johnson is also believed to have fled her home with her children after stabbing her partner, Jaylene Cheney, 29 years of age. On April 8th of 2024, around 3:40 a.m., Shanny and Johnson became involved in a verbal altercation that escalated into Johnson becoming violent, stabbing Shaney, who succumbed to his injuries at scene. The release continued. A knife with biological evidence was later recovered from the scene. Prior to this, Johnson had called the impending eclipse the epitome of spiritual warfare in messages posted on X under the moniker Ayoko, reported the Associated Press, citing LAPD Lieutenant Guy Garland. Just days before the eclipse, Johnson tweeted on April 4th, the eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare. Get your protection on and your heart in the right place. The world is very obviously changing right now. And if you ever needed to pick a side, the time to do right in your life is now. Stay strong. You got this, she added. Per the outlet, police are not considering the eclipse to be a contributing factor in the deaths because we just don't know why she did what she did, Garland said. Shaney was discovered at around 7:35 a.m. after neighbors in the couple's apartment building in Woodland Hills noticed their front door was open and went to check on their well-being. Investigators found tarot cards and black feathers in Johnson's apartment, according to the LA Times. People has contacted the LAPD for additional information. So what's crazy about this is that this woman had children, she had a partner, she lived in a really great community, and she was driving a whole fucking Porsche SUV and didn't give a fuck. When I keep telling y'all, capitalism and materiality is not going to motherfucking save us. When I tell you that this ain't where the soul at, this ain't where the heart at, this ain't the shit that's keeping motherfucking going, this is a tragic but yet perfect example of what I'm talking about. And there's just going to be more of this. People can feel it. And the people who are spiritually sensitive, you know, we can feel this more than anybody else. You can feel it. I've been talking about it for the past year and a half on my platform.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, but there's a that seems a lot like somebody put that girl in a jar, or that's some kind of graveyard ritual. That seems very suspect. I'm gonna look into that a little bit more,
but you know what's funny is that I was on our Sean's channel, I think yesterday or day before yesterday now, and we were talking about the story, and I was saying how, you know, the spiritual people, it's a lot going on. Like it's just a lot. And I've been public about the fact that I myself have been struggling emotionally and mentally under this coming culture and just this kind of like nihilism and this superficiality. It's just so dead and it's so cold and it's just such a stoic culture and it's hurtful and it's hard to naturally be somebody who's like, you live with your heart on your shoulder, like you just a natural lover, you're naturally communal, you just want to fall in love with everybody, you know, you like your heart is just open, you're like, you're just walking around, just, you know, look, you know, you come to connect, to plug into all that stuff, to plug other people into that shit, and to just live in a culture now where people are just a mess and people are emotionally unavailable, people are selfish, they're narcissistic, they don't give a fuck, people are just, it's just different. The world is different and people are different. And sometimes what spiritual people would do sometimes too is they will use religion and or spirituality to deny the things that are going on in their humanity, or they're use it as an escapism, the same way that people use drugs and binge on food to deny, to escape. And what was telling is that her and her partner having this altercation. To me, it seemed like Miss Johnson probably had a lot of issues that she wasn't really dealing with in her humanity. She had issues in her relationship. She had issues maybe even in her feelings around being a mother, maybe not even wanting to be a mother anymore. Like, I mean, it's just no telling what you know, like what she was experiencing and what her mind was, but she wasn't dealing with any of that stuff intimately and directly. And as a result of not dealing with it, of course, like all demons and all problems, shit keeps falling out of the closet, and you ultimately you can't run. And this woman ended up deciding that the way to outlive her problems and to resolve her issues in her life was to just not have a life anymore. Now, to your point, T, it also, you know, who knows? She also could have had a big
I don't normally throw that out. I don't normally throw that out easily. I don't. I'm usually, you know, looking for the logical, you know, aspect to it. You know what I'm saying? Even in that story I was saying like a while back on this platform, when I was seeing me and my roommate was seeing the doggone smoke, my initial thought was, oh, you done lost it for real this time. You know what I'm saying? And then when she saw it too, I was like, okay, so this is a spiritual thing. However, I don't throw it out lightly. And I know that the same way in a lot of these sectors, whatever you want to put as a prefix, there's all of this like beefing going on, you know what I mean? And it's the same, the tarot community and the whole astrology, they like they will sit there and do the thing on like on live or on their video, you know, just take care of somebody in a jar and shit like that, and like jealous. And you know, I'm saying, oh, she got a Porsche, she got a, you know, some kind of influence, whatever. Somebody probably was hating on her. Don't really even realize, you know, when you believe
100,000 followers on Twitter, I think alone,
right? You know, and so there's people who, you know, guarantee, you know, and if you don't do your protection and stuff like that, and on top of that, you have, you know, like it utilizes real life instances if someone works those entities and those energies the right way. I don't normally throw that out there like that. So that's why I said I'm gonna look into it or whatever. But I'm wondering if that was the case. Like, was she beefing with
it could be an element. Somebody could have been throwing a dust at her ass or doing some type of work on her ass. Now, the work in it of itself still can't make a person do
right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but but it can escalate and influence circumstances that are already there. But you know, even just taking the story at face value, I think it's just like, this is why I was saying everything I was saying earlier about like, you just got to really take care of yourself in this era. I mean, to even that narrative, you know, you got people who, you know, especially when you're a public figure, like you got people who got the evil eye for you all day. You got people who are jealous of you, you know, people who want to see your downfall, people who don't like you. All of those intentions go out into the multiverse too. And if you're already energetically sensitive, it's easy to tap into that iCloud of negativity and to tap into all of those thought forms and projections that people are personifying against you as a result of having access to you, especially as a public figure. So all of us who are spiritual and we're influencers and we have, you know, a visibility and people have access to us, coupled with the toxicity of just the overall culture, this shit is a lot. And I am dead ass serious. Like, my mental health is more important to me now than it ever has been. Like, and the fact that that it's more of the shit coming, that we ain't hit the tip of the iceberg yet. We ain't even hit the glass ceiling. Like, we're the first generation of social media and AI. Like, we the infants to this thing. This thing ain't even fully rolled itself out yet. No. This shit, like, all of the effects ain't even rolled themselves out either, as a result of Pandora's box that we done unlocked.
I was thinking earlier today, I said, what's going to be the thing? As I've been navigating the phone, okay, you know, but what's that going to be that thing? You know how, like, all older people have that new invention that really trips them up and takes them out and they can't even touch it and shit. I'm wondering, what is it going to be? Like, because I swear I was thinking about that today. Like,
yeah,
all of the AI and
yeah. I was telling my friend the other,
set this VCR for me. Like, what's going to be that that for me? For
me, it's this shit already. It's this shit here. It's just it's too much. I was telling my friend the other day because he had. I caught him to be a writing sparring partner for me. I want him to review something I had wrote because it was an idea I had for some reels over on Instagram, and he was like, "Let's use Chat GPT," and I've never used it, so this was my first time using it. I was like, okay, that's cool. But then, like, immediately, like, even though the end result was good, I also had like this negative energetic feedback from it. And I said, you know what's so funny is that this is actually why I don't want to use this type of shit. I said, really? I don't want to be friends with AI. I don't want to bond with AI. Like, I actually like the reward I feel when I persevere and just apply myself. Because instead of us taking a shortcut by employing Chat GPT, had I just took 15 more minutes, I could have like condensed my own shit. Or had we just engaged as two people, you know, on the situation, we would have got here too. And the thing I don't like about technology is that, like, it's just removing all of that, like, emotional nuance for me that I like being a person. Like, I know that technology as an assistant is fine, but I just don't need it replacing
humanity.
I don't need it.
Yeah. I do use it for two things. I use it to curse people out at work. So I write it in ChatGPT exactly the way I want to say it. You know what I'm saying? And then it formats it in the email so professional and everything like that. You know, so I use it for that. And since I've been I changed my podcast around, I put my script in. I write my script. I write my, I can't, you know, so I write my script, but I put it into formatted with the two camera angles. So it'll tell, you know, it'll do the directing or the formatting for the show
for you. Yeah.
So I like it for that, because that would probably drive me crazy. Like, that's like you know.
Yeah. No, I get it, because like I was telling my friend, like, you know, like, if you're like you know, like, if it's a convenience thing, it's a timely thing, if it's a whatever thing, like, that's fine. But it's like, I could have honestly just did it myself. Like, it was no need for me to have to employ AI, like, unnecessarily. And but that's the way that the culture is abusing it. It's like, they lean upon it and depend upon it, even when it's like literally just not even necessary. It's like you could have been like you could employ your own effort and your own time and just be present and show up fully. But it's like being Americans, we have already been conditioned into luxury and being microwavable and just kind of wanting something else to do it for us, whether that's the self-driven vehicles by Tesla or whatever the fuck you call the company, or whether it's the remote control, or whether it's Siri and everything's everything is voice activated, and it's like now you Chat GPT that's just able to like be a better version of your brain apparently, or it's just like I just don't want to be replaced, and I don't want like I want people. I don't want fucking AI. I don't want it. Like I'm willing to just work toward organic result. Is fine. Like it's not really that deep. I'm not that lazy of a person. But like me being somebody that's like, I'm a Scorpio. I'm driven toward connection. I'm driven toward like I need to be connected to the raw goods of the universe. And all this artificial shit is just like I'm trying my best to because one part of my brain is like, Davion, don't be one of those old ass 70 heads who still in bell bottoms and platform shoes. Now it's Jerry curls and leather jackets. Let go of the bell bottoms. Let go. But the other part of me is like, no, bitch, fuck that, because
that's what they're trying to do. I know,
right?
Because I'll tell you what I did. My friend, she sent me a clip of the show, and I'm like, how does she do that? I said, it gotta be something that she uses or whatever. And lo and behold, there's this AI app, and I'm like, oh my God, it's happening. I'm getting sucked in to this bullshit because I threw in a half hour show, and that shit clipped it in like just at the right spots with the words already so you could do your shorts and post it. I'm like, okay, now maybe I might start utilizing my other social media, because I am still in my bell bottoms. Like I don't even really get into Instagram and all that. I'm like or that Instagram story stuff. I remember back in the day, you know what I mean? So I was not posting. Like I have like 8 posts on Instagram and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, hey, that was fast as fuck. Here you go. Here's some clips, YouTube. Yeah, here you go, Instagram, and here you go, X. I'm calling it Twitter. I can't.
Andrell.
Yeah.
You gotta go. It's probably we're 5.5 hours in. Thank you for being here.
No, thanks for inviting me. I had a good time.
No, I want you to
enjoy the conversation.
Look, we gotta come back through because it's so much to unpack and to get
there is.
So I want to take up all your damn time while you is in Alabama.
Yeah,
when you get back to that damn woman.
Yeah, hey, listen, my wife's my priority, man. I mean, I got to give her what time I have. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. But you can't be selfish. You know what I'm saying? Hey, like a lot of these guys, I listen to what they say. I'm like, but no wonder you're single. You know what I'm saying? What woman wants to be with you if you're just gonna ignore her? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I ain't mad at it.
Right, I'm busy as is. So it's like, okay, what free time I do have? Guess who that's got to go to?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you still remembering your online compadres and communities.
Oh yeah. And I'll be back online. I'll be back online in earnest in June.
Okay.
Mandrell, what's interesting is that I just asked about you a few lives ago. I couldn't even remember your name, but I was like, where's he at? Because I think we were having some type of conversation where it was like a lot of men. And I just was like, where is Mandrell? Like,
and I couldn't figure out who the hell you were talking. I was like, who you talking? You was like,
yeah, I'm like, oh my God, he hosted. I'm like, he hosted a couple of times. Or whatever. So I congratulate you again, and man, I hope that you and the missus have such a blissful, long lasting marriage. Like, I think
we happy for you.
I think that the timing was perfect for your life. I don't know if you would have appreciated her if you got her younger. So
Yeah, I mean, especially the maturity that goes along with that I've had, throughout life, and then like I think patience is what it is, and understanding. First, number one, stop giving her all the answers, because a lot of times what ladies want, you just want to be heard.
Amen.
8 times out of 10, not 9 times, 8 times out of 10, you just want to be heard.
and
So when
how do you show us that you hear us? You put the effort in.
Right, you put the effort in, even if it's just listening. You stop what you. I do that too. I stop what I'm doing, put everything down, turn to her. What's up? I just let her go. You know what I'm saying? And honestly listen. You have to honestly listen to her.
You got a good man, Savannah. You got a good man, child. Well, get your ass out of here, Mandrell. Come back. I'll text you in. I'll probably text you and harass your ass later on today. But thank you for being here.
No, thanks for inviting me, and thanks to you too, ladies. I mean, like, believe it or not, I do listen to y'all, and I do learn. You know what I mean? Because first and foremost, in any conversation that I'm in, I really am looking to understand. Yeah. That's first and foremost, especially if you have a different perspective than I do. Because I assume the position that, hey, at any given time, I could be wrong. And I can't just sit here and argue with you and dismiss what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? If what you're saying makes sense, like, I can't do that. I'm not growing.
You heard me, the growth.
Yep.
Because baby, we have been on some panels that were totally dysfunctional. And man, I appreciated this dialogue between us all.
Yeah. This was
absolutely
dope. This was deep.
Yes, and child, if it ain't broke, don't fix. Don't be worrying about me and my single ass child.
Well, I guess we can all call it a night together.
Yes.
This was great.
Yeah.
Y'all subscribe. Do you want to shout out your channel, T?
Which T?
You, because I know Arumas is on a hiatus.
Okay. Yeah, come visit me y'all at the Tea Lounge. We talk about everything. Pop culture, style, and soul, child.
That part. Well, this was great.
Yes, and I'm gonna go over there when you get off of your hiatus. I'll be there.
That part.
Okay.
Say that. Well, love and light to everybody. It's been real. Good morning, good night.
Real good morning and good night, y'all. Bye, everybody, and thank you. And thank you, Her Story, for the donation. Good
night, everyone.
I love you so much. A good night, Mandrell. You guys thumbs up, share, all of that good jazz. This was not supposed to. You know what? I said I wanted to do an hour-long show, hour and a half at max. Of course, we were going to be here for 5.5 hours. Of course, okay? But I'll see you guys later. Bye.